Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku teleported to Assination classroom and became Assassin? Part 1. This story is a hero student learns about Assassination by Red Blader 127. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku's POV. Why did it have to come to this? I didn't do anything wrong. And yet, my closest friends didn't even believe me. Ochako didn't even hesitate to break up with me. And here I, though love extends beyond boundaries, they won't judge you for you and will stand by you. But she, Ochako, I never loved you. Who would love a criminal like you? I should have never been your friend. Even worse, I was your girlfriend. Those words broke my heart. I should have never saved her from that zero-pointer. Iida, my best friend, didn't even believe in me and also acted like he didn't even know me. Iida, I'm sorry, but I do not befriend or know any criminals. I should have been considerate with those I interact. Criminals and traitors like you should rot in prison. I saved him from stain. Does he even feel thankful that he's still standing and alive? I should have never saved him or even gave him the title of class representative. All of the class even beat me up before I was arrested. Except a few. Katsuki. You fucking extras. Izuku would never or will ever be a traitor. I've known him since as a kid. He has a heart of a hero better than you all. Shoto. Midoriya is my friend. If it wasn't for him, I would have continued on the wrong path. He always had our backs when we need him. If it wasn't for him helping my father understand his mistakes, we wouldn't be back together as a family again. Kirishima. Midobro is one of the manliest bros out there. He would never turn his back on people close to him. Tokiyami. Midoriya has protected this class than any of you can do. Most of us wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for him. Shoji. In saving others, Midoriya doesn't make a choice between two people. He would find a way to save both of them. Ojiro. Midoriya always keep his promises. He would never leave a friend hanging and find a way to make those promises come true. And he would never be a traitor in a million years. Momo. Midoriya is one of the most hardworking students in our class, or maybe even in UA. It would be out of character for Midoriya to betray his own friends. He taught me to save others before anything else. Mineta. Midoriya is one of the greatest friends I could ever had. Without him, I would have never been able to stand here in front of you right now. He's my inspiration to become a great hero. Shinso. Midoriya stood by me when I needed it the most. He was one of the people that didn't mistreat people like me. He was my inspiration to improve and become better. Kachan, Shoto, Kirishima, Tokiyami, Shoji, Momo, Shinso and Mineta all had my back. They knew at heart that I wouldn't do such a thing. Aizawa. I knew the day I met Midoriya, he had one of the greatest potentials I've ever seen in this class or this school. Him and Bakugo have the greatest impact in this class and have become great inspirations to them all. Even though he disobeys the rules, he does it to save those, even if it meant hurting himself. Midoriya would never betray this school or his friends, even if it's the last thing he'll do. Even Mr. Aizawa knew I would never do that. Endeavor. Couldn't you wait to find some proof before sending him to prison, Nezu? This kid is special. The moment I met him, he helped me realize my mistakes and helped become a better hero. And he's also the son of one of my old friends, so it means it's my duty as his uncle to defend him. I never knew that Endeavor aka Enji Todoroki knew my dad and that I'm actually his uncle. He only gave me a letter that he found inside some of the stuff my dad left to him. I still haven't read what it was yet. But even with all of them defending me, All Might, I should have never chosen someone like you to become my successor. You should have stayed quirkless, you traitor. Nezu. The evidence is clear. Izuku Midoriya is under arrest for working with the League of Villains and stealing UA's files. He is sentenced to life in prison without any parole. I was devastated. All Might, I considered him my father figure and he didn't even believe in me. The sad thing is that nearly all of class -1B or any student believed in me, heck they even joined in to beat me up. The big three even tried to reason with Nezu, but he was too deaf to even hear them. And now here I am sitting in a prison transport van getting taken to Tartarus prison. Since All Might couldn't take away my quirk, they just placed anti-quirk cuffs on me. My bag and hero stuff are on the other side. They said they'll sell them and make good use of them. I was wearing a prison uniform they made me wear right in front of the entire UA and took my picture. They threw all sorts of items at me and calling me traitor and many more names while I was being escorted to the van. But the one thing I still don't get is, Eri. Papa, are you okay? Why would Eri still want to be with me? Heck, even join me in prison. Izuku. Why, yeah, I'm fine, Eri. But why did you want to come with me to prison? It was a ridiculous question. Eri was literally sitting next to me eating a candy apple on the way to prison. Which by definition of prison is one of the worst places to be on earth. And since I was sentenced to life in prison without parole, it is literally equal to a death sentence. Eri hates those meanies because they beat up Papa. And I want to stay with Papa no matter where he is. I still can't believe she was allowed to join me, like how? Izuku. But Eri prison is a place where bad people stay and it's not easy to live in it. Eri. Well then I'll be bad so I can stay with Papa. And I'm fine as long as I have you, Papa. And why are you crying, Papa? I touched my cheek and see tears streaming down them. Izuku. Thought, tears. Rubs them away. It's nothing, Snowball. Even if some of the others didn't believe me, Eri chose to stay by my side. I adopted her after I saved her from overhaul, and I took care of her and kept her safe. And even in her, no matter where I go, I'll protect her. Izuku. Pats Eri's head. Thanks, Snowball. I love you. Eri. Smiles. I love you too, Papa. I almost had a heart attack seeing her sweet smile. Eri then finishes up her candy apple and lies beside me and falls asleep hugging my side. All I know is that I won't be alone wherever I go. I felt my eyes slowly getting heavy as I start to slowly fall asleep. Meanwhile, in another location, no one's POV. At an alleyway, we see black-haired, fairly tall, pale young man of a slim, somewhat lanky build, described to be in his early 20s with turquoise eyes. He looks to be a bit beaten and is running towards Uahai as fast as he could. I have to warn the old man as fast as I could before it's too late. Back to Izuku's POV. I open my eyes and appear at a place and see the previous users of One for All are. Yoichi. Sorry you had to go through this, ninth. I wish there was a way we could have helped you. Izuku. It's okay. There was nothing we could do. Daigoro. I still can't believe 8th didn't believe in him. He chose him and yet he wasn't there to support him in any way. Nana. I'm so disappointed in him. I really thought he would be one of the people to stand up for you and yet he called you a traitor just because of a video. Second user. That's how society works now. They believe everything they see or hear. It only starts from a rumor then grows until it reaches the authorities. N. The unfortunate thing is that 9th knows and is training to master the other quirks of One for All. And now he can't do anything because of the situation he's in right now. Third user. This might have been a plan by Shigaraki to stall time. Hikage. So the question now is what will be his next move? Daigoro. But shouldn't we be worried for 9th over here? He's been silent and the look on his eyes seems like it's lost all its life in it. Nana. It should be expected, Daigoro. He's been betrayed by those closest to him for something he didn't do. His girlfriend, some of his best friends, nearly everyone in UA, but also his mentor didn't believe in him. Then Yoichi comes closer to me and places a hand on my shoulder making me look at him. Yoichi. I wish we could have done more, 9th. We're sorry for what happened. Izuku. It's my fault for believing that I finally found where I truly belong. But, looks like I really belong to where the society's rejects go to. Prison. Nana. Look on the bright side, maybe sooner or later they'll regret what they did and give you a chance. Izuku. They should have said that before sending me to life in prison. Felt tears streaming down his cheeks. They sent me to prison removing my rights to defend myself. I'll never forgive them even if they were the last humans on Earth. All of a sudden I felt my eyes change and open them up and see them have shocked faces. Daigoro. Such bloodlust. I heard a mysterious voice in my head. Pain of betrayal. Achieved. I then shake it off as my eyes turned back to normal and looked down. Izuku. MS sorry. I don't know what came over me. I was expecting them to be disappointed in me but instead I felt a hand on my shoulder and see Daigoro. Daigoro. Don't sweat it, kid. If I was in your situation, that's how I'll also feel. Yoichi. He's right, ninth. You don't need to worry about them. All of us and young Eri will be with you wherever you go. I then felt Nana hold my cheek and made me look at her. Nana. You don't have to worry about anything. Toshi may have abandoned you, but none of us will. I was still asleep talking to the users in the van waiting for it to arrive in prison. Until. Crash. Asterisk. I suddenly woke up and saw the van crashed on a falling tree, stopping it in its tracks. Izuku. What the? Help. I look outside and saw the guards getting attacked by a giant Nomu while me and Eri were still inside the van. She was hugging my shoulder while she was shaking in fear. Eri. Papa, I'm scared. Izuku. It's okay, Snowball, I won't let that thing hurt you. I then noticed the keys to my cuffs were hanging by the back of their seats. Izuku. Eri, can you get those keys right over there? So we can both get out of here safely. Eri sees to where I was pointing at and nods shakily as she sneakily goes to get the keys while the Nomu was distracted with the guards. She grabs it and heads back to me. Izuku. Great work, Snowball. Now use it to unlock my cuffs. She nods and uses the key and frees me from the cuffs as they fall to the ground. I hugged her and calmed her down that everything will be alright. Izuku. I'll protect you, Snowball. I won't let anything happen to you, kisses her forehead. She nods with a smile as I got to my bag and find my hero suit nearly destroyed along with a few other stuff. I put my hero costume on and I also put on the mid-gauntlets that were in my bag that I had Melissa deliver a few days ago. Melissa. Dear Midoriya, here are the gauntlets that you requested to me a while ago. I'm sorry I still couldn't make a full gauntlet, but these mid-gauntlets will work like a charm. They'll help you master your quirk more. I placed them both on my hand and wore my Air Force gloves along with it. I then took the scarf Gran Torino gave me as a souvenir after he trained me. Gran Torino. Here ya go, Sunny gives scarf, maybe something to remember me by when you become the future pro hero, Deku. Continue to become what you want to be, kid, you'll do great things in the future. I then put the scarf on and closed my hood as I wore my bag on my back. I told Eri to stay here and wait for me as I went out to see the Nomu finish up the last guard. Izuku. One for all. Full cowling 45%. I charged up towards the Nomu. Izuku. Detroit smash. I landed the attack and sent the Nomu flying a few meters away. Second user. Ninth, how about you test out my quirk again? I nod and then got to a stance and stomped one of my foot on the ground. Izuku. Destructive death. Technique development. Compass needle. A light blue snowflake-shaped compass underneath me appeared numbers from 1 to 12. And I could now sense the Nomu through its fighting spirit about to launch at me, so I backflipped to dodge. Izuku. Destructive death. Air type. I punched the empty air in front me, creating a powerful shockwave from the pressure of it towards the Nomu. It hit the Nomu, making it scream and stumble back a bit as I land back on the ground. Second user. Impressive, ninth. Looks like the training paid off. Izuku. Yes, but there is more for me to improve. For now I'll just have to fight and protect with everything I've got. The Nomu charged at me as I rushed towards it, readying one for all to attack again. Izuku. One for all 50% plus destructive death. 8-layered demon core. Meanwhile at Ua a few minutes earlier before Izuku was attacked. Endeavor's POV. It was only nearly an hour since Midoriya has been sent to prison without parole. I'm with Shoto and the others who believe in him in the cafeteria. Nezu called a celebration because the traitor was finally caught. Me, Shota and the others were far away, not joining in on the fun. I told Ray and the other kids me and Shoto were at Ua dealing with matters, so we might come late. Momo. Isn't there anything we can do to help Midoriya? Endeavor. I'm afraid there is no other way, kid. Even if we did find a way, will Nezu even set him free? Or will he even forgive them? Bakugo. Fuck it. I've known the nerd since we were kids. It'll take more than that stupid video to prove me otherwise. Shoto. Old man, how is Midoriya, my cousin? Endeavor. Size, I figured you'd ask me that. I knew his father back in the day, we were both students at Ua. His name was Hisashi, my rival before in my days. Shoto. Though your rival was always All Might. Endeavor. Yes, but before All Might, Hisashi and I used to battle a lot. Before he disappeared, he told me to give a letter to Izuku at the right time. Shota. But why did it have to be right now when he was arrested? Endeavor. Even I can't explain it. It's like I forgot about him until just now after I head starts to hurt arg. Shoto. You alright? Damn my head. It's been aching all day. How could I have forgotten Hasashi? All I remember was before seeing Hasashi. I'm sorry Enji, but this is to protect your and my family. I hope you remember me in a few years. And give this letter to my son in the near future named Izuku Midoriya. See ya on the flip side Enji, light flashes. That was the last thing I remembered before Hasashi disappeared from my memories. He never actually told me his last name until he told me his son's name, which made me piece it all together. But still, why would he disappear just like that even from my memories? Endeavor. I'm alright, my head's been hurting ever since this morning. The exact same time I started to remember Hasashi and his promise. Bakugo. The only thing I heard from Auntie Inko was that Izuku's dad works overseas. But he hasn't contacted them ever since. Which makes it strange too since he disappeared and you forgot about him. This is getting difficult. I checked my phone and Tuya hasn't sent me a single message yet. He could have told me that the love was going to frame Midoriya. He's been our spy in disguise this whole time as one of the loves named Dabi. Only me and a few people know this, not even Ray and the kids know about this. I just hope he's okay. Alarm. Warning. Level 3 security breach. The alarm activated and stopped the party as some of the students were panicking. I went outside as fast as I can and saw one high-end Nomu and two upper-tier Nomu outside. So I went in and charged at the high-end one. Endeavor. Flashfire fist. I punched one of them back but it just regenerated it as the other two just looked at me. Endeavor. Crap. Flashfire fist. Hell spider. I shoot streams of fire out of my fingers to burn the Nomus but they dodged the most of them and are regenerating the damaged areas. One of them charged at me as I tried my best to hold him back. Endeavor. It's these Nomus again. This might be harder than I thought. The other two charged at me at the same time but, all of a sudden. Die. Heaven-piercing ice wall. A powerful beam of explosion and ice were shot at the other two Nomu, knocking them back and temporarily immobilizing them. I looked back and saw Shoto and Bakugo in their hero costumes. Endeavor. Shoto. Bakugo. Get back in there. It's not safe. Bakugo. Don't underestimate me. I always wanted to have a one-on-one fight with these things. Shoto. I won't let these things harm my school. So we have to fight them with everything we've got. Endeavor. Alright. Just be careful and call for more backup. The high-end one will be the most dangerous one. Shoto. Bakugo. Right. Don't tell me what to do. Bakugo. AP machine gun. Shoto. Fire burst. Shoto and Bakugo were dealing with the other two Nomu while I was busy fighting the high-end one. Endeavor. Take this. Vanishing fist. Back to Izuku's POV. I've been dealing with this Nomu for a while now. It keeps regenerating all of my attacks, but its regeneration is getting slower, meaning it's getting weaker. Luckily the Nomu hasn't noticed Eri yet. Izuku. FA Jin. Fo 100%. Manchester Smash. I used FA Jin and Manchester Smash and kicked the Nomu with a speed like I was using OFA 100%, sending it flying. Izuku. I was lucky that this was an upper tier Nomu and not a high-end one. Eri. Go Papa. Izuku. Oh no. All of a sudden the Nomu ignored me and dashed towards Eri with its fist ready. Izuku. Eri no. FA Jin. Fo 100%. Eri was cornered and nowhere to run. She was shaking in fear and can't move. I came close as fast as I can and hugged her to protect her from the impact of the punch. But the punch never came. Arg. I opened my eyes and saw the Nomu's fist stab through someone's metal plating. I looked wide-eyed and saw who it was. Izuku. K. Kurogiri. The Nomu tosses Kurogiri to the side as he lays there. I felt my eyes change again as they were radiating bloodlust. Izuku. Take this. One for all 100%. Delaware. I punched him in the face and flicked my finger, destroying his face. Izuku. Detroit. I readied my fist again, aiming for his body. Izuku. Smash. I punched him at his chest, sending him flying to a tree. It didn't regenerate its body anymore, meaning it was dead. My eyes returned back to normal and I went to go check Eri. Izuku. You okay, Snowball? Eri nods and hugs me with tears in her eyes. I hug her back and we towards Kurogiri, who was lying with blood coming out of his metal plating. Izuku. Kurogiri, why? Kurogiri. Sorry, Midoriya, for framing you. I was forced to be a part of it. But I need to tell you about Shigaraki's plan. Izuku. What his plan? Kurogiri. His plan was to frame you and send you to Tartarus so wouldn't be a problem to his plans. Toga used some of your blood in order to sneak in and make it look like you were the one stealing UA's files. Me and Dabi were about to warn you, but we were caught and chained up. Izuku. Why did Dabi wanted to help you? Kurogiri. Because Dabi is Tuya Todoroki and a spy in the love, he was the one who convinced me to change my ways. Izuku. Where is Dabi now? Kurogiri. He's going to UA to warn them not to arrest you, but unfortunately we were held back and took a while before we could get out. But you must stop Shigaraki. Izuku. Where is he now? Kurogiri. He's not in this world. Izuku. What do you mean? Kurogiri. Since he didn't want any other hero to mess with his plans to get stronger and take over many worlds. He asked me to make a portal to another world. A world where no powers exists. A world where no one would mess up his plans. A world where no hero exists. Izuku. Take me there. Kurogiri. I can, but you can't come back. Izuku. Why? Kurogiri. I'm the only who can make that gateway to another world and many others. If I die right now, he has no hope of taking over any other world. But you must protect that world where he is right now. He'll take his time to get stronger. But I can't bring you back because I'll be using the last of my strength to send you there. You have to choose to either stay here and let that world crumble or go after him and avenge your father. I looked at him wide-eyed after he mentioned my father. And got angry at him. Izuku. How do you know my father? Tell me. Kurogiri. Your father was killed by All for One trying to protect others. The note that Endeavor gave was his final words to you. All for One now belongs to Shigaraki, but it will take him years to master its full power. So you must go right now and hunt him down. Before it's too late. I was trying to contemplate what he just said. My dad was killed by All for One and Shigaraki is in another world plotting to take over it. And if I go, there was no turning back. I'll be stuck there with a possibility not being able to see any of my loved ones ever again. I mean, I already lost so much in one day. Lost the trust of people I call my friends. My girlfriend didn't even care about me. Not like she cared in the first place. All Might, my idol, my mentor and the one who I consider a father figure didn't even help me. I'm sorry Mom, Kachan, Shoto, Uncle, guys. But, Izuku. Eri, are you ready to come to another world with me? Eri. I'm ready as I'll ever be Papa. Izuku. Kurogiri, I accept. Kurogiri. Very coughs well. Me and Eri step back a bit as Kurogiri makes a pink circle portal. Which was different from the portals he usually made. Kurogiri. This is it coughs I made this portal W with the L last O of my strength coughs I it will take YUB both T to a random location W where Shigaraki is. Coughs YUB both better G go. I can't hold this forever. Izuku. Okay, come on Eri. Before me and Eri went inside, Kurogiri handed me a small case. Izuku. What's this? I opened them and see a full set of quirk-destroying bullets. Kurogiri. Coughs T. These are Q quirk D destroying bullets. Coughs S. Shigaraki M might give quirks T to other T to work F for him. You use these J just in case coughs. Izuku. Thank you. I promise I'll stop him. Kurogiri. Kurogiri. B by T the way Midoriya. W will. You ever forgive me? Izuku. Kurogiri. Without any of us noticing, the Nomu started to tick like a bomb. Izuku. I already forgive you Kurogiri. And thank you for saving us. Eri. Thank you for saving us Mr. Kurogiri. The Nomu then detonated right behind us. As I notice it, I hugged Eri and jumped towards the portal, taking the blast behind me. Kurogiri's pav. I see Midoriya and the young girl named Eri jumped towards the portal, protecting her from the explosion. The explosion caused the van to explode and I felt myself getting consumed by it. But at least I'll die as a hero. Like how I always wanted to be. I am Oboro Shirakumo, sorry Shota and Hazashi. But this is goodbye. Kurogiri. Tearing up T thank YYOU. Midoriya. G good L luck. As I breathed my last breath, I looked towards the sun one more time with a smile before being consumed by the flames. No one's POV. Back at Ua. The three Nomus have been defeated by Endeavor, Bakugo and Shoto. But they had a little help from the other teachers and students, especially from Kirishima, Aizawa, and Nijire and Tamaki from the big three. One Nomu was on the ground unconscious, covered in ice, while the other two were vaporized. Nezu. We'll wait for the authorities to take care of this other Nomu for studying. But thank you all. Kirishima. We did it, Bakubro. Bakugo. Of course these things are no match for us. Tamaki. These things are terrifying. Nijire. Oh come on Tamaki, don't be such a scaredy cat. You did pretty good. Aizawa, but why would three Nomu attack Ua at this time? Mineta. It must be part of the Love's plan. Tokiyami. But what dark scheme are they up to? Endeavor was on his knee after using his quirk too much while Shoto was helping him cool down. Endeavor. Thanks Shoto. Shoto. It's nothing. Just rest and cool down. All of a sudden a car stops in front of the gate and the three other Todoroki family comes in. Rei. Enji. Are you alright? Endeavor. I'm alright Rei. Just overused my quirk. Natsuo. How about you Shoto? We were just driving somewhere and all of a sudden we hear an explosion come from UA. Shoto. I'm fine. Fuyumi. At least none of you guys got hurt. All of a sudden the ice where the Nomu was started to crack. The Nomu then broke out and was aiming a fist towards Rei Todoroki. Endeavor. REI. They all looked wide-eyed as the Nomu moved at a quick pace as Rei covered herself for protection. But suddenly, prominence burn. Blue flames suddenly came out protecting Rei as the Nomu gets turned to ash instantly and falls to the ground. Endeavor looked wide-eyed and saw the person who defended him, but before he could react. Everyone, except Endeavor, villain. It's Dabi. Get him. They went into charge towards Dabi, but Endeavor finally stood up and stopped them, making them confused. Nezu. Endeavor. Step aside. That person is part of the Love. Endeavor. He's not. He's our spy for the Love. Midnight. How could we trust you? Endeavor. Settle down and let me help my son. Everyone else. Son. Rei. Son. What are you talking about Enji? Dabi. It's me mom. Chuya. Chuya Todoroki. The rest of the Todoroki family looked wide-eyed. Rei. Is it true? Endeavor. It's true Rei, he's Chuya. All of a sudden the rest of the Todoroki family hugged Dabi, now revealed as Chuya Todoroki, while they were crying. Natsuo. Crying I thought you died. Shoto. Crying we thought we lost you. Dabi. I'm alive and well you guys, and I got to say you guys have grown so much. While the rest of the Todorokis were busy hugging Chuya, Endeavor was busy being interrogated. Nezu. Endeavor, are you sure that Dabi is your son? Endeavor. He is Nezu. Aizawa. How can we be sure he's really a spy? Endeavor. Chuya, hand me your ID. Chuya throws his ID towards Endeavor and showed the others that it wasn't fake, making them look wide-eyed. Iida. But he's a murderer. He attacked us during the training camp. Dabi. Actually 4 eyes, the flames were controlled to not burn most of you. Shoji. He's actually right. Ochako. But you killed other people. Dabi. Nope, the people you suspected I killed are alive and were replaced with fake ash. But villains, let's just say, are dead. Endeavor. He was doing that to build his reputation so he can join the Love. Nezu. The where are the ones you supposedly not kill? Dabi. Just relaxing in their homes until I finally reveal myself. Here tosses phone dial pro hero snatch right there. After they dialed and confirmed it was him, they stopped trying to arrest Dabi. Endeavor. But what are you doing here? Why weren't you calling me? Dabi. Sorry old man, but I got a little beaten up. The League figured it out and held me captive. But enough of that, I need Midoriya right now. Where is he? Nezu. That traitor is on a van on the way to Tartarus. Dabi. What? He was the whole reason why I came here. Endeavor. Why do you need him? Dabi. This is bad, you all have been tricked. Iida. What do you mean? That villain is going to get what he deserves. Dabi. That villain you're all saying was framed and was our last hope. Ochako. What are you talking about? The video showed it clearly that he was stealing UA property. Dabi. And you're supposed to be his girlfriend. Jeesh, that's some horrible love right there. Ochako. Wah. Dabi. Have you heard of Himiko Toga, Principal Nezu? Does that name ring a bell? All of a sudden Nezu had his eyes opened wide. Nezu. Someone get me the security footage again. Someone brought out a laptop and plugged in the USB with the recording. They began checking the footage again and saw that it was Toga who transformed to Midoriya and stole UA's files, making all those who didn't believe him look down with guilt. Katsuki. Ha, I told you extras he wasn't the traitor. But no, you all decided to trade him for a stupid video. Nezu. This is bad. Dabi. Thanks Captain Obvious. I better call Kurogiri and tell him to find him as fast as possible. All of a sudden a live feed was shown on the laptop's screen. Reporter. Breaking news. This just in, the van that was carrying UA's traitor Izuku Midoriya, who has been subjected to life in prison, has been found wrecked on the side of a road engulfed in flames. Authorities have confirmed the bodies of the guards, a Nomu, the supposed ashes of Izuku Midoriya and Eri Midoriya, and a metal plating with a hole in it. Authorities suspected it was an ambush by a Nomu that has costed the lives of these individuals. We'll tell you more about it soon after the break. After the news flashed, some were crying, some were angry and devastated that they couldn't do anything to defend their friend, and some were just in disbelief. Dabi. No, 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 no. He was our last hope. And most of you call yourselves his friends and family, and yet you didn't believe just because of a stupid video. Those who didn't believe in him just looked down crying. Dabi. You're supposed to be the smartest creature in the world. And yet you were swayed by just a simple video. And yet you arrested him and took away his rights. What the fuck is wrong with you? Nezu just looks down in shame for what he did. Dabi. And you. Points at All Might. You were supposed to be the symbol of peace. His idol. His mentor. You were supposed to help him master One for All. All Might. How did you? Dabi. I heard from Shigaraki, that was the reason why he wanted him out of the equation. And now with him gone, his phase 2 is just beginning. Aizawa. What's phase 2? Dabi. Taking over another world. Everyone else. What? Dabi. The only person that could stop Shigaraki is the one with One for All. He used Toga to frame him and get him sent to life in prison, while he forced Kurogiri to send him to world where no hero or anyone would distract or foil with his plans. He wants to slowly get stronger until he masters All for One and takes over a world. Nezu. Why didn't you have come here earlier? Dabi. I would have if I wasn't held back by the rest of the league. And Kurogiri needed to reserve his remaining energy to send Midoriya to that world. I also thought that you wouldn't believe a stupid video like that over your friend. But now I realize most of you didn't consider him your friend. But now that I look at most of you, you're all just fake friends. Everyone who believed he was a traitor just looks down in shame while shedding tears. Katsuki. The N nerds D dead, sheds tears I at C can't be B, rips shirt asterisk damn it all. Hiroshima. Shedding tears asterisk Midoriya bro. Shoto. Shedding tears I'm sorry Midoriya. I wish I could have done more gets hugged by Momo. Mineta. Crying I lost one of the only friends I had. I promise I'll be a great hero. Aizawa. Shedding tears I'm sorry problem child. And Eri. All of those who believed that he wasn't the traitor just screamed in agony after losing him and Eri. Dabi. Sheds a tear. I'm sorry Kurogiri. Dad, I need some heroes to come to this address. The rest of the league is in there immobilized and unconscious. Endeavor. Wipes tears right. I'll call Hawks. I'm sorry Hasashi. But unknown to any of them. Izuku and Eri are in a portal traveling to a world different from what they used to live in. A world where quirks don't exist. A world where heroes don't exist. A world where he must protect from Shigaraki. A world he must defend from evil. A world where people that were like him exist. A world that may help him get over the pain. A world where he can find love again. And many more things he might not expect will happen. In this new world. Universe. Assassination classroom. Location. Kunugigaoka Junior High School Class 3E building. Nagasa's POV. I was sitting on the ground after a failed assassination attempt alongside Terasaka and the others. The octopus was releasing his bloodlust towards the entire room while threatening us that he might kill any of our relatives holding the nameplates of our houses. Nagisa thought, 5 seconds, and all we knew, there was no running to the ends of the earth for us. If we really wanted to run, all we could do was kill him. Terasaka. What the hell's your deal, anyway? I look back at Terasaka and the rest of his friends, he was pointing at the octopus while shaking in fear. Terasaka. You're just a giant pain. Showing up all. I'm gonna blow up Earth. And assassinate me. What's so wrong with using an annoying method to kill an annoying guy? All of a sudden the octopus's face became orange with a red circle. The octopus. Annoying. Hardly. Your idea itself was a very good one. Especially you, Nagisa. He pats my head with his tentacles while I was still stunned and confused. The octopus. The way you carried yourself naturally on your approach gets full marks. You made it right through the clink in my defenses. However, his face reverts back to normal and points to Terasaka and his group, making them flinch. The octopus. None of you looked out for Nagisa, not even Nagisa himself. That statement alone made them look away in shame. His face then changed to light purple with a dark purple cross in the middle of his face with veins coming out of the sides. The octopus. Students like that aren't fit to assassinate anyone. Face reverts to normal. Looks towards all of us. We need an assassination worth to be smiling about, one to be proud of. You're all capable assassin who have that power within you. Raises a tentacle. Some advice from your teacher and your target. Nagisa. Thought chewed out at Mach 20, then praised with waving tentacles. This unusual education made me pretty happy. All because this unusual teacher was looking at us head on. Terasaka and his group, while I just looked at the octopus as he was looking at me. He placed a tentacle on a burnt mark left on his desk as he raises another one to ask me a question. The octopus. Here's a question for you, Nagisa. I have not the slightest intention of being killed. Looks at the class. One will enjoy my time with you all until next March, then blow Earth up. If you don't like it, what are you going to do about it? Nagisa. Surprised. We've never assassinated anyone before, and there's plenty of other stuff we should be doing. Clenches fist. But you know. I think this teacher might even accept my bloodlust. Before you destroy Earth, I'll kill you. The octopus. Nurufufufufu. Do it now. Once you've killed me, you're free to go home. Everyone. Just like that, huh? You know we can't kill you. I went walking back to my seat and looked back at the octopus, who went back in front of the entire class. Nagisa. Thought, we are killers. And our target is our teacher. The octopus. Wiping nameplates. Wipe it clean. Kayano. An unkillable teacher. I look at her. Korozanai, Koro. Oh, how about Koro-sensei? Nagisa. Koro-sensei. The octopus, now named Koro-sensei, looks at us with an interested look. Nagisa. Thought it's us and Koro-sensei, in our assassination classroom. All of a sudden a pink-looking portal appears by the door, startling us. Everyone. What's going on? What is that? Are we going to die? Koro-sensei. Calm down everyone. Stay back. Koro-sensei picks all those in the front rows and heads to the back row. Most of us were shaking in fear on what might happen. Meihara. Are we going to get abducted? Okajima. I'm too young to get abducted. All of a sudden an explosion comes out of the portal and a weird looking comes out rolling towards the wall as the portal disappears. Karasuma comes inside the door. Karasuma. What's going on in here? What's with all the screaming? Koro-sensei. It wasn't us. A portal came out of nowhere, then an explosion happened from it, and now there's this weird steaming rock. Isogai. I don't. That's a steaming rock. We look back to the so-called steaming rock. The steam disappears and reveals a green rabbit-looking figure with a yellow bag and yellow scarf. It also had some metal armor on its feet and arms with white gloves. Terasaka. What is that thing? I decided to come closer to check on it. Koro-sensei. Wait, Nagisa. It might be dangerous. Ignoring their protests, I decided to flip it to make it lie on its back. Then a white-haired girl with a horn was revealed being hugged by the individual. From the looks of it, they're both unconscious. Nagisa. A young girl with a horn. Okuda. Is it a cutaneous horn? Terasaka. Maybe she's a demon. Nagisa. I'm not sure. I noticed that the green thing was actually a suit because I saw a bit of its mouth. So I decided to remove the hood and it revealed a dark green-haired male with a set of 4 symmetrical freckles in a diamond formation. He looks to be injured with blood slightly coming out of his mouth. Nagisa. He's human, like us. Kayano. But is he alright? It looks like he's injured. Karasuma. I think we. All of a sudden Koro-sensei disappears then reappears holding medical supplies. Koro-sensei. I'll patch him up. Then maybe we could ask him questions later. We step back as Koro-sensei cleans up his wounds and places bandages over his head and some on his arms as he lays him back on a mat he placed on the floor along with the white-haired girl on his side. Koro-sensei. That should do it. We should wait until they wake up. For now we just have to watch them before they decide to do something without us noticing. Karasuma. For now I want a clear explanation of what happened. Some of us began to explain that while Koro-sensei was teaching a portal opened up from the door and these two came out. Fuwa was saying that he might be a hero from another world while others weren't believing anything. But I saw something on the floor that fell out of the mysterious person's bag and went to check it and it was an ID. Nagisa. Izuku Midoriya. Kayano. What's that Nagisa? When Kayano asked that everyone then looked at me with a curious look as well. Nagisa. It seems to be his ID. Izuku Midoriya. Hi. Karasuma. Hi. I haven't heard of a school like that before. Kayano. What's the Hero Public Safety Commission? Fuwa. So he is a hero from another world. Sagino. And his hero name is Deku. Terasaka. Hey, doesn't that mean useless? Kanzaki. Maybe he had a reason to call himself that. All of a sudden we all heard groaning and see the male known as Izuku waking up. Izuku's pav. I slowly felt myself slowly starting to wake up. Using the second user's quirk does a bit of a number on me. I slowly sit up rubbing my eyes as I was still in a bit of pain. Izuku. Where am I? I finally opened my eyes and see a bunch of students who look like my age looking at me. They were with an older man with black spiky hair and a yellow octopus. Did Kurogiri really send me to another world? I was startled so I sit up readying my finger to do a Delaware smash. Izuku. Who are you? And where am I? All of a sudden the older male comes close to me looking at me. Karasuma. I am Tadaomi Karasuma from the Ministry of Defense. And I presume you are Izuku Midoriya. So they speak Japanese. Or am I just in another part of Japan I don't know of? Izuku. Yes. But how do you know my name? Blue-haired male that looks like a girl. Sorry. BB, but we found your ID on the floor and we found out about who you are. Places ID near me, please don't kill us. I sigh then put my hand down. Izuku. Sorry, I was just startled. And basically had a rough day. I won't kill any of you. All of them calmed down and relaxed a bit. Izuku. But can I ask? Where am I? Karasuma. You're at Kunugigaoka Junior High School. A prestigious school in Tokyo. Tokyo, huh? I haven't heard of this school anywhere in Tokyo. Only one more question. Izuku. Who is the octopus and what his quirk? Octopus. Quirk. Izuku. You know, like superpowers. How about the rest of you? Do you have any powers? Karasuma. Sorry, but we don't have powers or what you call quirks. So this is another world. Izuku. So I really am in another world. Purplish black-haired girl. So I was right. Stars in her eyes, what was you world like? Izuku. Well, I live in a world where 80% of the world's population has abilities called quirks. Quirks are superhuman abilities that a person can possess, giving them powers like super strength, fire manipulation, flight, speed and more. Because of quirks the age of heroes sprouted out from them. Karasuma. I see. Izuku. I guess I'll properly introduce myself first before further questions. I am Izuku Midoriya, hero in training. Well, former if you were in my world. I am currently 16 years old. I live in a world where powers and heroes exist. Nice to meet you all. Koro-sensei. I am Koro-sensei, the teacher of this class. But who is that white-haired girl beside you? Izuku. Oh, this is Eri Midoriya, my daughter. Everyone. Daughter. Izuku. Adopted daughter. Everyone. Oh, Nagisa. I am Nagisa Shiota, and I want to ask. Why does your daughter have a horn? Izuku. Pats Eri's head. It's part of her quirk. But she can't fully control it yet. Nagisa. I see. Kayano. Hi. I am Kaide Kayano. How did you adopt her anyway? Izuku. Smiles. Well, I saved her from a villain a few months ago. The villain used her as a lab rat and experimented with her. I saved her along with a couple of heroes back then. She eventually grew attached to me and called me Papa a few times. And that was when I decided to adopt her. Kayano. That's nice. She looks so cute. Izuku. Chuckles. She is. All of a sudden Eri groans as she slowly starts to wake up. She sits up and rubs her eyes and looks at me. Eri. P. Papa. Izuku. Hey Snowball. Eri. Papa. All of a sudden she hugs me while I just chuckle and hug back. Izuku. It's okay. Snowball pats her head. I am here. Kisses her forehead. Girls. Ah. We didn't that the others were actually watching us and taking pictures. Eri hid behind me scared. Eri. P. Papa. W. Who A or th they? A minus A and WW. Where are we? Izuku. It's okay Eri. These people won't hurt us. And Eri, we are in another world. Eri. Stars in her eyes. Really? Izuku. Yeah, Snowball. How about you introduce yourself to them? Eri. Okay. Looks toward the rest. Hi. I'm Eri Midoriya. Sweet smile. Nice to meet you all. I could have sworn I almost felt I had a heart attack. I look towards the rest of the class and I see their expressions were like mine. Karasuma and Koro-sensei just smiled. Izuku. Chuckles. Yup. Eri just bring joy wherever she goes. The girls then started to get close to Eri and play with her. At first she was a bit scared, but I just nod at her with a smile and she immediately had fun with them. While she was having fun, I decided to ask the boys their names and a couple of questions. Izuku. I see. So 70% of the moon was destroyed by Koro-sensei. And now he's here to be your homeroom teacher and target entirely for 365 days. And your jobs as assassins and students is to kill him before March or the earth will be destroyed. Nagisa. Yeah, Izuku. And if you kill him the government will pay you 10 billion yen. Isogai. Yup. Karasuma. And maybe you can help us to kill him. But can I ask you, how and why are you in our world? Izuku. Crap. I can't tell them that I'm in this world because I was framed, I might lose their trust. I can't also tell them that Shigaraki is in this world, it might cause more chaos and they can't deal with Shigaraki, only I can. I could just fake it and tell them that a portal appeared and sucked the both of us in before an explosion got us. I have been always faking a smile and acting like nothing hurts in the past, what's so wrong on redoing it again? Well, me and Eri were sucked by a portal before an explosion happened in a laboratory and we appeared here with no way of going back home. I see Karasuma stare at me while I maintain a normal face. He then sighs a few seconds later. Karasuma. Sighs. I guess you and her could stay here, if you can maybe help us with assassinating this thing. I look towards Karasuma then to Koro-sensei who was busy dodging some of the males trying to assassinate Koro-sensei, but he keeps dodging. Izuku. So this is the one who destroyed 70% of the moon. Nagisa and the others told me he has a speed of Mach 20, meaning he's faster than any hero or villain in my world, he may even faster than me using OFA 100%. He also has inhuman regeneration, senses and reflexes along with those tentacles. He also can only be damaged by weapons made by the matter he's made from. But he's also extremely intelligent, maybe equally or more than that damn rat. There may be still more things I don't know about Koro-sensei, but the one thing I don't get is why when you have all that power and you're basically unkillable won't he just take over the world? He must have some secret he hasn't revealed. But I could also use this as an opportunity to train and get stronger to get revenge on Shigaraki and to avenge my dad. Sure. I don't mind. Looks at Eri and looks like Eri's having fun already. The rest of the boys look at Eri laughing and having fun with the girls. Kayano was playing with her hair while the others were smiling. I couldn't help but smile and I noticed the others smile too. The others continued to have fun while the other boys asked me a couple of questions. Everything was alright until I felt a sharp stabbing sensation on my head as I hold my head in pain. Danger sense was active. This worried the others as they all look at me. Koro-sensei. Izuku, are you alright? Izuku. Gets into a fighting position. No. Something's coming. I heard a few loud screeches outside and immediately went towards the window to check, and I see Izuku. Nomus. I saw 10-winged Nomu, a chainsaw Nomu, and a USJ Nomu coming out of a portal outside near the training grounds. The other were getting scared as well as Eri. Sagino. What are those things? Izuku. Those are Nomus. Artificially modified human beasts that were turned into mindless super soldiers. I suggest you and Koro. Before I could even respond, Koro-sensei was already outside hitting the USJ Nomu with a barrage of tentacle attacks, causing a humongous amount of dust to form. Izuku. Blocking the dust. Does Shigaraki already know I'm here? Or maybe he's targeting Koro-sensei because he was the one to destroy over half the moon and doesn't want anyone or anything to foil his plans. As the smoke clears, the Nomu was revealed to have many wounds on its arms after blocking Koro-sensei's attacks. Koro-sensei was panting after attacking it with a barrage of hits. Nagisa. Is it over? Izuku. No, it's not yet over. All of a sudden the Nomu's wounds begin to close up and regenerated its lost limbs, shocking everyone. Terasaka. What the? Izuku. That thing has shock absorption and super regeneration. It'll take more than a barrage of hits to kill that thing. The other Nomus then charged at Koro-sensei and tried to attack him, but he just continually dodges the attacks. Okajima. So are we all going to die? Izuku. No. Puts on hood, stay in here and don't go outside. I'll deal with them. Karasuma. Puts hand on my shoulder, wait. If not even him can't kill that thing, how can we be sure you can? Izuku. It's because you haven't seen what I can do yet. Eri, stay with Kayano and the rest. I'll be back, okay? Eri nods and hugs onto Kayano tighter. I then went outside and looked towards the Nomus, remembering my talk with the users before I woke up. Flashback. As I was flying through the portal, I was with the users again, talking to them. Yoichi. So Shigaraki is planning to take over another world. Izuku. Yes, according to Kurogiri, he's in this new world we are going to. Nana. But now the question is, what will he do in this world? Izuku. He might use Nomus to target the ones who might be the greatest threats to his plans. Second user. 9. 'Tis right, if he plans to master all for one, he would need to eliminate anything that could mess up his plans. But he wouldn't do it himself, or it would cause him more problems. Hikage. But now we need to think of ways to defeat the Nomus at an easier rate. Izuku. Using the second user's quirk made it a bit more easier than how All Might used to deal with the USJ Nomu. But I need more power to defeat them faster. Third user. Or maybe you need to find a way to use one for all in more ways than how used to. Izuku. Daigoro. He's right, kid. Remember, one for all is a lot stronger than before in your hands. Which means the assimilated quirks aren't as weak as before and can now be used in a variety of ways. I think it's time for one for all to continue to evolve. Flashback end. No one's POV. After Izuku stepped outside the window, he was now looking at the other Nomu and breathed heavily before stomping a foot on the ground and activating the second user's quirk. Music starts. Izuku. Destructive Death. Technique Development. Compass Needle. A light blue snowflake-shaped compass appears underneath him with numbers from 1 to 12. The others watching looked shocked and amazed. Nagisa. Whoa. Terasaka. Isn't this just a light show? Karasuma. This might be one of his abilities. The USJ Nomu was about to charge towards Koro-sensei with another punch, but Izuku. One for all. Full cowling 45%. Izuku charged towards it in human speed and intercepted it. Izuku. Detroit Smash. The attack caused a massive shockwave to occur, knocking Koro-sensei and the other Nomus back a bit. Koro-sensei. Izuku. But you're still injured. Izuku. Koro-sensei, protect the students. I got this. Koro-sensei hesitantly nods and heads back to the others, meaning I could slightly increase the power of my attacks. Izuku. Okay, ugly. Let's kick it up a notch. One for all. Full cowling 65%. 8-layered demon core. Izuku unleashed 8 powerful shockwave punches on the Nomu and continued to do a barrage of more punches, causing more powerful wind pressure. The pressure causes the trees to sway more vigorously and causes the others to try to not get flung away. Koro-sensei. A head-on F fistfight. Nagisa. Amazing. Karasuma. This pressure is insane. Terasaka. I think I don't wanna get on his bad side now. Eri. Go Papa. Izuku continued to send a flurry of punches on the Nomu, forcing it back more. Izuku. Shigaraki doesn't learn, does he? He didn't replace shock absorption to nullification. All I need to do is to apply more pressure to this thing. Raahhhhh. The chainsaw Nomu broke through the shockwave, aiming an attack behind me. Kayano. Izuku. Behind you. But I noticed using the second user's quirk and stopped doing a barrage of punches and jumped up. Two flying Nomu tried to attack me, but I also noticed it. Flashback. Second user. Remember 9th. My quirk allows you to generate shockwaves when you attack and using compass needle to let you aim at their vital parts. But now that One for All evolved it, you can sense your opponent's fighting spirit, aura, and emotion, making you have an easy chance in a battle royale. Hikage. My quirk may allow me to sense any incoming danger, but using the second user's quirk before charging in a battle is a good choice. My quirk can be used to sense incoming danger out of battle, while using compass needle is perfect in battle. Flashback end. Izuku. They were right. Time to kill those two first. Destructive death crushing type. 10,000 leaves flashing willow. Izuku charged back down with a fist aimed towards the two flying Nomus. And he smashed their heads to the ground, causing a massive shockwave and a crater, killing them. Izuku. I might have to fix the ground. But I'll do it later. For now. Destructive death. Disorder. Izuku punches the air, sending a bunch of powerful ranged shockwaves towards the rest of the Nomus who were charging at him. The attacks overwhelmed them, knocking them away a few feet more away from Class 3E's building. Izuku. That should keep them from doing anything else to the others. Notices a flying Nomu heading towards the class. Oh no, you don't. Black Whip. Pinpoint focus. Izuku quickly shoots a tendril from his arm while focusing on the Nomu, catching it. Class 3E. Tentacles. Koro-sensei. But they don't look like mine. Maybe they're just tendrils made out of energy. Izuku. Take this. Black Whip. 75% Detroit Impact Smash. Izuku pulls the Nomu back and charge at the same time. And smashed a fist on its guts, breaking the Nomu in half, killing it. Izuku. 3 down. 9 to go. I have to finish this fast. But I have to take out the flying Nomus first. Flashback. Daigoro. Like what the second user said, kid. One for All is stronger than before, meaning our quirks can do things it wasn't able to do before. Meaning Black Whip can't just be used as to immobilize opponents or to swing around. But you can now use it to be as tough as a shield or as sharp a sword. Nana. And my quirk doesn't just basically allow you to suspend you in thin air anymore. But it can now allows you to fly as fast as hawks. Second user. You can also create your own moves to enhance your battle prowess. Remember, All Might is no longer here, you have to develop your own moves now without inspiration from him. Now it's your turn to make One for All your own. Flashback end. Izuku. Right. Black Whip construct. Blade and axe. Float. Izuku summons tendrils to come out of his arms to form a blade on one and an axe on the other one. He also slightly floats over the ground, shocking the others even more. Class 3E. He can do that and fly too. Karasuma. Just how many abilities does this kid have? Izuku. Alright, you pests, time to slice and dice. Izuku flies up towards the remaining flying Nomu and charges at one. Izuku. Take this. Izuku unleashes a bunch of slashes towards the flying Nomu and sliced it to bits. Izuku. I think I'll infuse my attacks with the second, third and fifth user's quirk. One for All full cowling 40%. Destructive death blade type. Fragmented flash. Plus FA Jin. Fo 100%. Izuku charges towards the Nomu in behind all the others in blinding speed. All the others that were in front of the Nomu got slashed to bits and exploded. Izuku. Rag. He then slashes down the final flying Nomu in half, causing it to explode with a massive shockwave. Izuku lands back down on the ground, panting and looking towards the USJ and chainsaw Nomu. Izuku. I've used too much of my energy, I could faint any second now. But I have to make sure no one gets hurt. Come at me. The chainsaw Nomu charged towards Izuku without hesitation. So he changed the arm he used to have an axe to a blade too and began exchanging a flurry of slashes. Izuku. I'll use it again to finish this thing off. Destructive death blade type. Dual Phantom. Plus FA Jin. Fo 100%. Izuku continued to do a few more slashes at the Nomu. And dashes towards the Nomu and appeared right behind it as the Nomu explodes in a form of an X slash. Music ends. Izuku then deactivates the Black Whip blades and stares towards the last Nomu. He was panting heavily and barely able to stand. Kayano. Do you think he's alright? Nagisa. I don't understand how his power isn't dropping. Isogai. Yeah, he's injured and has been using a ton of energy. Sagino. So this is what it's like to be a hero. Fua. These are like the heroes of Red in the mangas. They never give up and will fight till the end. Izuku. 11 down. 1 to go. All of the sudden the multiple eggs began popping out of the USJ Nomu, which revealed to be 6 more Nomu, shocking everyone. Ryo. There are more of them. Izuku. So this thing is like the high-end Nomu that Endeavor fought. I guess I have to finish these things now. Music start. Izuku cracks his knuckles and stretches his legs. Then he looks at the Nomus and narrows his eyes on them. Izuku. Now's the chance if you want to quit. If you don't get into a stance, whatever happens to you, I won't care. One for all. Full cowling 60%. The Nomus ignored it and just screeched. 2 of the Nomu that just popped out charged towards Izuku to attack him. Izuku. So be it. Destructive Death. Upper Thrash. Izuku charges towards the both of them and launched them both high. He then charges a shockwave on his fist and smashes them back to the ground. Izuku. Let's play. The 2 other Nomu charged towards Izuku while the other 2 were trying to get back up on their feet. Izuku. Destructive Death. Flying Planet 1000 Wheels. Izuku kicks with both legs in a flowing motion from under the Nomus and he's slowly rising upwards. Izuku. Manchester Smash. Izuku kicks one of the Nomus back down to the ground while he's sitting on the neck of the other one. Izuku. 100% Wyoming Smash. Izuku draws out 100% of his power into his arm, then proceeds to spike his opponent on the head, destroying it, creating a powerful shockwave as a result. And it sent the Nomu back to the ground, hitting the other Nomu, decapitating its head in the process. The other 2 get back up and charge towards Izuku again. Izuku. Nebraska Smash. While throwing a punch, Izuku rotates his arm to create a tornado. The tornado destroyed them in the process. Izuku. Come on. Let's settle this. The 2 final Nomu that came out of the USJ Nomu charged towards Izuku. Izuku. 1 for all 65%. Destructive Death. Drive Knuckle. Izuku charges towards the both of them and punched the Nomus with a shockwave attack. He then uppercutted them and jumped with them with a twirling fist attack. He finally finishes it off by jumping up high, charging 65% of OFA shockwave attack on his fist and punching them back to the ground while decapitating their heads. Izuku. And now you left. This is where it ends. The Nomu screams and then charges towards Izuku as he charges too. Izuku. Consecutive normal punches. Izuku launches a volley of quick, single-handed punches from his right hand on the Nomu. The attack causes intense amounts of wind pressure and causes the Nomu to screech in pain. The Nomu gets sent back a few meters but immediately gets back on his feet and charges back towards Izuku, preparing to attack him. Izuku. This is where it ends. 1 for all 100%. Destructive Death. Izuku charges a huge amount of shockwave energy on his fist to form an orb out of it. The Nomu then jumps and attempts to pounce on Izuku, but Izuku. It's over. Omega Blast. Izuku hits the Nomu with the attack and causes a powerful shockwave to occur. The shockwave causes the dirt to fly everywhere, blinding everyone. Koro-sensei. Hold on tight, everyone. Everyone braces the amount of wind pressure that nearly sends the entire building flying away with them. The pressure and the dust slightly settle as everyone gets back on their feet. Music ends. Koro-sensei. Is everyone okay? The class nods while coughing because of the amount of dust in the air. Nagisa. But is it really over? Ryo. Is he dead? Eri. No. Papa's still alive. I know it. The dust finally settles and reveals Izuku slightly standing, holding his fist up in the air. The Nomu was gone and was annihilated due to the attack. The pose he did resembled another hero in his world. Class 3E. He did it. Terasaka. That was awesome. Kayano. He's still standing. Eri. Papa did it. Koro-sensei. This kid might have a chance to kill me. Nurufufufufu. Karasuma. Now I have more reason to keep this kid. Izuku's Pav. I did it. I defeated an army of Nomu by myself. I know that this is only the beginning of what Shigaraki might do. But with Eri, the other users and maybe new friends I might be able to do it. But I would also have to be a student and assassin in this new class and kill Koro-sensei. Izuku. Koro-sensei. Before you destroy this world, I'll kill you. Koro-sensei looks at me with a goofy smile and I smile back. Before I felt my eyes grow heavy and start to fall down. But just like Uncle, this is my start. My start as a hero, a student, and an assassin in the assassination classroom. Somewhere else. No one's Pav. Unknown to Izuku, someone was watching him through a spy drone. Looks like player 2 has arrived. And here I thought he would have been dead by now. Scratches neck, damn it, Kurogiri and Dabi. But I don't have to worry about targeting the government. Takes out a file using 4 fingers. I have to take out the octopus and that green-haired brat. Then nothing can stop me from taking over and destroying this world. He drops the files which contains information about Koro-sensei next to a photo with Izuku on it. I might have to change up my plans. But I'm coming for you, Deku and Koro-sensei. The spy drone then disappears in thin air. Izuku's Pav. It's been a while after me and Eri arrived in this new world. I just dealt with a bunch of Nomu and saved Class 3E. Luckily I was able to patch up and heal my injuries before they became too fatal. I'm enrolled as one of their new students even though I'm like a year above them. The government converted the money I had, which was like 2,000 yen stored in my bag, to nearly over 700,000 yen, which was like way totally overboard. But where am I complaining? I was able to use the money to buy me an area house. The government took care of our food and clothing and bought us some. Since Eri doesn't want to leave my side, she was going to join me in class, and also because she saw Koro-sensei, and if she told other kids about it she may go under a memory wiping overtime. Karasuma gave me anti-sensei weapons, consisting of a knife, guns and bullets to go with the guns. I was also given books and a uniform which was like Nagasa's uniform. I was waiting for Eri downstairs before going to school. Izuku. Snowball, we're leaving. Eri. Coming, Papa. I hear her come down the stairs wearing freshly clean clothes she was wearing during the cultural festival. Izuku. Are you ready, Snowball? Eri. Smiles, of course, Papa. Izuku. Then let's go. But first puts a brown beanie on Eri's head. Let's put this on you so they won't suspect a thing. Eri. Okay, Papa. Let's go. Izuku. Chuckles. I think she wants to play with Kayano again. Time skip. Me and Eri were in front of the Class 3E building. After we got close to the forest near the campus, I used float to fly us up there so we won't get noticed by other students. Karasuma told me to keep my powers a secret to others except the class. Me and Eri went inside and went towards the classroom. I saw Nagasa, Sugino, Kayano and a few other in the class. Class doesn't start for a while, so I guess we were early. Izuku. Hey guys. Most of Class 3E. Hey Izuku. Eri. Hello everyone. Girls. Hi Eri-chan. Eri runs towards to the other girls while I went towards Nagasa and Sugino. I could already see Eri having a smile while talking with the girls. I couldn't help but chuckle. Izuku. Chuckles, looks like Eri's already made some friends. Nagasa and Sugino looked at the scene and see Eri playing with Kayano and Kanzaki. They also smiled at the scene. Nagasa. I guess you're right. But how's your injury? Izuku. It's all good. Trust me, I've dealt with worse. Remembers villains back at his world. By the way, where's Koro-sensei? Sugino. He's outside behind the school. Me and Nagasa are planning to assassinate him right now actually. You want to come along? Izuku. Sure, I guess. And maybe I could gather more information about Koro-sensei. Kayano, can you take care of Eri? Me, Nagasa and Sugino will be right back. Kayano. Sure. Come on, Eri. Eri. Yay. I see Eri and Kayano play with the other girls again while me, Sugino and Nagasa went to where Koro-sensei was to assassinate him. A few minutes later we find Koro-sensei behind the school sitting on a recliner, sipping a drink and reading a newspaper. The three of us were behind a tree watching Koro-sensei carefully. Koro-sensei. The moon is all they're talking about in America, too. I wish there were more interesting front page news. Izuku thought, so he's literally caused a nationwide panic, huh? Nagisa told me on the way here that he relaxes behind the school every day before class. And he has a drink and a newspaper he got from Hawaii. Can I even do that at a quick rate? Sugino whispers just as reported. Thanks, Nagisa. Nagisa nods and whispers yep. Good luck, Sugino. Sugino whispers you got it. That 10 billion is mine. Izuku thought, so he's planning to kill Koro-sensei with a baseball. It could work, but I think Koro-sensei would catch it in time before it would even hit him. I should probably start finding ways to assassinate Koro-sensei and find where Shigaraki is. Crap. I left my notebook back at the classroom. Size I'll just do it later then maybe go train again. We are killers. I'm a hero in an assassination classroom with an innocent snowball. And our target is our teacher. Sugino throws the ball silently towards Koro-sensei but just before it hits. Koro-sensei. Good morning. He was right behind the three of us greeting us good morning. Just how fast is he? Koro-sensei. Remember, speak up when you greet someone. Sugino and I just keep looking towards where he was and now. Even I was in disbelief of how fast he was. I only heard he had Mach 20 speed and since this is my first time seeing something that fast. I was completely blown away. Izuku and Nagisa. Gee good morning, Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. Embedding those anti-me BBs into a baseball. A fine idea. It won't make the kind of noise an air gun would. However, I had all this time to kill waiting for the ball to arrive, and my cells would fall apart if I touched those BBs directly. So that's why I pooped over to the equipment room to grab a glove with the baseball on it. I look at Nagisa and Sugino as they both have a look of shock and disbelief while me after hearing his explanation. Izuku. Koro-sensei. I do hope you can kill me, before graduation, that is. Suddenly all of us hear the school bell and Koro-sensei walks away while we were still dumbfounded. Koro-sensei. Now then, time for homeroom. Sugino. Sad yes, sir. Nagisa and I looked at Sugino as he had a sad look. Sugino. Damn it. Guess my ball won't do the trick after all. Izuku and Nagisa. Sugino. Izuku. Thought, Sugino. Don't lose hope now. Inside the classroom. Still Izuku's POV. Koro-sensei was just teaching a lesson while everyone was listening. But I was writing on my notebook with Eri on a chair next to me. Note. Izuku's chair is just behind Okuda while Eri's seat is behind Sugaya. Izuku. Writing on my notebook. So Koro-sensei vaporized 70% of the moon. No wonder Shigaraki wants to get rid of him because he might become a problem to him. And he says next March, he'll destroy Earth. Shigaraki with AFO might equal him in terms of world domination, but in intelligence I say Koro-sensei wins by a landslide. But my question still is why would someone like Koro-sensei, a being with that type of power wants to be our teacher? Whatever reason it is, the Ministry of Defense gave us a mission to kill him by next March. And whoever does gets paid handsomely with 10 billion yen. Luckily the ministry hasn't asked me anything about Shigaraki. But as a hero and Koro-sensei's student or assassin, it's my job to kill him. But while I was writing I heard Kayano and Nagisa talk to each other. I don't know how or why I could hear them from this distance but who cares. Kayano. Hey, Nagisa looks at her Sugino's assassination attempt failed this morning, huh? Nagisa. He's been down in the dumps ever since. So yeah, Sugino's baseball assassination attempt almost worked but unfortunately Koro-sensei sensed it and found a way to catch the ball. I might have to write down that he has superhuman senses in my notes. I would feel like Sugino whenever something goes bad with my plans but still. Kayano. It's nothing to get bummed about. I mean none of us have succeeded yet. She's right. But in our defense a bunch of students against someone faster than a bullet train is kinda hard to deal with. I wonder if I can match his speed with 100% full cowl. Maybe not. In my condition right now even with my hero gear it would just injure me before I could land a hit on him. And besides I might accidentally destroy half a forest along with the school with full cowl 100%. His nickname really does fit him. Korozanai or Koro-sensei the unkillable teacher. While I was writing Koro-sensei suddenly runs up to Sugaya and takes his notebook at blinding speed. Koro-sensei. Sugaya-kun. He looks at Sugaya's notebook with a terrifying face but with stars on his eyes. Sugaya just looks like he could piss his pants any second. Koro-sensei. So close. But my features are a bit finer than that. Koro-sensei shows Sugaya's notebook to the class. It had a drawing of Koro-sensei but with his corrections on it. Meihara. Finer how? Izuku. Time skip. School bell rings. Koro-sensei. Now then class. I have some business to take care of today, so if you'll excuse me. Izuku. Business. Koro-sensei. Yes, I'm catching a game in New York. And then Koro-sensei flies out of the window leaving a dust trail behind. Luckily Eri's a heavy sleeper. Yoshida. There he goes. Terasaka. What's his deal? Kurahashi. It'd be nice if he brought back some souvenirs for us, at least. Kataoka. Who wants souvenirs from their assassination target? I guess I better wake up Eri. I think she must have gotten tired after playing with the others. Izuku. Slightly taps Eri to wake her up. Hey Snowball, wake up. Eri groans and rubs her eyes as she begins to wake up. She stretches and looks at me while rubbing her other eye. Eri. Hey, Papa. Izuku. Are you hungry Snowball? Do you want some candy apples? Eri. Drooling * candy apples. Izuku. Chuckles, she does love apples a lot. Luckily I was able to make some. Takes out a candy apple from his bag. Here ya go. Gives Eri the candy apple. Eri. Thanks Papa. I swear, this girl might give me a heart attack before I could even defeat Shigaraki. I see the girls look at us with a look that just screams, ah, while some of the boys had smiles on their faces. Meihara. You're a pretty good father Izuku. Izuku. Scratches back of his neck. Thanks I guess. I know it's hard being a single father now, but I love Eri and I'll protect and take care of her. Yada. I'm sure Eri misses her mother, right, and you miss her. Izuku. Looks down. Why yeah. If you guys only knew. In truth is why would she even care about me? She stopped caring about me even before I was accused as a traitor. Uraraka just used me. She would go out with Iida behind my back. I saw her once going out with him and even kissing on the lips when she didn't even kiss me once. She even did it with him. I didn't tell anybody but wrote it on a diary back in my world. Because I still love her back then, but after she didn't even believe me I lost that feeling. Yada. Oh, I'm sore. Izuku. No, it's alright. I just remembered something back in my world. Yada. Okay. I won't go through further if it's something personal. But if you need someone to talk about it, you have all of us and me. Izuku. Smiles. Thanks Yada. Yada. Blushing and no problem. I noticed that her face was red and I was about to ask her if she had a fever. But the door opened and revealed Karasuma with a government agent. Izuku. Oh, Karasuma-san. Karasuma. How's it going? Any clues on how to kill him? Nagisa. Clues. I noticed the others look down while I just continued to write on my notebook. Hazama. Well, I mean, we are the E-class. I still don't know anything about the school system, and why did E-class have to be isolated on a place like this? I wanted to ask someone, but it might cause a bit of a ruckus if I do. But one thing I know is that the system here is different from UA and Shiketsu. Isogai. It's impossible, Karasuma-san. Mimura. He's way too fast. Okajima. You can't kill anything that flies at Mach 20. He's got us there for a bunch of normal students. When your enemy had inhuman speed that could go Mach 20, the chance of you killing him is at least 0.01%. Karasuma. Indeed, no army is capable of that feat. Okajima. Told ya. Karasuma. But only you have the opportunity. For whatever reason, he insists on being your teacher. Izuku-kun, can't you somehow match him? Izuku. Sighs. I might, but it won't be easy. Karasuma. What do you mean? Izuku. I guess I'll explain my power to you guys. My quirk is called superpower. It allows me to stockpile enormous amounts of raw power to enhance all of my physical abilities to superhuman level. But in a rare case I gained more than what I could bargain for, like the powers Float, Black Whip, Fa Jin, Danger Sense and Destructive Death. Each of them have their own unique usage. I have another power, but it's best if I could save it for next time just in case. Terasaka. But if you have all that power, why not just kill him already? Izuku. Because I have one thing that Koro-sensei's speed doesn't. Karasuma. And that is Izuku. A drawback. Looking at Koro-sensei now, his speed doesn't have any drawbacks whenever he uses it. However, my powers are like a double-edged sword. The more I use them at a percentage I can't control, or the more times I exceed my limits, the more it destroys my body. So far I can control up to 45% minus 55% throughout my whole body without the use of special gear. But with gear I could enhance it to 65% minus 75%. But since my gear was damaged during the battle and there aren't any special types of doctors who can easily heal severe damages, I have to rely on 45% minus 55%, which is very far from Mach 20. All we can do now is to just identify Koro-sensei's weaknesses and exploit them. Unkillable or unbeatable doesn't exist, everyone has their own weaknesses. Karasuma. I understand. Left to his own devices, come next March, he'll blow Earth up. Izuku. And I guess judging by the moon we all know one thing. Karasuma and Izuku. He's too dangerous to be left alive. Karasuma. This classroom is the only place he can be killed. Izuku. I know back in my world I don't agree about killing anyone. But now since it might be the only way, and a couple of other things that happened back in my world, I guess it might be the only solution. And besides, Koro-sensei isn't the only threat to this world. Timeskip. No one's POV. Class 3E is currently at their break time. Most of them were eating in the classroom while the others were somewhere else. Eri was with Kayano and the other girls. Eri was eating another candy apple while Izuku was outside taking a little breather. Kayano. Eri, you're just so cute. Eri. Thank you. But Kayano and the others notice Yada looking down a bit and deep in thought. Kayano. Yada, is something wrong? Yada. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about something, that's all. Kanzaki. What is it? Kuranashi. You've been like that even yesterday. Yada. Did you notice the look on Izuku when I asked something about his world? Rinka. Now that you say it, yeah. Yada. The look in his eyes shows like something bad happened back in his world. Kayano. I noticed it too. The moment you asked that, the emotion in his eyes changed suddenly but then came back to normal afterwards. Rio. Eri, can you tell us on what happened back on Izuku's world? Eri. I'm sorry, but Papa doesn't want me to tell anybody else about our world. Fua. Did he tell the reason why? Eri. Papa said it was a bit of a touchy subject to talk about. Yada. I guess there is not point in asking him about it. But still. Eri. Yada-san, do you like Papa? Yada. Blushing no. I mean. I know he's cute and all, and strong and heroic, starts to daydream but then shakes her head, but I still get the feeling there is more in him but we just don't see it. Kayano. I guess. But maybe during his time here we could get to know him more like how we're getting to know Eri more. By the way, where is he, Eri? Eri. Papa said he needed to do something outside. Outside. Sugino was sitting by the stairs holding his lunch but then covers it again and places it near him. He looked down and was troubled by something. But then Koro-sensei came behind him and showed the ball in his hand to him. Koro-sensei. All polished up, Sugino-kun. Sugino. Koro-sensei. Wait. What are you eating? Koro-sensei. A coconut I bought in Hawaii yesterday. Bites, want a bite? Sugino. Takes ball, you're supposed to drink out of it. Koro-sensei. Nice throw yesterday. Sugino. Easy for you to say. Clearly I have no hope of hitting you at Mach 20 with my throwing speed. Koro-sensei. Looks at Sugino, so you're in the baseball club. All of a sudden Sugino stops throwing the ball up and down and looks down. Sugino. I used to be. Koro-sensei. Used to. Sugino. Clubs. The E-class isn't allowed to be in clubs, out at this satellite campus. Our bad grades got us here, so we're supposed to focus on studying. Koro-sensei. That's some major discrimination. Sugino. It's alright. You saw it yesterday, right? How slow I am. So slow that I couldn't pitch a single strike, and I got benched. Pretty soon I lost interest in studying, too, and wound up in the ol' class. Unknown to the both of them, someone was listening to their conversation. Izuku. So he was like me. It was Izuku. He was supposed to be training outside, but he saw Sugino and Koro-sensei talking to each other and decided to listen on what they were talking about. Izuku. He reminds me of myself back when I was a kid. No, not just him. Maybe all of Class 3E. Izuku was one of the students who studied at Aldera Junior High before going to UA High. But even before going to Aldera, he already suffered discrimination at a higher stake. Class 3E suffers from verbal and social discrimination. While Izuku suffered from verbal, social, physical, and even suicide baiting. Teachers wouldn't mostly give a crap about what would happen to Izuku. Neither the students on what would happen to him, because he was quirkless. Quirkless people are the 20% of the population back at his own world. And most would think that those with powers would protect those powerless. Well, they're dead wrong. 18.5% of the quirkless people die from suicide, murder, abuse, or accidents just because of something they couldn't control. He pieced it together somehow that Class 3E faces some sort of discrimination judging by how he heard what Sugino and Koro-sensei were talking about. The discrimination involves getting isolated in a classroom far away from the main campus. They get socially isolated from the other students and verbally discriminated. It may be a good system to others, but to those who suffered discrimination like Izuku is hell. The function of this system to isolate the best and ditch the rest is bull crap and corrupted. It's no longer about grades, it's about lumping a group of people in one area and taking away their privileges even if they show improvement. It's basically like back at his world on how most of the 80% treat the 20%. If there was one thing Izuku hated the most, and that was seeing people like him being discriminated. But he was somewhat thankful because he was able to drastically improve and conquer his challenges. And he thinks Sugino needed some motivation. His thoughts were interrupted as he sees Sugino being wrapped by Koro-sensei's tentacles. And he sees Nagisa come out looking at the both of them. Nagisa. Wow, he's really up in arms. Nagisa gets closer to them while Izuku just continues to hide and see what will unfold. Nagisa. Koro-sensei. What are you doing? What about your pledge not to hurt any students? Koro-sensei. Nurufufufufu, Sugino-kun. That unique pitching form I saw yesterday. You're copying a major league pitcher Arita, aren't you? Izuku then continued to observe the situation and the way Sugino reacted, meaning Koro-sensei was right. It was like how Izuku used All Might as an inspiration, but it became like a shackle to him and holding him down. But ever since his internship with Gran Torino and help from the other users, he was able to see that he should make one for all his own quirk and use it in his own style and not imitate anyone else. And now he sees that Sugino needs to learn that. Koro-sensei stands up and places Sugino on the ground, but the tentacles don't lie. Your shoulder muscles are out of whack compared to Arita's. Sugino. What's that supposed to mean? Koro-sensei. You won't be able to pitch his super fastballs with that body, no matter how much you try to imitate him. When Koro-sensei finished, Izuku could see the shocked look on Sugino's face. And the dark look on Nagasa's face. But on his point of view, Koro-sensei's right. Nagisa. How can you be so sure? Clenches fists. Sugino. Nagisa. Izuku's pav. Nagisa. Because we're misfits. Because we're the E class, the end class. So why bother? Is that it? They really remind me of what I felt from the inside whenever I was discriminated. Nobody applauded me for my abilities because I was quirkless. No matter how much I tried to imitate the heroes I idolized, I couldn't be like them. Even now. Koro-sensei. Well, how do I know it's impossible? All of a sudden he pulls out a new paper with a headline, Tentacles Attack, on it. Koro-sensei. Yesterday I checked the man himself. Nagisa and Sugino. Izuku. And here I thought he either talked to Arita or just read it about somewhere. But still, was that the reason why he went to watch a baseball match yesterday? Did he really went all the way to New York just to help Sugino? Koro-sensei. Shows a board I got his autograph, too. The board literally had, knock it off, tentacles, Arita. Is he serious? But still I remember the times I would appreciate a hero just signing my notebook. Nagisa. You asked him for an autograph like that. No wonder he was furious. Koro-sensei. Crying in happiness. It was shock. Sheer shock. Nagisa. Sighs. Sugino. I get it. I just don't have his talent. He's right there, but. Koro-sensei. On the other hand, pokes and prods Sagino's right arm. Your elbows and wrists are more flexible than Arita's. Train well and you could far surpass him. These fondling for comparison's sake tentacles are never wrong. Places a tentacle on his shoulder, there's more than one kind of talent. Izuku. He's right, you know. I finally came out of hiding looking at Sagino with a smile on my face. While they had a slightly shocked face. Sagino. Izuku. Izuku. I heard everything. And Koro-sensei's right. There's more than one kind of talent. Kneels in front of him. I used to be like you. Sagino. Huh. Izuku. I copied a lot of techniques of the heroes I idolized did. But in the end they ended up holding me back from the potential I had. Inspiration isn't bad, but Gran Torino. Analysis and prediction, huh. But you're stiff. And there's discord within your mind. That's why it turned out like this. The way you used one for all in the cavalry battle and the tournament, you already should understand it. But your admiration for All Might and your sense of justice are like shackles. It's true that you need to get stronger, fast. But time and enemies won't wait until you get stronger. You're thinking one for all is more special than it is. Izuku. It may have taken me a while to realize it, but it was all worth it, but being someone you can't be is impossible. Remember, you're not Arita, but you're your own person. It depends on you if you want to work hard to become greater than him in your own way. And remember this, a dropout will beat a genius through hard work. It just depends on you if you're willing to put the effort to do so and harness your own style to a perfect blade. Koro-sensei. Very well said, Izuku-kun. Looks at Sagino. Find an assassination that suit you style. Walks back inside the school. Sagino. My elbows and wrists are better. Smiles. My talent. Izuku. Sigh. I guess I better head back inside as well. I need to get some stuff. I went to follow Koro-sensei back inside and just look at him. He's really a great teacher. Just looking at him and seeing what he did makes me see that there's more to him than meets the eye. Nagisa. Koro-sensei. Before Koro-sensei opens the door to the teacher's room, we both look behind and see Nagisa coming to Koro-sensei. Nagisa. You mean you went to New York just to give Sagino advice? Koro-sensei. Of course. I'm his teacher. Normally teachers wouldn't go that far just to help a student. Koro-sensei is like Mr. Aizawa, but more on the positive sides of life. He helps students he can in his own way possible. Nagisa. Most teachers wouldn't go that far. But you will. The guy who's going to destroy Earth. Koro-sensei suddenly remained silent for a moment. Maybe he's remembering something. But yeah, a teacher with the power to destroy Earth just helped a student learn something. He's definitely hiding something from us. But I won't barge into their personal business because they might do the same to me. Koro-sensei. Nagisa-kun. Izuku-kun. I became your teacher to keep a promise I made. Takes Nagisa's notebook and grades it with lightning speed. I will indeed destroy the Earth, but first, I'll be your teacher. He then shows Nagisa's notebook to the both of us. He showed the marked word which had no major grammar mistakes and a great ending fantastic diary entry written all over it. Koro-sensei. Taking you kids seriously is more than the end of the world. Nagisa. Koro-sensei. Nagisa takes back his notebook while I just continued to stare at this teacher with a slight smile. For someone willing to destroy this world, he's really prioritizing on the students first. Nagisa. Please don't write weird problems on the back. Koro-sensei. What? I looked at it and saw tentacles drawn all over the page. Izuku. Asterisk sweat drops. Seriously. His methods may be weird, but. Nagisa. I know you want to show off your grading speed, but. Koro-sensei. It's like a bonus. Sweats nervously. I thought you'd be happy. Nagisa. More like a penalty. Koro-sensei. So, I hope all of you will seriously enjoy both studying and assassinating. Face gains green stripes even though you'll never pull off the assassinating part. Eats his own pen. Izuku. Asterisk sweat drops. Just what type of appetite does this guy have? But even if he's weird or his methods are. Class 3E should be glad that they have a teacher like him. Koro-sensei. By the way, Izuku-kun. Izuku. Yes, Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. The way you talked to Sagino-kun before. Was it all true? I slightly flinched and it was noticed by the both of them. And I felt my eyes losing its emotions. Izuku. Losses emotion in his eyes. Why yes. Koro-sensei. Oh, Nagisa. Is something wrong, Izuku? Izuku. It's just that I saw the pain he was facing and wanted to learn more on why he was like that. So I decided to spy on the both of you and hear what you guys were talking about. And I saw something in Sagino and decided to step in to help him. Koro-sensei. What did you see? Izuku. Get away from here, you quirkless bastard. You can't do anything right. You're never gonna make it. You can't be a hero. You're quirkless. You're not good enough. Nobody cares about you. Just give up on your dreams and die. Izuku. Smiles sadly. Him and Class 3E reminded me about something. But it's best if I don't tell it for now. I just did what a hero would do in situations like that. A hero helps someone when they're physically or emotionally in trouble. Koro-sensei. I see, thank you for helping Sagino-kun. I'm sure it'll be a big help for him in the future. Izuku. Emotion returns to his eyes. I'm sure it will. Smiles. I better head back and get something or maybe check on Eri. See you later, Koro-sensei, and Nagisa walks away. While I was walking, I was trying not to break down or show any way of weakness. Man, when was the last time I cried? I'm trying to suppress my emotions to not worry anyone. I won't let anyone know about my childhood or what happened to me before I got here. I don't need help. A hero doesn't need help and doesn't cry. I don't need anyone to worry about me, not Koro-sensei, not Class 3E, not Karasuma, not the users, not even Eri. Izuku. I'm fine. I don't need help. Time skip. No one's POV. Outside the class building somewhere, Koro-sensei was using a blue penguin snow cone machine, humming to himself as he was sitting on a blanket. But unknown to Koro-sensei, a few of Class 3E was hiding behind the bushes watching Koro-sensei. Katauka. Whispers, there he is. Isogai. Whispers, he said he'd be snacking on shaved North Pole ice today. Meihara. Whispers, that octopus, hidden the North Pole like it's the corner shop. Isogai. Whispers, now. We split the 10 billion. Yada, Takaoka, Mimura, Meihara and Okano all nod as they initiate their assassination attempt. While Koro-sensei was still busy focusing the snow cones. Koro-sensei. He was interrupted as he hears a few students coming towards him. He sees Isogai, Yada, Takaoka, Mimura, Meihara and Okano coming towards him with sweet smiles on their faces while Yada was waving her hand. Isogai, Yada, Takaoka, Mimura, Meihara and Okano, can we have some shaved ice too? Koro-sensei cries with tears of joy while having a pink blush on his face. Koro-sensei. They've opened their hearts to me, with such smiling faces. But the sweetness in the air ended in flash. When suddenly all 5 of them withdrew their knives and attempted to pounce towards Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. And such lethal intent. Koro-sensei suddenly disappeared in flash just before they landed the attack, leaving a dust cloud behind. They started coughing badly because of the dust. But when the dust finally settles, all that was left was just the blanket and an empty tipped-over snow cone machine. All 5 of them looked confused. Isogai. Huh, Koro-sensei. But you know, your smiles were a little forced. Said by Koro-sensei, who was behind them holding a strawberry-flavored snow cone and a towel. Koro-sensei. That wasn't enough for me to let down my guard. Drops towel, set aside these dangerous anti-sensei knives. He drops the towel he was holding, which revealed to be their anti-sensei knives. As they all looked shocked and saw that they were actually holding flowers in their hands. Koro-sensei. Stop and smell the flower, and start by learning to put on a good smile. Katauka. Inspects flowers. Realizes, hey, Koro-sensei. These are the flowers we've been growing. She screamed, making Isogai and Koro-sensei flinch. Koro-sensei. Sweating nervously. Is that so? Yada covered her mouth in anguish while Okano was wiping small tears from her eyes. Yada. Voice cracking, that's so low, Koro-sensei. After we took such care of them and they finally bloomed, slightly tearing up. Koro-sensei. Waves tentacles, apologies. I'll get you some new bulbs. He disappears and reappears holding seeds. Here you go. Isogai and Meihara, just sweat dropped looking at him. Koro-sensei begins planting them while Okano and Takaoka are watching him. Okano. Don't go planting them at Mach speeds, now. Koro-sensei. Understood. Katauka. Handle each one gently. Koro-sensei. Got it. Isogai and Meihara just watch what was happening with a little sweat drop. Meihara. Hey, isn't he planning to destroy the earth? Isogai. Why yeah, and here he is planting tulips. Behind the shed Terasaka and his crew, Yoshida, Hazama and Muramatsu watch the events that are unfolding. Terasaka. TCH. The monster's trying to be all goody two shoes. Scene change. Kayano. What are you writing, Nagisa? Kayano spotted Nagisa in front of the school door watching what was happening while writing something in his notebook. Nagisa continues to write. I thought I'd jot down Koro-sensei's weak points. I might get a good assassination hint from him. Kayano. Peeks on his notebook. Koro-sensei's weak point 1. When he shows off things get shaky. Kayano. And that's supposed to be useful. Nagisa sighs and re-examines his list. But then Sugino takes his notebook and started to flick through the notebook. Sugino. What do you mean? They could come in handy. He stops on a page and begins reading it. Height. About 3 meters standing tall. Special moves. Supersonic speed cruising. Sugino. The hell is this? Kayano. So, not useful, then. Nagisa. Not right now. All of a sudden the three of them heard someone muttering a bunch of words. Nagisa. Do you guys? Sugino. Pissed. Points. Nagisa and Kayano looked to where Sugino was pointing. And they saw Izuku beside them writing on a notebook while muttering, which was getting slightly louder. Eri was also with him and she was staring at Izuku too. All three of them couldn't understand what he was saying or writing. All they know is that they're looking at a rap god. Kayano. Izuku. Izuku. Sorry, was I disturbing you guys? Nagisa. No, not at all. But what are you doing? Izuku. I was just writing info about Koro-sensei and maybe find a way to use a weakness and exploit it. He continued to write on his notebook while the three of them look at his notebook saw the contents of the page. Name. Koro-sensei. Alias. The octopus. Species. Unknown. Gender. Male. Age. Maybe an adult. Height. Approximately 3 meters or 9 feet 8. Weight. Unknown. Blood type. Unknown. Goals. Destroy Earth. Teach Class 3 due to a promise. Powers. 1. Antimatter physiology. 2. Superhuman speed, Mach 20. 3. Regeneration. 4. Flight. 5. Protective coloring. 6. Skin shedding once a month. 7. Superhuman senses. 8. Superhuman digestion. 9. Superhuman reflexes. Skills. 1. Assassination expertise. 2. Genius intellect. Known weaknesses. Anti-sensei weapons. 1. When he tries to act cool, his weaknesses show. Nagisa. Wow. Kayano. That's a lot of info. Do you like to write? Izuku. Chuckles embarrassingly, it's sort of a hobby to me. But I can only find one weakness so far. But as time goes on I'm sure we can kill him. Nagisa. Kayano and Sugino. Yeah. Nagisa. By the way, can I write some of your? Izuku. Smiles. Sure. I just hope Karasuma-san brings what I need and the assassination works. Time skip. Karasuma just finished talking to Principal Asano about him being Class 3E's new PE teacher starting the next day. He was heading towards Class 3E's building while thinking. Karasuma. Walking. I see. If a handful of students is discriminated harshly against, the majority will work harder, fueled by pressure and a sense of superiority. Its structure is reasonable enough, and that satellite campus is perfect for our top secret mission. Those end-class pariahs must be almost ready to snap, though. And by the way, I wonder why did Izuku-kun needed these? Karasuma arrived at the Class 3E building with 2 suitcases in his hands. He saw both Kayano and Izuku carrying a bunch of bamboo in their hands. Kayano. Hey there, Karasuma-san. Kayano went closer to Karasuma and greeted him while she kept bouncing up and down on her feet. Izuku followed her and looked at Karasuma with a smile on his face. Izuku. Hello there, Karasuma-san. Karasuma. Hello. Starting tomorrow, I'll be here to help you out as a teacher. Kayano. Oh, will you? Karasuma. I look forward to it. Izuku. I look forward to it also, Karasuma-sensei. Kayano. Oh right. From now on, you'll be Karasuma-sensei. Karasuma. Izuku gives him a suitcase here, like you requested. Izuku. Thank you, Karasuma-sensei. Kayano. What's inside? Izuku. Well, Izuku opens it and reveals 10 new anti-sensei knives, C4 attached with anti-sensei bullets and a remote control, and a smoke bomb. Izuku. Stuff that I might need to assassinate Koro-sensei. Karasuma. By the way, look to his side, where is he? Izuku. Well, Okajima then ran past them holding a thick rope. Kayano. Koro-sensei ruined the class's flowerbed, so to make up for it, They looked to the side where Koro-sensei was tied up to a branch of a thick tree. He was dodging the students using Mach 20 speed while some of the students were using their anti-sensei knives tied to the bamboo Izuku and Kayano had. Some were aiming and shooting at him with guns. Kayano. He's handicapped himself for an assassination competition. Koro-sensei. Dodging a little something extra by way of apology. Both me and Kayano went close to Nagisa. He was holding his anti-sensei pistol with a look of hopelessness. While me and Kayano had a skeptical look. Kayano. Any luck, Nagisa? Nagisa. He's totally not taking us seriously. Karasuma. You call this assassination? Izuku. Hang on gains the three's attention going by Koro-sensei's weak points. My plan should work perfectly. Karasuma. What plan? Izuku. How about you check your notes? I'll be back. Uses full cowl. Izuku sneakily goes on to the roof of the school building holding the suitcase. Izuku. Fixing stuff, judging by Koro-sensei's personality. After shaking the tree so much the branch will collapse sooner or later. Meaning he'll be on the ground struggling to break free and will soon be running from a mob of students. And since this is the highest place in this area so far, he'll fly up here. So I'll place the C4 down here, and as soon as he lands here I'll activate the C4 launching the anti-sensei bullets toward him. But if that plan fails, I have the smoke bomb here that will trigger a few seconds after the bomb explodes and initiate plan B. Izuku then places the C4 down on the school's roof with the smoke bomb next to it. He then sneakily goes back to where Kayano and the others were. Kayano. Izuku, where did you go? Izuku. Just readying my assassination attempt. And in a few seconds I think that one of the weaknesses Nagisa and I wrote will be right, and the second one I wrote after observing Koro-sensei. Nagisa. What second one? Izuku. Shish, just watch. Luckily Aries watching YouTube on my phone with headphones on. They go back to watching Koro-sensei, who was dodging the attacks with green striped face. Koro-sensei. I'm afraid it's no use, students of Class E. Even with this handicap, I'm still far faster. Izuku notices the branch on where Koro-sensei was tied at and raised 3 fingers. Izuku. 3. Koro-sensei. Killing me. Izuku. 2. Koro-sensei. Is still afar off. Izuku. 1. Koro-sensei. Dream. The branch suddenly snapped and Koro-sensei landed face first on the floor. Koro-sensei. Izuku. Now in less than a second. Class 3E. Now. Kill him. Koro-sensei. Rats. Koro-sensei just continued to roll on the ground non-stop, dodging an angry student onslaught. Koro-sensei. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. Izuku and Nagisa. Weakness number 1. When he tries to act cool, his weaknesses show. Kayano. Those notes might come in handy. Nagisa. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. Izuku. Then ready your number 2 already. Because it'll come sooner or later. Koro-sensei. Hey, wait. My tentacles are tangled up in the ropes. Izuku. Weakness number 2. He is surprisingly quick to panic. And now time to activate my plan. The 3 of them look interestingly at Izuku as he was holding the C4 remote in his hands. Koro-sensei. Stop it. Gets free from the ropes. Why you little flies away. Katauka. Damn. He got away. Koro-sensei. Lands on the roof. You'll never make it all the way up here. You lack the base capability. Ha ha. Dummies. Kimura. And we were so close. Izuku. Internally smirks just as planned. Izuku presses the button and all of a sudden the C4 behind Koro-sensei explodes and sends a lot of the anti-sensei bullets flying. It scared most of the others, and when the smoke finally clears, Koro-sensei finally appears and was slightly damaged. Koro-sensei. What the heck was that? Nagisa looks at Izuku and sees the slight smile on his face. Nagisa. Shocked, he's the first one to hurt Koro-sensei. Izuku. And now for plan B. The smoke bomb suddenly explodes and it covered Koro-sensei in a cloud of smoke. Izuku. Black whip. 10 black-like tendrils came out from Izuku's fingertips and headed towards the suitcase that was underneath where Koro-sensei was. The whips picked up the 10 knives in the bag. Karasuma. Shocked, I may have underestimated this kid too much. Here I thought he would be relying on brute strength to defeat that thing. Izuku. Deadly. The knives aligned all perfectly underneath Koro-sensei. Izuku. Tentacle. Class 3E. Shocked, Izuku was ready for this. Izuku. Stingers. The 10 knives plunged into the smokescreen and stabbed right though something as yellow stuff came out. Kayano. Did he do it? The smoke slightly clears and reveals. Koro-sensei. Hello class. Everyone flinched and looked behind them and saw Koro-sensei slightly injured. Izuku. How did? Koro-sensei. Just before the knives stabbed me. I was able to avoid the final blow but unfortunately. The smoke finally clears and revealed that the knives stabbed through a giant honey jar. Everyone. A giant honey jar. Koro-sensei. It was fresh from Africa. Crying I was supposedly saving it for later. Izuku. Looks down and clenches his fists. It failed. Why did it fail? Ha 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 ha. Look at him. He can't even make a proper shot as far as a dog could throw. You're even more worthless than a dog. You're lower than a dog. You're an ant. You're a failure. Your existence is a complete mistake. He might not even understand us. No one loves a useless person like you. Maybe your entire birth was a mistake. If you really want to be useful, die. Izuku. Clenching his fist tighter. Damn it. Not again. My plan was useless. Just like me. Kayano. Izuku. Koro-sensei places a tentacle on Izuku's head and Izuku looked up and saw his face with a gentle smile on it. Koro-sensei. Rubs his tentacle softly on his head. It didn't entirely fail Izuku-kun. The attempt completely caught me off guard. You were ahead of my thinking and planned to assassinate me at my weakest state. You did a good job Izuku-kun. I never would have thought a hero would be able to land the first direct blow on me. Use this experience as a way for you to improve. As he was patting my head I slightly smiled, a smile that was genuine. The feeling was a feeling I don't feel from something else other than my mom. Inko. Pats his head. Just do your best Izuku. I'll be here to support you in whatever dream you choose. Izuku. Thank you Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. But, I'm doubling tonight's homework. Class 3E. So petty. Weakness number 3. He is petty. Koro-sensei. Flies away. Nurufufufufu. Meihara. He's gone. Katauka. Raises her fist triumphantly, but this is the closest we've ever gotten. Isogai. Raises fist in determination. If we keep this up, we'll definitely get our chance to kill him. Yada. Ooh, and then we get 10 billion yen. Izuku was still contemplating his thoughts but was interrupted as Kayano touched his shoulder. Kayano. Think we can kill him, Izuku. Izuku. Chuckles. We will. There's still a tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Every setback is a setup for a comeback. How about you Nagisa? Nagisa. We will. Otherwise, we'd never be able to face him. Karasuma's pav. Karasuma. Thought, junior high kids talking happily about assassination. This is one unusual space, all right. I look at the other and saw Izuku being congratulated by the other students. Yada. That was amazing Izuku. You almost had him. Izuku. Scratches the back of his neck embarrassingly well. Isogai. She's right, I didn't expect it from you. Yada. I only thought heroes were about brute strength but you managed to outsmart Koro-sensei. Katauka. Maybe you can teach us more about your plans. Izuku. Sure. Karasuma. Thought, Izuku-kun, you managed to surprise me with your attempt today. I never thought you had something like that in you. It's so strange how the students with the liveliest expressions at this school are here in E-class with their target teaching them. Karasuma looks again at the class and saw Yada blushing after being complimented by Izuku on how he almost got Koro-sensei too. She was covering her face in embarrassment while Izuku was panicking. Izuku's pav. I was trying to calm Yada down after I complimented her on how she almost got Koro-sensei. I smiled at her and she suddenly got flustered and embarrassed for I don't know what reason. I asked her if she was alright and she just smiled at me sweetly and said it was alright and thanks for the compliment. I felt my heart skip a beat slightly as I smiled back. I look at the sky and back at the class who were chatting ways on how to kill Koro-sensei. I don't want anything bad to happen to this world. I have to stop Shigaraki and Koro-sensei from doing something horrible to this world. Izuku smiles. I'll protect this world and especially this class. Looks at class 3E because they were just like me back then. At the Ministry of Defense building. Inside the building in a dark room with only white light shining. A female agent along with a male agent are in the room. Female agent. Those are the circumstances. Given the crisis the Earth is in, you must speak of them to no one. The unknown occupant looks at the paper he was holding. It had a briefing of Koro-sensei on it. Koro-sensei was holding a sign with the word president while he had green stripes on his face. Female agent. If this gets out, you will be made to undergo a memory wiping operation. Yikes. Female agent. All members of the E-class have received the same explanation. They're already part of the mission along with a new transfer that came a while ago. Once your suspension is over, you will return to E-class. Therefore, you too will be given the assassination assignment. So, drops paper to his side. Does this rubber knife really work? Shows a rubber knife and bends it. Female agent. Yes, it's harmless to humans, but we guarantee it will work on him. I guess it doesn't matter if he's not human. He suddenly stabs the anti-sensei knife on the paper he dropped near him. He picks up the knife with the paper attached to it. I've always wanted to try. He then drops the knife and paper to the ground. And it reveals that the knife stabbed right through Koro-sensei's picture. The face of the unknown was revealed to be a short red-haired male. He has pale skin and pale sharp eyes that appear as either mercury or goldish in color. He had a shadow cast over his eyes, had a sinister smile and his eyes glint ominously. Killing a teacher. No one's POV. Outside Class 3E's building you could hear all the students. Class 3E. 1, 2, 3, 4. Class 3E was in their PE uniforms on the field counting while swing their anti-sensei knives and stabbing the air. Class 3E. 5, 6. Koro-sensei. The sounds of exercise echoing across the field on a sunny afternoon, how peaceful. Koro-sensei was fanning himself with the daisy he's holding while he watched them. He was wearing an unflattering gym teacher uniform. Koro-sensei. Or so it would be if the students didn't have weapons in their hands. Class 3E. 7, 8. Karasuma. Wield your knives properly from all 8 directions, now. Karasuma was next to him wearing a white polo with a black tie. He had his hands on his waist watching and ordering the students. Karasuma. From now on, I'm in charge of physical education. Koro-sensei. That makes me a little lonely. Karasuma, didn't I tell you to make yourself scarce during this period? Points behind him using his thumbs. Go play in the sandbox with Eri or something. Koro-sensei was now in the sandbox with Eri while he was miserably building a sand castle. Koro-sensei. You're so mean, Karasuma-sensei. Eri. Come on, Mr. Octopus. Let's make a sand castle. Koro-sensei. Looks at Karasuma. I'll have you know that my students happen to like my PE activities. Suddenly Sugino, Okajima and Sugaya stopped counting along with the rest of the class. Sugaya. Liar. Koro-sensei's physical abilities are just too different. Okajima. Same goes for Izuku, he's the only one who could keep up. Sugino. Do you remember that one time? Flashback. Koro-sensei was standing in the middle of the field looking at the rest of his students. Koro-sensei. Now let's try jumping side to side. I'll show you how it's done. He then used Mach 20 to move in a blur. It was so fast that there were like 3 afterimages of him. Meihara. Sugino. Okajima. As if. Are you kidding me? Koro-sensei. Once you're used to it, toss some cat's cradle into the mix. He then was holding a red yarn and began doing 3 types of cat's cradle while still doing repeated side steps. Meihara. Sugino. Okajima. Damn, he's good. All of a sudden they feel massive amounts of air beside them and see Izuku doing repeated side steps as well. Class 3E. Are you kidding me? Him too. He was moving not as fast as Koro-sensei. He was using full cowling 45% and was holding 2 canvases with paint brushes beside his area. Okajima. Is he painting? A few minutes of doing side steps, he stops and pants. And he throws one of the canvases to Koro-sensei as he stops doing side steps. He looks at the painting and starts to cry tears of joy. Koro-sensei. It's beautiful. The class became curious and decided to check the painting, and all of them dropped their jaws. It was painting of Koro-sensei and with the same art style as Mona Lisa, but the background was the classroom window. Sugaya. Damn, this looks pretty good. Meihara. Even though it's Koro-sensei, it still looks amazing. Koro-sensei. What is that supposed to mean? Izuku. Here ya go, Snowball. They look at where Izuku was as he was wiping the sweat and paint on his head. He gave the next canvas to Eri as she looks at it, and then she gives Izuku one of her sweetest smiles. Eri. It looks beautiful, Papa. The class gets curious again and looks at the painting. It was Demon Slayer crossover art. Izuku was Tanjiro wearing his clothes and the Hanafuda earrings. While Izuku is carrying Eri, and she was Nezuko wearing her clothes, having the ends of her hair red and the bamboo on her mouth. Girls. Kya. It looks so cute. Izuku. Scratches back of his neck, thanks I guess. Eri has been enjoying watching Demon Slayer on my phone lately. So I decided to make a painting based on it. And I also read the manga and it was pretty good. Even though the ending was. Fua. Don't spoil me. Izuku. Hehe, sorry hehe. Meihara. Sugino. Okajima. Damn, he has raw talent. Flashback end. Izuku. The training was good for me though. Okajima. Because you're a superhuman. Rio. He's just too far out. Sugino. I'd like a human teacher for gym, thanks. Koro-sensei. Oh. Gloomy boo hoo hoo. Eri. Don't be sad, Mr. Octopus, let's play. Karasuma. Okay, let's get back to work. Meihara. But Mr. Karasuma, is there any point to all this training? Meihara questions as the others look at him. Meihara. And should we be doing it right in front of our target? Karasuma. It's same in assassination as in studying. Drill the basics and they'll serve you well. Nagisa. Thought, the same. Karasuma. Isogai, Meihara, step forward. The both of them came forward and were facing Karasuma with their anti-sensei knives. Karasuma. Try hitting me with those knives. Isogai. Huh, are you sure? Meihara. As a team. Karasuma. Those knives won't hurt us humans. Just tie if they give me so much as a scratch, you can go home for the day. Isogai. Well, okay, then. Both of them get into a stance and are readying for an attack. Isogai jumps forward attempting to strike, but Karasuma dodges it by moving to the side. Karasuma. Come on. Meihara strikes next, but Karasuma intercepted it and grabbed his arm to shove him away. Isogai attempts to strike again, but Karasuma dodges again. They both then went to attack, but Karasuma just dodges or repels their attacks. Karasuma. As you see, with a little knowledge, even I can handle the knives of 2 amateurs. Nagisa. Wide eyes. Wow. Izuku. Thought, Karasuma sensei's good. Both boys scorned from the insult and tried to attack Karasuma again. But he just grabbed both of their wrists which held the knives, then he flips them both to the ground. Isogai and Meihara. Karasuma. If you can't even hit me, your chance of hitting him at Mach 20 is slim to none. See. While we were sparring, he looks to the sandbox where Koro-sensei and Eri is at. Karasuma. He built Osaka Castle in the sandbox, changed his clothes along with Eri's, brewed some tea, and made Eri a candy apple. Isogai. Thought, how infuriating. Karasuma. How about I give you another example? Izuku. How about you try to slash me? Okajima. But sensei, he'll just use his. Karasuma. Without your power. Unlike most of you, Izuku is an all-rounder who prioritizes on close combat and sometimes ranged attacks. But this is my test for him if he somewhat knows how to use knives. But when I get my hands on your knife, I'll have to fight back. So how about it? Izuku. Size okay, Karasuma sensei. Besides, this wasn't the first time I wielded or fought against someone wielding a knife in combat. But I haven't in like a few years ago. Both Izuku and Karasuma look at each other in a daze off while Izuku was holding the knife in front of him. Karasuma. I'll let you take the first strike. Revenge. That made Karasuma flinch as he looked around looking for the terrifying voice. Karasuma. Shocked, where did that come from? But as Karasuma looks at Izuku who was in front of him. Instead of him he saw a giant vicious beast surrounding a shadow of a black being who has red eyes. The beast was surrounded with fire, it was looking ready to pounce on its enemies and kept saying revenge over and over. Revenge. 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 I will have my revenge. They will all burn to ashes. Karasuma. What the? Karasuma-sensei. Karasuma closes and opens his eyes again and saw the worried and innocent look Izuku gave him. Izuku had his knife poking on Karasuma's chest. Izuku. Karasuma-sensei, is everything alright? You kinda froze in place. Karasuma. Why yes, sorry. Congratulations though on being the first one to land a hit on me. Did you use your power though? Izuku. No Karasuma-sensei, you can ask the others. But it still wasn't a fair match though sensei. I just saw you froze and used the opportunity to strike. Karasuma. I see. You did a good job using the opportunity to strike. But next time I won't go easy on you. Was that Izuku that I just saw? Is this kid hiding something else? No. It might just be my own thoughts. Izuku. I'll look forward to it then Karasuma-sensei. Karasuma. Looks at the rest of the class. Once the whole class is capable of hitting me, your chance of success will increase by leaps and bounds. During gym class, I'll be teaching you stabbing, shooting, all the assassination basics. Sugino. Whoa. Karasuma. That's all for today. Class 3E. Bows thank you. The class separates to talk with each other. But unknown to them a red-haired student was watching them. Yada. Karasuma-sensei is kinda scary, but he sure is cool. Koro-sensei winces in the background when he heard that. Kurahashi. Smiles right. Do you think he'll pat us on the head if we manage to hit him? Koro-sensei trembles more nervously. Rinka. I mean he didn't pat Izuku's head though. I still wonder. Izuku. Sighs. That's because I attacked when he wasn't ready. I still don't know what happened though. But all in all Karasuma-sensei does remind me of a teacher back in my world, Aizawa-sensei. Eri. You mean Uncle Aizawa, Papa? Izuku. Yeah, Snowball. Yada. Really? What was he like? The other three looked interested. Izuku. Well, in terms of personality they're both slightly alike. Aizawa-sensei is just more lazy, sleepy and sometimes harsh. I mean one time he literally expelled an entire class just because they didn't show any potential. Rinka. Yada and Kurahashi. What? Izuku. But he did that so they can experience death once, so they can all improve once he enrolls them back. He was one of the reasons why I improved so much. Aizawa. I'm sorry to tell you that for the next 3 years, UA will run you through the ringer. That's plus ultra. Use your strength to overcome it all. So bring it. Aizawa. No good hero is a one-trick pony. Aizawa. I'll watch you. If you're going to do this properly, Midoriya. Got that problem, child. Izuku. He may look strict and sometimes act that he doesn't care about me and the others. He does. He just doesn't show it to us. But through his actions he shows it to us. Smiles. And like Karasuma-sensei, I'm sure he may look scary but deep inside he cares about us. And besides his teaching is also pretty amazing. The three of them smile at his comment with unnoticeably faint blushes because of Izuku's smile. Karasuma heard the entire thing and tried his best to hide his smile. But Koro-sensei just looks mortified after hearing their comments. Koro-sensei. You're trying to steal my popularity from my students, aren't you? Karasuma. Don't be ridiculous. If the school so desires, it may assign an additional teacher to the E class. It says so in your employment contract. Suddenly Karasuma whips around and threw an anti-sensei knife at Koro-sensei. But he catches it between his two tentacles using a napkin. Karasuma. My duty is to provide on-site assassination monitoring, all in the name of killing you. Koro-sensei then lowers the knife on the napkin and removes the green hat part of his tea ceremony clothes. Koro-sensei. Please, use the name the students gave me. Places his normal school hat on his head. Call me, Koro-sensei. The school bells rings meaning next period. We see Izuku now walking with Nagisa and Sugino after his talk with Rinka, Yada and Kurahashi. Sugino. A quiz in 6th period, EH. Nagisa. Wish we could have gone home after gym. Izuku. I wish gym would have lasted longer. Eri. I wish I could play with Mr. Octopus more. All of a sudden Nagisa looks up and stops walking. We stop too and look to where he was looking at. Hey, Nagisa-kun. It was a pale skin, short red hair, and pale sharp-eyed male. He was a black blazer which was different to the standard school uniform. He was also holding a juice box in his hands as his hair blew through the wind. Smiles slyly. It's been a while. Nagisa. Karma-kun, you're back. Izuku. Thought, Karma, huh. I guess we have a new classmate who sounds more like an innocent version of Kachan. Izuku's pav. I was looking at the person up the stairs. It was a red-haired student who I now know the name as Karma. Karma, huh. I haven't heard that name in a long time ago. He awfully sounds like a calmer more version than Kachan. I guess he might be a new transferee student. Karama. Huh. Karma runs down the steps of the stairs and past us. Karma. So that's the infamous Koro-sensei. He walks past the class towards Koro-sensei looking innocently. But I can tell something is behind it. Karma. Whoa, he really does look like an octopus. Karma stops and looks at Koro-sensei, while Koro-sensei looks at him curiously. All of us are looking at him too with curious looks. Koro-sensei raises a tentacle. Karma Akabane, is it? I'd heard your suspension was up today. Faces changes to purple with an X on it, but you shouldn't be tardy on your first day back. Izuku. Karma Akabane, huh. Notices other hand in his pocket, so that's what he's going for, let me guess. Karma. Chuckles. It's hard to get back into the swing of things. Held out his hand and feel free to call me by my first name. Nice to meet you, Teach. Koro-sensei. Likewise. Let's make this a fun year. As Koro-sensei shakes Karma back. The moment they touch, Koro-sensei's tentacles popped with wet goo coming out. Koro-sensei. Shocked. Whoa. Karma then tosses his juice box into the air and unsheathed a knife from his sleeve. He attempted to slash Koro-sensei with it, but he dodged to the left. Izuku. Slightly smiles. So it was the old hidden blade in the hand trick, huh? Koro-sensei must have fell for it because Karma looked somewhat innocent at first. Karma. Wow. You really are fast. He chuckles and looks at his hands, which reveal to have cut up and glued pieces of anti-sensei knives. Karma. And those knives really do work. I sliced one up really fine and stuck the pieces on. But to be caught by such a simple move, and to jump back all the way, what are you, a scaredy cat? Izuku. Thought, so he's the second one, huh? The second one to hurt Koro-sensei. Or maybe the first one without powers. Karma then walks toward Koro-sensei with his hands inside his pocket. Karma. I heard they call you, Koro-sensei, because you're unkillable. He stands in front of Koro-sensei looking directly at him. Koro-sensei moves back to avoid getting stabbed suddenly while Karma tilted his head closer to him challengingly. Karma. But what's this? Are you a pushover after all? Koro-sensei's face became angry red color with veins spasming out of it. Kayano come close to the three of us while looking at what was happening. Kayano. Nagisa, what kind of person is this Karma? Izuku. Yeah, I'm curious as well. Nagisa. Well, we were in the same class our first and second years, but then his continued violent behavior earned him an expulsion, and those students end up here in the E class, too. Sheesh, and here I thought he was innocent like he looked before. He may be worse or as worse as the bullies back in my world. Well, I mean, even the sweetest looking people are the most dangerous ones. Nagisa. But, here he might be a star student like Izuku. Izuku. What do you mean? Nagisa. With Izuku he's got us beat in combat and physical strength. But when it comes to deadly weapons and foul play, Karma's got us all beat. Karma then plays with the anti-sensei knife in his hands and hides it back in his pocket. He walks away, his hands in his pockets and his hair covering his eyes. Time skip. We were back in the classroom taking the quiz while Koro-sensei was looking depressed while punching the wall. Eri was sleeping inside the teacher's office being watched by Karasuma-sensei. I just finished the quiz because it was a bit too easy and I just looked at Koro-sensei. I think his encounter with Karma did something to him. I think the class is getting distracted because of it. Mimura. What's Koro-sensei been doing all this time? Yada. Like, punching the wall. Isogai. Yeah, Karma's smack talking must have made him mad. Meihara. But his tentacles are too soft to damage the walls. Izuku. Sighs another weakness to my notebook. Weakness number 4. His punches are soft. Okano. Enough. Everyone looks at her quit with the squish squish. We're trying to take a quiz here. Koro-sensei. Pales P. Pardon me. I sigh and continue to just write stuff in my notebook. Terasaka. Hey, Karma, are you sure about this? That monster is pissed. Yoshida. This is all on you, man. Muramatsu. Sure you're not better off holing up at home. Karma. Looks at Terasaka asterisk you'd be pissed, too, Terasaka, if someone had started to kill you. Not like when a certain someone screwed up and wet himself. Terasaka. Tick mark 1 did not wet myself. Slams fist on his desk you cruisin' for a bruisin', pal. Karma's like Monoma with a calmer voice of Kachan. I think I should keep Eri away from him at this age. I don't want her to learn something like that at a very young age. Luckily she's with Karasuma-sensei. Koro-sensei. Tick mark you there. No loud noises during a test. Izuku. Thought, I think he should have told that to his tentacles. Koro-sensei. Why, that could even be considered cheating. Karma. Sorry, Koro-sensei. I've already finished, so I'll just sit here quietly and eat my gelato. Koro-sensei. Not during class, you won't. All of a sudden he freezes in place looking at Karma. Let me guess. Koro-sensei. Shocked that's the gelato I brought back from Italy yesterday. Class 3E. Thought, it's yours. Izuku. Sighs, called it. It was just like when Monoma took Kachan's spicy food when he wasn't looking. Notices something on the floor, are you serious? If he falls for this again. Karma. Oh, sorry. It was just chilling in the staff room. Koro-sensei. Sorry, won't cut it. I took pains to fly through the coldest stratosphere to keep that from melting, too. Karma. Huh, tilts his head so, what you gonna do about it? Licks the gelato hit me. Koro-sensei. Becomes angrily red I will not. I'll just have what's left. Walks toward Karma come now, hand it oh. Izuku. Yawns, and there he goes and falls into another trap. Koro-sensei looks down and sees that he stepped on a bunch of anti-sensei bullets on the floor. Koro-sensei. Anti-me BBs. Then Karma aims a gun and attempted to shoot at Koro-sensei but he dodges all his shots. Karma. Laughs gotcha again. Koro-sensei lifts up his tentacle and sees goo falling out of it. Karma just walks forward while pointing the gun at Koro-sensei. Every one of us just watch the scene unfold. Karma. I'll just keep using the same old tricks. Even if it interferes with class. He stops in front of Koro-sensei with the gun directly aimed on his thigh. Karma. If you don't like it, kill me or anyone else here. But the second you do. Koro-sensei flinches when he suddenly shoved the gelato into Koro-sensei's robe and continues to spin it in both directions. Okay, now that's just rude. Karma. No one'll see you as a teacher anymore. He then lets go of the gelato as it falls onto the floor hitting one of Koro-sensei's tentacles. Karma. You'll just be a murderous monster. Okay. Even if Koro-sensei's our target, he's still our teacher. This is just going too far. Okay, Karma. You are now in the number 1 of the people in this class one need to keep Eri away from. Now I regret saying that you look more like an innocent version of Kachan. He then looks at Koro-sensei with a deranged look. Karma. You, the teacher, will be killed by me. Tosses his quiz to Koro-sensei and walks past him. Here's my quiz. Probably got 'em all right. Karma walks to the classroom door and opens it. Karma. See ya, teach. Let's play some more tomorrow. He then walks out and closes the door while Koro-sensei cleans himself up looking sadly. Izuku. Writes in his notebook, Karma sure is quick-witted and maybe highly intelligent too. He knew there was a line that Koro-sensei can't cross without losing his teaching status. He's got the smarts to see the heart of the matter and to skill to handle just about anything. Time skip. Classes were done and we were all heading home. I dropped Eri off back to the house as quick as possible with OFA, to let her rest and wait at the house while I buy some groceries. So I walked to the nearest grocery I could find and past the subway station and I see Nagisa and Sagino. Izuku. Hey Nagisa. Sagino. Sagino. Oh, Izuku, where ya off to? Izuku. I just dropped Eri back at the house. I just need to get some food at the grocery store for the both of us. Especially her, I guess. We sorta ran out of apples. Sagino. Well then take care, Izuku. See ya, Nagisa. Izuku. See ya, Sagino. Nagisa. Yep. See ya tomorrow. We both wave goodbye to Sagino, who then walks off. But all of a sudden I hear two voices behind us. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. Hey, look. It's Nagisa. Right at home down in the E class. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 2. Barf. He'll never make it back to our class like that. I look at Nagisa and see him stare at ground, trying to ignore the both of them. Even these guys are getting on my nerves. Izuku. Hey, leave him alone. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. Oh, this guy looks new. Must be a transfer student. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 2. I pity him being in a class full of lamers. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. Plus, Akabane's back in E class now that his suspension's over. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 2. That's the pits. I would seriously rather die than wind up there. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. This transfer student might even be as useless like them. Izuku. Thought useless, huh? Revenge. Revenge. Make them feel fear. I finally had enough and used 3% of OFA to dash and punch the behind them. It left a punch mark on it and cracked. Izuku. Useless, huh? You two really have a bad habit of opening your mouth when you shouldn't. I could see them both shaking in fear as I look at them with sharpened eyes. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Karma joins in and smashes a green bottle above their heads, making them both flinch and scream. Karma. Really? You'd rather die? Points the sharp edges of the bottle to them like, now. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. 1. Shaking in fear, Akabane. The two of them ran away terrified while I remove my fist from the wall. Karma. Chuckles like I'd actually do it. Izuku. I really thought you would. Those guys were getting on my nerves. Karma. You should have let me do it on my own. With such great toys to play with, who wants another suspension? Izuku. You're Karma Akabane, huh? Extends hand. My name's Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. Karma. Shakes back likewise. So you're the transfer student from another world they told me about. I could see it now based on the punch mark you've left on the wall along with your speed. Feel free to call me by my first name, and I do hope we have a blast this year. Izuku. Same can be said to you. Nagisa. Karma-kun. Karma. So listen, Nagisa-kun, and Izuku. Size Izuku's fine. Just call me that. Karma. Right. So listen, Nagisa-kun and Izuku, there's something I wanted to ask you both. The three of us continued to walk through the subway. Karma. I understand you both know a few things about Koro-sensei. Nagisa. Well, kind of. Izuku. Yeah, I guess. Karma. Does he get mad when you call him an octopus? Nagisa. An octopus. Izuku. On the contrary, I think. His self-portrait in an octopus. Nagisa. Yeah, and he picks the octopus character in games. Izuku. And do you remember the time he was digging around in the sandbox and he said, octopus trap? Nagisa. Yeah, so if he's making jokes like that, I'd say the octopus thing is kind of his trademark. Karma. That gives me a little idea. Puts a hand on his chin. Nagisa. What are you up to now, Karma? Karma. I'm happy, as all. Turns to face us. I was wondering what I'd do if he were just some monster, but turns out he's an actual teacher. The train comes past behind him, and the fact that he looks more disturbing than usual. Karma. And I get to kill an actual teacher. Laughs. I mean, since the last one died on me. Me and Nagisa just stared at him worriedly. But the words he said and the look in his eyes. So he's suffered the betrayal of a teacher too, huh? I'll always have your back, Midoriya. I'll support you along the way. Besides, you might just be a late bloomer. Then after a few months. Why would I support someone as weak as you? You're lower than dirt. You're an ant. I'll make sure to drag your grades down to the ground with you. Izuku. So much for having my back. After the event, it left my heart raging with flames. Eventually, I was able to extinguish it because of a certain someone. But, All Might, from here on out, I will devote myself to raising you. Let's keep working hard together, young Midoriya. But just after one video. All Might. I should have never chosen someone like you to become my successor. You should have stayed quirkless, you traitor. Izuku. And you said you'll devote yourself. You didn't even let me explain or defend myself. My supposed mentors, teachers, let me down. They make promises they couldn't keep. Promises are worse than lies. Because you make others hope. Hope for something you're not sure you can give. It was like what they always say. Never make promises you don't intend to keep. The fire I extinguished before, reignited. The flames of what I controlled grew brighter than before. The flames that were extinguished, reignited with the embers of the past and present. Because of what they did. My flare is burning brighter and hotter than before. Revenge. Make them all suffer. Show them what true pain feels like. Make them feel what you've felt. But I'll try everything in my power to control this flare. Because I don't want those I care about to get hurt. But I'll hurt those who dare hurt them. Karma Akabane. Were even more alike than what I thought. Time skip. We were all in class while Eri was in the staff room with Karasuma. I told him the reason why and he allowed it. We were sitting and remaining silent while waiting for Koro-sensei. And in front of the classroom on Koro-sensei's desk. Koro-sensei. Good morning. Notices that they remain silent. What's wrong? Claw. There was a dead octopus with a knife stabbed into its head. And we all know who would do such a thing. Karma. Whoops. My bad. I mistook it for you and killed it instead. Bring it here, I'll dispose of it. Koro-sensei. Sighs. All right. Koro-sensei walks toward Karma holding the dead octopus in his tentacle. Unknown to him, Karma had a knife behind his back waiting for him. Izuku. Thought, Karma thinks he could keep doing the same tricks over and over. I know he doesn't want to kill him physically, but he wants to go for his soul first. But just like the old saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, you better watch out for yourself. If Koro-sensei can't kill him physically, then he could kill him with. All of a sudden the tips of Koro-sensei's tentacles turned into high-powered drills, surprising Karma and most of the class. He then suddenly disappeared and reappeared in a flash. Koro-sensei. Allow me to show you, Karma, the might of these drill tentacles and the firepower of this missile I filched from the self-defense force. Koro-sensei was holding up a missile with the engine lit up, the dead octopus from before and various cooking ingredients, which looks like ingredients for takoyaki. Koro-sensei. I'm not about to let my assassin get away scot-free. He then started to cook the octopus and mix all the ingredients together very fast. The hot roll of takoyaki was shot into Karma's mouth, making cough it out of his mouth. Koro-sensei. I could tell by your pallor that you hadn't eaten breakfast. I whipped up a batch of takoyaki at Mach speed. Picks one up using his drill-like tentacles. They'll put you well on your way to being nice and healthy. Tries to feed him open wide. Karma just covered his mouth and just stared at Koro-sensei. Izuku. Thought, if you can't kill someone physically, kill them with kindness. Koro-sensei. Karma-kun. What I do is 10 things, take care of them. Things like assassins. Rusty blades. Smiles menacingly, so keep killing me in earnest all day today. Koro-sensei then opens his mouth and reveals more hot and steaming takoyaki inside of it. Koro-sensei. Every time you do, I'll take care of you. Karma. Narrows eyes. Koro-sensei. Waves tentacles. By the end of the day, your body and mind will be polished to sparkling. Izuku. Sighs, looks like Karma's in for a bad time. Koro-sensei's now on high alert. Meaning it'll be a lot harder to assassinate him. Time skip to first period. Math. It was first period in math and Koro-sensei was teaching and writing math problems on the board. Koro-sensei. As you see, this number is left over, no matter what you do. If this indivisibility is getting you down, then I got the method for you. I was about to write and solve the problems, but I noticed Karma putting his hand inside his blazer. He looked at Koro-sensei with cold eyes. I'm guessing he has a pistol inside of it. Izuku. Thought, it won't work. Karma, he's figured you out. Koro-sensei. I'll write it on the blackboard. Everyone try solving it together. Karma aimed his pistol to fire at Koro-sensei. But before he could pull the trigger, Koro-sensei moved and grabbed the gun and went back to the same spot, showing Karma the gun. Koro-sensei. Oh, Karma-kun. You're too slow between drawing and firing, I'm afraid. Karma. Huh, Koro-sensei. And since I had plenty of time held up a bunch of nail art supplies, I gave you a little nail art. I look at Karma and see his nails decorated with cake and octopus designs. He had a tightened smile and I couldn't help but chuckle silently. Time skip to 4th period. Home EC. It was time for 4th period and we were all wearing aprons and bandanas except for Karma. Koro-sensei was walking to Fuwa while I was just chopping and cooking my own soup with the leftovers I found next to her. Koro-sensei. Well, how'd you two do, Fuwa-san? Fuwa. I dunno. It has this kind of sharp tang to it. Izuku. Let me try it. Tastes it with a spoon. Karma. Comes over well, why don't you start over? Toss that batch out, slams hand on table to spill the stew in. Karma attempts to stab Koro-sensei, but it never hit him. He was a few meters away holding the pot of soup in his tentacles. Koro-sensei. You forgot your apron, Karma-kun. Karma looks down in shock and sees that he was wearing a frilly pink apron, with a matching pink hat on his head. Koro-sensei. Don't worry about the soup. I sucked it all up in midair with a dropper. Now, Izuku-kun, what does this soup need? Izuku. Gets sugar, maybe a little bit of sugar, puts sugar in the soup and mixes it there. Try it again. Fuwa. Tastes it, it's much milder. Terasaka. Chuckles. Muramatsu. Adorable. Karma tosses his hat down, blushing, looking slightly mad. Izuku. Sighs, it's no use, Karma. Time skip to 5th period. Japanese. Koro-sensei was teaching Japanese while most of us were reading and just jotting down notes. Koro-sensei was walking down past us back and forth while reciting. Koro-sensei. Reciting it was an ideal spot for the red frog. Why didn't it cross there? Izuku. Writing. Koro-sensei may be strong but has a ton of weaknesses. I mean, even the strongest beings like Shigaraki have their flaws. Koro-sensei's reaction speed drops to human levels whenever he's flustered or agitated by something. Koro-sensei. Reciting even as I was thinking this. Izuku. Writing, but no matter how good someone is at surprise attack like Karma. Karma was about raise his hands, but Koro-sensei got near him with a tentacle placed on his forehead. It left him looking shocked while Koro-sensei was grinning darkly. Koro-sensei. Reciting the red frog, having failed again, was making its way back. Starts grooming Karma's hair. I was starting to get bored with it. Izuku. Writing, with someone like Koro-sensei, who has superhuman reflexes and senses to combine with that on high alert. Koro-sensei. Still grooming Karma while reciting, picking some stones from the road, I began throwing them at the sandbar. Izuku. Writing, this assassination process was like an impossibly tough video game, like Trap Adventure 2. No matter how many times you think you succeeded, there will always be something like a trap to come out of nowhere stopping you. I just continued to write while somewhat glancing at what Koro-sensei was doing along with the others. Time skip. I was walking with Nagisa to check on Karma in the deeper parts of this mountain. We found him looking agitated and biting on his thumbnail while sitting on a large tree trunk on the edge of a hill. We both decided to get closer to him. Nagisa. Karma-kun. Don't sweat it. We'll all do it together. Izuku. He's right. Once Koro-sensei has his eye on someone like you, you can't kill him, no matter how many times or methods you try. Nagisa. He isn't like any other teachers. Karma. Teachers, I could tell by his reaction that maybe something was up with him about teachers. So I was right. He did suffer betrayal from them. Karma. Yeah, no looks up, I want to do it. Nothing'd tick me off more than him dying in some random place. Karma-kun. The three of us looked behind us and see Koro-sensei walking towards us. Koro-sensei. I've certainly taken good care of you today, haven't I? Face has green stripes, you can still try to kill me, you know. Rubs his tentacles together menacingly, I'll polish you up even shinier. Karma. Sighs and stands up just to make sure. Looks at the three of us, you are a teacher, correct? Izuku and Nagisa. Huh. Koro-sensei. Nods yes. Karma. And you would, say, risk your life to protect your students. Koro-sensei. Of course. I'm a teacher, after all. Izuku. Realizes, wait a second. Risk life to protect notices Karma slightly walking backwards. Oh no. Karma, don't do what I think you're gonna do. Karma. Okay. Good. Points gun, then I can kill you. Leans back towards the cliff for sure. Nagisa. Ah. Izuku. Karma. 1 for all full cowling. 15%. Plus float. I used OFA to move towards the cliff and used float as I jumped off of the cliff. I see Karma continually falling with a smile on his face. Izuku. I have to catch him. Black Whip. Pinpoint focus. I shoot a tendril from my arm while focusing on Karma's chest to catch him. But as soon as the whip touched him, I soon see memories of Karma flash before my eyes. It must be his life flashing before his eyes. I see him walking down a hallway with man that has short dark brown hair with thin shaped eyes. It may be the teacher who betrayed him. Though you are somewhat combative, and you have your share of behavioral issues, places hand on Karma's shoulder. As long as you're in the right, I'll be by your side. Smiles and gives him a thumbs up. I then see him save a bullied student from an upperclassman who was being mistreated. Then now he was in front of a teacher who I presumed was the one who said he'll be by his side. I think his name was Kensaku. Kensaku. No, Akabane. No matter how you look at it, you're in the wrong. Karma. Flinches Kensaku. Growls, have you lost your mind? Where do you get off, injuring the best student in year 3? Karma. Huh. No. Wait, sensei. Kensaku. You sided with the E-class and hurt someone who still had a bright future. If this affects his exams, it'll be on my head. Your grades are the only thing that's right about you. They're the reason I've always looked the other was. Voice gets darker, but once you start hurting my career, that's a different story. I put in for your transfer. Congratulations, Akabane. You'll be starting your 3rd year in the E-class. He didn't even give him time to explain himself. It was like with me back at UA. And besides, it was the teacher's fault. He allowed him to do whatever Karma wants and never said it was wrong. He allowed Karma to continue whatever he thought was right. He encouraged Karma to act out and basically backfired on him, and he practically blames Karma for everything and not even consider what he told him. All that he cared about was his job and not the promise he told him. He stabbed him in the back, like what of most of UA did to me, just because of one video. They didn't consider the amount of times I've risked my own life for them. I shake my head and look back at Karma, who was caught by my black whip. But with Koro-sensei saved him using his tentacles forming a web. Izuku. Phew. Luckily we both caught him in time. Koro-sensei. Karma-kun. Splendid job on the premeditated assassination starring yourself. If I saved you at the speed of sound, your body wouldn't hold out. If I moved slowly, I'd get hit. If Izuku-kun caught you with his whip alone, your spine might have fractured. So I tried getting a little sticky. Karma. Struggles, damn. What can't these tentacles do? Koro-sensei. You can't shoot now. Nurufufufufu. Oh, and furthermore, letting you die is not an option. Karma. Shocked, huh? Koro-sensei. Believe in that for your next flying leap. Karma looks wide eyes, then he smile and relaxes. Izuku. Smiles, it's no use. Not even Karma can kill him no matter what he can do. But his teaching side will always remain the same. E-class is lucky to have a teacher like you, Koro-sensei. Sooner enough both me and Koro-sensei helped him up back the cliff and land behind Nagisa. Nagisa. For being so reckless, Karma-kun, you sure were calm. Karma. No biggie. As far as I can figure it, that would have been my best chance at killing him. Izuku. Sighs, there are more ideas than that, Karma, but with less risking your life part. Koro-sensei. Oh, out of ideas already. Grins and shows a bunch of grooming and hygiene tools. I have plenty of grooming tools to use in retaliation. You're kind of a pushover yourself, aren't you? I look at Karma. At first he looks narrowed his eyes, but he stands up and smiles. I guess he's slightly warming up. Karma. Oh, I'll kill you. Pretends to slit his throat with his thumb, maybe even tomorrow. Koro-sensei. Face changes to orange with a circle on it, a healthy, refreshing bloodlust. Looks like you don't need any more TLC. Both me and Nagisa sighed and smiled in relief. Karma. Tosses a purse in the air. Let's head on back. Nagisa-kun, Izuku-kun. We can eat on the way. Walks past Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. Confused him. Realizes, hey, that's my purse. Izuku. Chuckles, but I guess that some of his attitude won't change. Karma. Turns around and smirks. The don't leave it in the staff room unattended. Koro-sensei. Give it back. Karma. Smiles brightly and throws back Koro-sensei's wallet. Take it. Koro-sensei. Opens and looks in it but shook his purse. This is empty. Karma. Turns around. There wasn't much in there. Shrugs. Call it a donation. Koro-sensei screams in frustration and completely lost it. Both me and Nagisa just look at them with a smile and a slight chuckle. Koro-sensei. Going insane, you hypocritical delinquent. Izuku. Smiles. Normally assassins go in for the kill and wind up dirty with scrapes or blood. But all of us wind up sparkling in our target's tentacles instead. That's our assassination classroom. I wonder how we'll try to kill him tomorrow. Serious expression. And when will Shigaraki pull off his next move? And what will it be? Koro-sensei. Do you hear me? I decided to follow them back and catch up to Karma. Izuku. I knew what it was like. Karma. Like to what? Izuku. To feel the feeling of being stabbed behind the back by the person you trusted the most. Karma. Shocked. Wa. Izuku. I noticed through the look in your eyes and the way you acted against Koro-sensei. You were backstabbed by your teacher, I'm guessing. It's alright. You weren't the only person in class to feel like that. Looks ahead. I better head back and check on Eri. See ya. Karma uses Ofa. Karma's pav. I look at Izuku as he speeds away with inhuman speed away from us. The words he said, did he really knew how I felt? He just figured out what happened to me just by looking at what I was doing and the look in my eyes. Does he really know though? The look in his says he's telling the truth, and the way he was able to tell it from my expressions, which means he felt it. I only heard he was from another world where heroes exist, but to him to face something what I felt is impossible, right? What did happen to you, Izuku-kun? What are you hiding from all of us? But I won't barge into someone's privacy. It might be a personal problem I shouldn't barge into. Time skip to Izuku and Eri's house. Izuku's pav. It was already late at night after a long day at school. Especially the amount of assassination attempts by Karma. He may look or act insanely sometimes, but deep inside I think he's a caring person. But that doesn't mean that I'll allow Eri to hang out with him without me watching. I don't want Eri to learn anything that could ruin her innocence. But still I think me and him can be good friends along with the others, but it'll take time. Me and Eri were back at our house. We just finished eating and are in our pajamas. I was helping Eri to sleep by reading her a story in our room. She was wearing her favorite unicorn onesie I bought a while after we got here on this world. I was just finishing up telling her a story about an adventure of a chief's daughter who answers the ocean's call along with a demigod to fix a curse the demigod caused. Izuku. Reading. She returns home where she reunites with her parents. She takes up her role as chief and leads her people as they resume voyaging around the oceans. And they all lived happily ever after. The end. Eri. That was a very nice story, Papa. But what happened to Mr. Crab? Izuku. I actually don't know, Eri. Now how about you get some sleep now? I still need to brush my teeth. Eri. Papa, can you sing me the song you used to sing to me when I cried? Puppy dog eyes please, I've been getting an nightmare about. Izuku. Sighs. Overhaul. Smiles. How can I ever say no to you? Let me just get my guitar. I stood up and picked the guitar I placed on the side of the room. I bought this since my other guitar is back at the other world. I went back to Eri and tuned the guitar a bit. Izuku. Ready, Snowball. Eri. Nods excitingly. Izuku. Here goes. Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Papa's going to sing you a lullaby. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Papa's going to buy you a mockingbird. If that mockingbird won't sing, Papa's going to buy you a golden ring. Eri just looks at me with a smile while hugging her panda bear doll I got for her. If that gold ring turns to brass, Papa's going to buy you a looking glass. If that glass begins to crack, Papa's going to buy you a jumping jack. If that jumping jack is broke, Papa's going to buy you a velvet cloak. Eri's eyes starts to get heavier as she yawns and rubs her eyes. If that velvet cloth is coarse, Papa's going to buy you a rocking horse. If that rocking horse won't rock, Papa's going to buy you a cuckoo clock. If that cuckoo clock won't tick, Papa's going to buy you a walking stick. If that walking stick falls down, you'll still be the sweetest little baby in town. I finish the song and see Ari on the bed sleeping soundly. So I decided to stand up to brush my teeth until I hear her mutter. Ari. Mutter I. Love you. Papa. I smile and kiss her head, which made her smile and her horn glow slightly. Izuku. Good night, my precious little snowball. Papa loves you too. I placed the guitar back on the corner and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. But I closed my eyes and opened them and found myself inside where the users are. Yoichi. How are you, ninth? Izuku. I've been actually good. This world is pretty great to be in. Especially since I knew what it was like to be quirkless before. Nana. That's actually good. Are you making some friends? Izuku. I've been making some and trying to make some lately. I've been trying to cope with the whole situation that happened back at the other world. Ari's been making some friends with the girls lately though. I'm happy about it. Nana. At least you two are adjusting well. Izuku. But I want to ask something about what happened earlier. Yoichi. Is it about how were you able to read young Karma's thoughts? Izuku. Nods. Yoichi. It can happen if it's the will of one of us users to see the mind of someone. Second user. I was the one who allowed it. I wanted to see if what you assumed was true. So I forced myself into his mind and checked if it was true. Izuku. I see. Yoichi. Us users can also invite people here in this room and expand it to tell them stuff or watch memories of certain individuals related to OFA. Hikage. But enough of that. Have you found any leads on where Shigaraki is? Izuku. Nothing yet. He's been silent ever since the Nomu attack when we arrived here. Daigoro. So I'm guessing the punk's hiding somewhere in this world. He's being all sneaky and out of plain sight. Because if the public notices his presence or power, they'll do everything to try and halt his process of getting stronger. Third user. But in that process they'll risk killing themselves over a being that has multiple powers. Hikage. Or maybe he'll use others as his pawns for him while he's busy getting stronger. Nana. Even if Kurogiri told us that it'll take him longer to get stronger, he may find a way to make the process faster. Izuku. So I have to find him and beat him as soon as possible, before he causes a huge amounts of damage. And I also have to prioritize on killing Koro-sensei first while finding leads to Shigaraki without anyone noticing. Nana. Shouldn't you ask for help from the class or maybe Karasuma to help you? Izuku. It'll be hard, Nana. They already have their hands full with Koro-sensei and school, that maybe adding the fact that Shigaraki is in this world will double it. I have to deal with Shigaraki as soon as possible, even if it means I have to do it myself. Yoichi. We hope you do, ninth. Because like Kurogiri said, the fate of this world rests in your hands. Izuku. I'll do my best. I opened my eyes again and found myself in the same position as I was brushing my teeth. I continued to brush my teeth, but I was interrupted by a distorted voice. Look at you. You look so pathetic. I look everywhere around me to see where it came from. I heard the voice again, but it was more clearer. Ah, come on. Don't tell me you already forgot about me. I sigh and open my eyes knowing who it was. Izuku. You can show yourself, Yami. I know it's you. I closed my eyes and opened them again to look at the mirror to check my reflection. My reflection changed to someone who looks like me, but with black hair, red eyes, had hair covering his right eye and had a red kanji on his right cheek of the word, Yami. Yami. Why hello there. Izuku. Izuku. Sighs, hi Yami. Yami. Aren't you happy to see me? It's been years, you know. Izuku. What do you want, Yami? I know you want something from me. Yami. I'm just checking on you. I know you've been betrayed by those so-called friends and allies of yours back at UA. Izuku. Don't remind me of the past. Is that all you have to tell me? If it is, then leave me alone. Just because you're the one who was born with a quirk, doesn't mean you can barge into my life. Yami. Correction. 2 quirks and another correction, our life. You and I are the same. We both share the same body. Izuku. The difference is you weren't born biologically. You were just born from my negative emotions. Yami. Says the one who's been betrayed and cheated on a lot of times. Izuku. It's in the past. You don't have to remind me of it. Yami. And yet the past will continue to haunt you. You thought it was all gone when you entered Uaha. Turns out the same fate happened, but this time you were supposed to be behind bars instead of just the old and normal depression. Izuku. Just shut up, and get away from my life. Yami. Oh, how can I go away? I'll always be part of you. You still aren't letting go of the past. They always did say without the past there will be no future. You're still the same useless Deku back in the old days, once alone, always will be. Izuku. Shut up. I know this time, it'll be different. Yami. It's because they don't know the real reason you're here. They don't know everything you've done in the past. Even most of the others back at Ua didn't know. They don't know about me. They don't know what happened to you before you went back to Aldera at third year or what happened before you arrived at this world. And once they do, it will all be the same. They'll leave you like the rest and want nothing to do with you. You smile and act like your normal self just to mask your pain, and it's already leaking out. You hide your demons to protect your other, but those cages can't keep them locked in forever. Izuku. Yami. And our flare is brighter and stronger than it once was. Once it grows unstable because of your emotions, you know what'll happen, right? Izuku. Nods. Yami. So if you don't want to hurt the people you say you love, you better find a way to vent it without hurting them. I may have a suggestion. Izuku. Size, what do you have in mind? Yami. Go out and beat up people. Izuku. Not happening. A hero doesn't hurt those without a reason. Yami. You didn't let me finish. I meant villains or criminals. I mean, this world still has criminals and crime bosses around. Both of us in one body beating up those baddies without our powers, just like the old days with those bullies. And maybe we could find more leads about Shigaraki and find those Nomu he might be sending around the alleyways. It's a win-win situation. We beat up villains to vent out our flare, and we could still be heroes and try to find and beat out Shigaraki for revenge. Revenge, just like you always wanted to do to those in the past. Izuku. Size, I hate it when you're right. But I guess I have no choice. If it means finding Shigaraki and not hurting those I care about. Yami. Great, we should start now. Let's go to your bag for a sec. I sighed, knowing I had no choice, and went back to our room. I went to the bag I had when we got here. Yami. Now open up the panel inside the bag on the bottom of it. I did what told me and found a hidden compartment inside my bag. Inside it had a few weapons like brass knuckles I used back in the days, a set of combat knives, a wakizashi, a karambit, a voice changer like Shinso's, a green hoodie I used to wear back in the old days, and finally red gloves. Izuku. Wait, so that's why my bag only had a limited amount of space even if it was so big. Yami. Sorry, I just placed it there just in case, if you want to come back or maybe for personal defense. Izuku. Size, let's do this. I wore all the equipment in the bag. I wore blue jeans, brown boots, the green hoodie, the red gloves with the brass knuckles inside, a knife container, and the voice changer mask. I also placed the wakizashi along with its sheath behind me and the karambit on the side of my waist. Izuku. I should change my hairstyle and eyes. Yami. I got you covered. Give me a sec. I looked at the mirror again and saw myself and my appearance slightly change. From my normal dark green fluffy hair to black hair with some in between my eyes. And my normal green eyes to the red ones that have been appearing since the betrayal. The kanji of Yami was also written on the right side of my cheek. Izuku. So, when my eyes were changing, it was all you. Yami. It's our bloodlust. It's the result of your repressed negative emotions and our flare getting stronger. The bloodlust is permanently a part of us until we die. I can trigger it, or you can activate it when you feel extreme anger. Izuku. I see. Yami. Let's go, the night's still fresh. Meaning scums are roaming in the streets and Shigaraki might come out. Izuku. Right, but I need to check on something first. I walked back to the bedroom and see Eri sleeping soundly, hugging her teddy bear with a sweet smile. Yami. So this is the snowball I keep hearing in the back of your mind. She is pretty cute, I got to admit that. I would do anything to protect her. Izuku. She is. She's the only person I got left here just in case I lose the trust of the others. I'm afraid to lose her along with the others back in the class. I'll do anything to protect them. Yami. Even if it means doing the wrong thing and doing it for the sake of others. Izuku. Yeah, removes mask. A hero has to put others first before himself even if it's wrong. I'm sorry Snowball, but I have to do this on my own. Kisses her forehead to protect you and the others, places mask back from Shigaraki and possible myself, puts hood over his head. I walked outside sneakily through the window without anybody in the streets noticing. I ran and jumped on multiple rooftops of houses on the way to the city. I finally reached the top of a building and looked at the city. Izuku. It's just like back in our world. Yami. Except you're the only superhero in here. Izuku. Yeah, help. I looked alarmed and saw a bunch of bandits beating up a bunch of kids taking their money and stuff in an alleyway. Yami. It's showtime, Karma. Izuku. I haven't heard that nickname in a long time. Back in the day I was nicknamed Karma for a reason. I jumped off the building and looked at the thugs in the alleyway. Because those who hurt others like me for no reason. Izuku. One for all, full cowling 35%. I jumped from side to side the walls of the alleyway readying a punch. Have Karma waiting for them at their doorsteps. I punched one of the thugs off of the victims while the others looks at me. Thug 2. Hey, what's the big-eyed? And you Shigaraki. I look at the thugs with bloodlust in my eyes as they shake in their shoes. Soon enough would have an appointment with Karma. No one's pav. It was another new day in the Assassination classroom for all of the students of Class 3E. They were all in the classroom waiting for Koro-sensei to arrive and start. All of them are energized waiting for what will happen. Izuku. Yawns. Mostly everyone. Izuku can be seen drinking his 5th cup of coffee in class. He looks to be still very sleepy compared to most of the class. The class are staring at him while he drinks his 6th cup. Nagisa. Izuku-kun, are you alright? Izuku. Yeah, why? Drinks another cup of coffee. Kayano. You've had like 6 cups of coffee in a row. Did you get any sleep last night? Izuku. Sorry, something came up. I had to do a bunch of stuff late at night. I went on a rampage last night. How many thugs and drug dealers did I even beat up? Like nearly 150 or something. I don't even remember much. I finished at like 3 hours before classes start. I still haven't found any leads on Shigaraki yet that night. It was basically a wild goose chase. I tried to find things to narrow down where he is. But I found nothing. Not even thugs who work for him or Nomu's going on a rampage. Just basically a bunch of drug dealers, rapists, some crime bosses with their thugs, bullies and a few murder attempts. When I came home I just changed out of my clothes and slept for 2 hours. Kayano. How about you sleep while Koro-sensei isn't here yet? I'll wake you up when he comes in. Izuku. Smiles, thanks Kayano. Kayano. Blushing no problem. What's happening with me? Why am I blushing? Damn it. Pull yourself together. Izuku's pav. I asked Kayano why she was so red but she said it was nothing while covering her face. So I just shrugged it and laid on my head on my desk as I fell asleep. I opened my eyes and found myself inside the same place with the users again and they looked at me with concern. Daigoro. Are you alright kid? You look messed up. Izuku. I'm fine. Just a bit sleepy. Second user. You literally spent all night fighting thugs and criminals without taking a break. Izuku. Sorry. I needed to weaken my flair a bit. Nana. What's this flair anyway? Izuku. It's a bit hard to explain. And personal. Nana. How about the black-haired kid that looks like you in your head? Izuku. Size he's Yamikumo Akitani, my counterpart. Nana. We won't ask you questions or let you talk about it to us. But will you at least allow us a glimpse of your memories? We promise nothing will make us look at you differently. Izuku. Size I guess I don't have a choice do I? Yoichi. We promise ninth. Nothing will change our views on you. Izuku. I guess. I let them access through my memories along with my thoughts about my past. After a few seconds they look at me with sympathetic looks. Yoichi. We're sorry you had to go through all that in the past ninth. Why didn't you tell us this before? Izuku. Because I was afraid. If I tell others they might get the wrong idea and start leaving me. I don't want to lose the people I already have in my life. I'm afraid of the people I love and care about leaving me. I don't want to tell anybody because at some point they might betray me. I already felt betrayal before in the past. I'm not hoping to lose everyone I care about. And besides, I already lied to them about the real reason on why I was sent to this world. If I tell them the truth now, they'll ignore me before I could even explain. Hikage. But you'll be stuck dealing with the burden of your pain and flare alone. Izuku. If hiding the truth means nobody will get hurt, then so be it. I've dealt with physical and emotional pain for years. I don't even remember the last time I cried. The only people I have left here is all of you and Eri. My mom must be worried sick right now. She may think I'm dead. I know it may be selfish, but I don't want to let others to get hurt by myself or Shigaraki. I have to deal with this even if it means doing it on my own. Third user. I guess. But if you need help or company, we're here along with Eri. Izuku. Nods. Kayano. Izuku, wake up. Korosense's here. Izuku. I guess I have to wake up. Nana. You know this place is always here when you need help. So Izuku, if you need anything you can always come to us. Izuku. Thank you. I appreciate it. Disappears. No one's pav. It was a second after Izuku left. The users sigh and look at each other. Nana. Do you think his answer could have been different if we told him something else? I'm not sure, Nana. Unlike us, he's only still a teenager. And yet at a young age to deal with something like that and being able to hide it for years. He's persistent. Hikage. And yet his persistence might kill him. Bottling up too much negative emotions like that without closure may result in bad things. Daigoro. He's right. The kid's slowly killing himself. Still though, I can't believe he had to suffer all of that because of something he couldn't control. Second user. Society now in our world is too corrupt. I can't believe they allowed the kids to do that to him. The word hero has really lost its meaning. Third user. You know what they always say, that life is unfair. But we should also be wary of his counterpart. Yamikumo Akidani. The counterpart with two quirks. Born from his negative emotions. Yoichi. 9's flare can also be a big problem. A flame of negativity that was extinguished once, now burns again but much brighter. Nana. I don't like the fact that he has to continuously hurt others just to constantly maintain his flare. Or also the fact that he has to deal with it alone. Yoichi. 9th has to find closure somehow. If he was able to extinguish it before, maybe he could do it again. Hikage. Does not the phrase, burns brighter, not hit the bell? If he tries the same method again, it won't work. Yoichi. Sighs, you're right. And the fact that Shigaraki is still out there and 9th's mental condition is unstable. Even if he fights him now with unstable mentality, his chance of losing is high. Because if he doesn't find closure soon, all it will take is for Shigaraki to use his unstable mentality to his advantage. Or maybe even cause him to go on a rampage like in his memories. Daigoro. I hope the kid finds some closure in this world. Yoichi. Because if he doesn't, he'll just destroy himself physically and mentally before the fight against Shigaraki. Nana. And maybe even find a new love. Second user. It might be impossible, Nana. Third user. He's right. He doesn't know the feeling of true romantic love. Because of how many times he's been cheated on and used by girls. And that Uraraka girl just sealed the deal with it. He's now forgotten what it's like to romantically love someone or be romantically in love. Yoichi. Sighs, for now let's just hope the best for 9th. Back to Izuku's POV. I woke up after a little talk with the other users. I woke up to Kayano poking my cheeks. Kayano. You awake? Izuku. Yawns, yeah. Thanks, Kayano. So is Koro-sensei here? Kayano. Yeah, he just arrived. And he was carrying someone. Izuku. I wonder who could it be? I think you should head back to your seat. Pats her head. Thanks again, Kayano. Kayano. Blushing, why yeah, anytime. Izuku. Are you alright? Your head's a bit hot. Do you have a fever or something? Kayano. Blushing, no. I'm fine. Composes up and smiles. Thanks for being concerned though. Izuku. Scratches back of his neck and smiles. Anytime. She heads back to the seat with her cheeks slightly red. I look around me and see Okajima and Meihara looking at me. Izuku. What? Okajima and Meihara. Nothing, sits properly. Izuku. Okay. I could have sworn I heard both of them say something else. Izuku's POV. Koro-sensei just arrived and started classes a few minutes ago. He's standing in front of the board wearing his human disguise, I guess. Karasuma-sensei was also standing in front with his arms crossed. But beside Koro-sensei was the person that Kayano told me about. She was tall and beautiful, fair-skinned young woman with wavy hip-length light blonde hair that is split on either side, large light blue eyes and a very sensual body. Along with it is an ample bust with a curvy physique that could rival Yaoyorozu's. She was clinging to Koro-sensei, smiling pleasantly. Luckily Eri's back in the staff room playing baby games on the phone. Karasuma. Now, allow me to introduce your brand new temporary foreign language teacher. Irina Jelovich. Nice to meet you all. Izuku. Writes, so I guess she's our new teacher, huh? In terms of bust size and beauty she could rival Yaoyorozu or even Midnight or maybe even best them. And she's our foreign language teacher. I knew that studying English back in the days would be worth it. I just hope her teaching won't be like present Mike. But I still have one question. Why is she all over him? Irina. Who'd have thought you were a teacher here? Koro-sensei. Removes mask and wig, that's a wig. Irina. Oh, I don't mind. All of us just stared and sweat dropped at their interaction. Karasuma. Looks at Koro-sensei, this school intends to give you authentic experience in foreign languages. I trust there are no complaints about her taking over half your English lessons. Koro-sensei. If we must. Kayano. We've got us one heck of a teacher. Not only that, she seems to really have a thing for Koro-sensei. Izuku. Writes, has a thing for Koro-sensei. The one we're trying to assassin realizes something. I'm an idiot. How could I be this dumb to realize it just now? Nagisa. Nods Takes out notebook. I might get some assassination hints out of this. Izuku. Writes, the octopoid Koro-sensei seems perplexed, having a busty human woman hanging all over him. Having a protective coloring for disguise and emotions. If I get the right color reaction, I should be able to write another weakness. Koro-sensei narrows his eyes on Mrs. Irina's cleavage with a large smile. Then after a few seconds, Koro-sensei grins with a glowing pink face. Nurufu. Meihara whispers he's just plain smitten. Nagisa whispers there's no mistaking that face. Guess he goes for humans, too. Izuku writes, and that's the reaction I was waiting. Weakness number 5. Boobs, especially big ones, reminds me just like Mineta and Kaminari. He's definitely a pervert judging by his look. Irina blushes and sighs softly. The more I look at you, the more I like what I see. Stares at Koro-sensei, your beady eyes, like 2 diarrhea pills. Koro-sensei wriggles tentacles. Irina. Your undefined joints. Rests head on his chest. Me and the others just looked shocked at what was happening. Yami. What in the world am I hearing and watching? Izuku. I have no idea anymore. I'm lucky Eri's playing games in my phone at the staff's room. Yami. I wish I was with her. Watching this is making me sick. I'll be at the back of your head for a while. Izuku. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want. Irina. Why, you're positively captivating. Koro-sensei chuckles embarrassingly. How embarrassing. Izuku sighs, he's falling for a trap. She's tricking him obviously. Not every female finds those tentacles attractive, I mean depending on their perspective. But whoever she is, she might be an assassin going for the prize money. Any teacher coming to this class nowadays with the most wanted creature is bound to be after the prize money. From what she's doing, she's an assassin that can bewitch anyone. An assassin with full-on mastery on infiltration and approach. She must be a pro at it. She's taking advantage of Koro-sensei's pervertedness and using it to act innocent to get closer to him. He may act dumb, but we're not. He's definitely being seduced by a hitwoman. Time skip. All of us were outside the field playing a game Koro-sensei calls Hup. Pass. Kill. It was basically a game with a mixture of soccer, badminton and assassination. We have to kick the ball at Koro-sensei and then attempt to hit him with our knives or guns. I was doing it while using full cowling 25% - 45% to get a bit of a speed boost. Koro-sensei. Hup. Pass. Koro-sensei tosses the ball up high in the air. But Karma kicked it back to Koro-sensei. Karma. Hup. Aims kill. Shoots. Koro-sensei dodges it before it hits his head. Koro-sensei. Hup. Pass. Okano kicks the ball back to him as Koro-sensei. Okano. Hup. Jumps to strike kill. Unfortunately for her was able to avoid the attempted strike. Then it was my turn. Koro-sensei. Hup. Pass. Koro-sensei tosses the ball up high into the sky. Izuku. One for all full cowling 45% shoot style. I jump up high towards the ball then waited until it perfectly aimed downwards towards Koro-sensei. Izuku. Hup. Smash. I kicked the ball to Koro-sensei with a strong force making him slightly flinch when he caught it. So I used the chance to activate Black Whip and FA Jin. Izuku. Luckily I've been storing kinetic energy for this. Kill. FA Jin. Foe 100%. I combined one for all at 45%, Black Whip and FA Jin to move at speeds comparable to one for all 100%. While also holding my two knives ready to slash him in AX-like pattern. But unfortunately for me he dodges before the knives could slash him. I land on the ground cracking it and causing a small shockwave. Izuku. Panting. Not even foe 100% can match his speed. I need more training. Koro-sensei was now holding two balls on his tentacles and one balancing on his head. Koro-sensei. Hup. Paw. Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. The ball falls from Koro-sensei head as he looks at the direction of the voice. All of also stop and see Ms. Irina running down the stairs, waving her hand and going to Koro-sensei. Irina. Oh, Koro-sensei. She stops right in front of him and leans on his chest. Irina. Mr. Karasuma tells me you're oh so very fast. Is that true? Koro-sensei. Drops balls and rubs a tentacle behind his neck. Well, not that fast. Irina. Sparkling in beauty, could you do me a favor? I'd love to try some real Vietnamese coffee. Won't you bring me some while I'm teaching English? I could tell Koro-sensei loved ogling at her breasts judging by how his face turned pink in an instant. Koro-sensei. Why, of course. I happen to know a great cafe in Vietnam. He then flew off into the air leaving an air wave of dust on his way. Everyone. All of us braced for the shockwave of dust and shielded our eyes. As soon he was out of our sight and the dust was gone, right on time the school bell rang meaning it was time for class. Isogai. Ms. Irina. Class is starting. Shouldn't we go back in? Izuku. Thought, when the prey is away, here comes the attitude change. Irina. Class. Places cigarette in her mouth. Oh, right. Lights up the cigarette, just make it a study hall or something. Okajima. Wide eyes. She removes the cigarette and lets out a wisp of smoke, then looks at us with cold eyes. Irina. And, can you not call me by my first name? Most of us were taken aback by her change in behavior. But I knew this was coming the moment she acted around Koro-sensei. Irina. I won't be playing teacher unless that octopus is around, so you are to call me Ms. Jelovich. All of us were silent for a short moment until Karma broke it. Karma. So what are you going to do, Ms. Bitch? Irina. Points angrily at Karma. No, nicknames. Now I'm really lucky Aries at the staff room watching on my phone with headphones on. Because I do not want her to hear any of that. Karma. You're an assassin, right? Raises an eyebrow. The entire class working together can't kill this monster, and you're going to kill him all by yourself. Irina. Brat. Grown-ups have their own grown-up ways of doing things. Looks at Nagisa. You must be Nagisa Shiota. All of a sudden, without getting a response from him, she walks over to him and kissed him. Class 3E. Izuku. Yami. Man. I feel sorry for him. Izuku. Tell me about it. He's being smothered with kisses by someone older than him. Yami. She's practically molesting him. And he's still a kid. And here I thought flirting with an octopus is worse. Izuku. To be honest. That's better than Midnight's 18+ education shivers. Yami. You have a point. She stops kissing him and looks down on his shocked face that was laying against her cleavage. Irina. Come to the staff room later. I'd like to see what you have on him. Izuku. Now I feel lucky that was not me. Yami. What do you mean? You had a lot of girlfriends in the past and not even a single kiss on the lips. Izuku. Did you forget the fact that a woman older than me just kissed someone as innocent and young as Nagisa just for info? Yami. Oh, right. Irina. Drops Nagisa and turns to the rest of us. The same goes for anyone else with key intel. I'll give you something good in return. Smirks and looks at the girls. I can even swap in a man for you girls. Then 3 men in stealth gear walked over to her carrying guns in their bags. I'm guessing it's some of her men. Irina. It's a pro's job to have both technique and connections. You brats go watch from the outfield. One of the men passes her a small gun. Oh, one more thing. Looks more colder. Interfere slightly in my assassination. Places barrel of her gun on her lips and I'll kill you. Izuku. Thought, she's an expert in kisses that make males go swoon. Along with a body perfect for seducing men. She's definitely a real deal, a professional at what she does. And a professional killer using the art of seduction and infiltration. Along with her companions just increases how great of threat she might be. But her ego is high and her pride for her own abilities as a professional might cause her own downfall. And judging by the looks of some of the class, they hate her already. All of us look at her as she was discussing her own plans with her men. I could sense a strand of hatred coming from each and every one of the class for her. It's like Kachan during the sports festival again. Time skip. We were all in class at English period. The board had the word study hall written on it. We were all reading our books while Ms. Irina was busy sitting like a model on the desk, reviewing her plans. Some were actually staring at her. She then smirks and winked at me and Nagisa. I see Nagisa flinch while I just sigh. I guess it's because of what happened earlier. Flashback. I decided to go check on Eri after that little event outside with Ms. Irina. I wanted to check on her if she's fine before going back to class. Izuku. I hope Eri's doing fine. When I opened the door, I see Nagisa in a very uncomfortable position. As he was pinned to the wall by Ms. Irina while holding his notebook. I see sleeping hiding under on the couch. She must have been tired playing games on my phone. I could see both of them look at me when I opened the door. Izuku. Did I come in at a wrong time? Irina. Actually no. I was going to call you anyway. Looks at me. You're Izuku Midoriya, right? The one they told me who came from another world. Izuku. Yes, I am. And you're Ms. Irina Jelovich, a professional assassin and hitwoman famous for infiltration. And judging by your last name, you're Serbian. Irina. So you are smart as they say you are. Nagisa here told me you have information about the octopus as well. Care to share the information? Izuku. Sighs. I guess. I was the one to first hurt him, but I had my powers. If the first one was karma without powers. But even if you graze or cut off a tentacle doesn't make him flinch. My theory is that maybe you have blast or get every single tentacle all at once. But it'll be hard to do that because of how fast he is. He can avoid attacks before anyone could even graze him. Irina. Sighs. Do you have any more information? Nagisa practically told me most of what you said. Izuku. You should be careful of his senses and reflexes. They are above any level I've seen before. Insane regeneration that could match some powers back at my world. I also suggest you shouldn't go with just basic or common sense assassination plans. I suggest to think outside the box with them. Irina. Listen, kid. I know you've dealt with him a lot of times before, but you're all amateurs in this. Leave this business to the professionals. And besides, you have powers to write. How come you haven't killed him yet? Izuku. Don't underestimate me, Koro-sensei or the class, sensei. She looks at me wide-eyed. Sure, we may be amateurs at this, but that doesn't give you the right to underestimate us. And just because I have powers doesn't mean I can kill him already with a snap of my fingers. Sighs and walks over to Eri. At least she's alright. Irina. Who's that? Izuku. She's my daughter, Eri Midoriya. Irina. Daughter. At such a young age. Izuku. Adoptive daughter. And can you be quiet, sensei? She's sleeping. Sighs. I should get back to class. Walks to the door. Oh, and by the way. Looks back at her. Pride always comes before the fall. It will cost you with everything but leave you with nothing. I went outside, leaving Ms. Irina a bit stunned. Flashback end. I just hope she lets her pride down a bit. It reminds me of a certain someone back in my world. But I think I should have told her that only specific bullets or knives can damage Koro-sensei. But I guess she knows it already, right? I could see her smile and relax. My guess is that she's getting a bit too overconfident. While the class just looks at her, it was all silent until Mayhara. Come on, Ms. Bitch, teach us already. She was so offended that she was so close to getting knocked off her chair, gritting her teeth. Rio. Yeah, Ms. Bitch. Great. Now she's shaking in rage. Now I'm really lucky Eri isn't here. Sugaya. I mean, you are a teacher here, right, Ms. Bitch? Irina. Quit your bitch. Ing. She stands backs up with rage in her eyes. She then goes to the board and begins writing. Irina. For one thing, they're pronounced differently. You Japanese can't differentiate between B and V. Yami. Izuku. Irina. I'll teach you the right way to say V. First lightly bite your bottom lip. Go on. I just sigh and quietly did it with the class. They reluctantly pronounced V along with me. Irina. Yes, right. Now stay like that for an hour and give me some peace and quiet. Class 3E. What kind of lesson is this? Izuku. Yami. She's really pushing their buttons, isn't she? She's literally making them hate her more. Izuku. It's just like Kachan back at the sports festival all over again. Yami. He's lucky he apologized to you. He was one of my top prioritized targets on my vengeance list. Izuku. This is basically a combination of Aizawa sensei's teaching style sometimes, along with Kachan's overconfidence. Yami. Hey, no wonder they call her bitch sensei. The name actually fits her personality. Izuku. Sighs, I just hope she doesn't make the class even more mad than they are now. Time skip. It was PE time with Karasuma sensei, but this time instead of knife work it was target practice this time. Luckily I repaired my Air Force gloves and was practicing on a different set of targets. I was practicing using Delaware Smash Air Force, Destructive Death, Air type and using guns to increase my ability on long-ranged attacks. Eri was also outside watching us train. We stopped when we suddenly heard Mimura. Mimura. Hey, now, you kid and me. We looked at the direction he was looking at and see Koro-sensei following Ms. Irina to the sheds. Mimura. They're going into that shed together. Sugaya. Kind of a letdown, watching Koro-sensei fall for such an obvious ploy. Katauka. Karasuma-sensei. Karasuma. Katauka. I don't think we'll ever warm up to her. Karasuma. Apologies. She's a pro here on government orders. Still, completing all her preparations in a single day proves she's an assassin of the highest caliber. Izuku. Sighs still, Karasuma-sensei looks at me, she's overestimating her abilities as a pro assassin too much. It might cost her chance to kill him. And besides, she's the one falling into a trap. Karasuma. What do you mean? Izuku. Koro-sensei is not that dumb to be fooled simply by her actions. By now or maybe earlier, he's already caught up into what was happening and is just playing it off to see what happens. But still you guys will get used to her eventually. Kanzaki. How come you aren't offended on what she's been doing? Izuku. Let's just say, she wasn't the first or the last person I met with an ego greater than someone's height. But all I know is that a wise man once said, pride is the mask of one's own faults. Sooner or later once she gets a bit more comfier that mask will fall off. Okajima. By the way, what are those gloves you have? And why do you have a bunch of rows of targets? Izuku. Oh, I'm just training to master my super strength and powers but in range. Class 3E. Huh. Izuku. I'll show you. One for all full cowling 25%. I charge up OFA and ready my one arm to activate the Air Force gloves. I aimed at the 4 targets in front of me. Izuku. Delaware Smash Air Force. I fired for compressed shots of air that hit directly at the center of the first row of 4 targets, destroying them. I then jumped high, then did a backflip. Izuku. Destructive Death. Air type. I punched the empty air in front of me 4 times, that sent 4 aerial shockwaves towards the second row of 4 targets, destroying them. I landed back down and see some of them have shocked and amazed faces. Nagasa. Whoa. Izuku. These may be ineffective in killing Koro-sensei, but they can stun him or maybe damage other opponents. But even with my powers I still need to practice using guns. Because with or without my powers I want to learn how to use weapons like guns or knives. Isn't that right, Eri? I look at Eri, who was practicing shooting using a toy gun at a toy target. She drops the guns, looks at me, gives me a peace sign and smiles. Eri. Of course, Papa. Girls. AWWWWW. Yummy. I swear this kid might give me diabetes or a heart attack. Izuku. You'll get used to the feeling. All of a sudden we all heard loud gunfire coming from the shed and covered our ears because of the loud sound. After nearly 30 seconds the shooting stops and we uncover our ears. Katauka. That must be her assassination attempt. Yada. Do you think she did it? Izuku. Highly unlikely. Meihara. How can you say that? Didn't you hear how many bullets were fired? Izuku. I know that. But if I was overconfident in my assassination abilities as her, I would use the strongest bullets effective against anyone. Which means she may have just used guns with the highest fire rate along with normal bullets, which aren't effective against Koro-sensei. And besides, even if we tell her that only pellets damage Koro-sensei, would she even believe it or take us seriously? The others nod, knowing on how Ms. Irina would react if we told her pellets would do damage instead of live bullets. Then we heard a bunch of slithering sounds from the inside of the shed. Izuku. Yup, she biffed it. Koro-sensei's still alive judging by those sounds. Irina. No. We then suddenly hear her scream from the shed. It was loud enough for all of us outside to hear. Okano. What was that? Okajima. Gunshots, a scream, and now a slithery sound. Eri. Papa, what was that? Is it a monster? Izuku. Picks her up. No, it wasn't Snowball. It's okay, you're safe. Irina. Moaning asterisk no. Slithering noises intensifies. Class 3E. Asterisk sweat drops asterisk Eri. Papa, what are those sounds? Izuku. Sweating you I'll tell you when you're older, sweetie. The moaning sound she was making grew even more skittish. As the slithering sound can still be heard. Class 3E. Grew more anxious Yami. What in the world is going on? Izuku. I don't know or even want to know. Yami. It's like the sounds I hear when we pass Round Face and Sonic Ripoff's room. They really were cheating behind your back. Izuku. Don't remind me. Like him, she's not important to me anymore. All I know is that my innocent mind is getting tortured right now. Yami. You and me both. Okajima. Blushing, she's getting slithered but good. Meihara. Let's go. Izuku. Eri puts her down. Stay here, okay? Papa will check what's going on. Eri. Okay, Papa. I follow the others to the shed to see what was going on. The door opens and the first to emerge was Koro-sensei, who had a pink face and a smile. Nagisa. Koro-sensei. Okajima. How are those boobs? Yami. What in the world type of question is that? Izuku. I don't know anymore. Koro-sensei. I wish I could have enjoyed myself a little longer. Face changes back to normal, but I'm really looking forward to our classes together. Nagisa. What happened in there? We then see Ms. Irina walking out with wobbly legs wearing a retro PE uniform. Nagisa. M's bitch is wearing a wholesome, retro gym outfit. Izuku. But why are her legs wobbly? Irina. Blushing and drooling while in a daze to think he did all that to me in only 1 minute. He loosened my stiff shoulders and back, gave me a lymphatic oil massage, got me changed top at top speed. Okay, all of us are getting more disturbed on what happened in there. Irina. And then to do that slithery thing with his tentacles. Collapses to the ground. Class 3E. What thing? Izuku. Size, what did you do, Koro-sensei? Koro-sensei. Face became blank white and looks away. Oh, you know, grown-ups need grown-up care. Yada. That's the face of a guilty grown-up. Yami. Izuku. Yami. I don't even want to know where he stuck his tentacles at. Izuku. Sighs and holds his head. Even I don't want to know or find out. This is too much for my mind. Koro-sensei. Back to the classroom, now. Class 3E. Yes, sir. I decided to go pick up Eri first before going back, but when I turned around, I saw an enraged Ms. Irina struggling to stand up with a vengeful look in her eyes. Irina. This is unforgivable. Removes red ribbon on her head. I've never suffered such an unsightly failure. I am a pro, and I shall repay him for this disgrace. Izuku. Narrows eyes, that look of damaged pride, remembers. Izuku. Walks away to find Eri. I have to fix it somehow. Time skip. We were back at the classroom while Eri was back at the staff room sleeping. The period was meant to be study hall. Most of us were uneasily quiet while Ms. Irina just kept tapping on her phone with a dark look. My guess is that her damaged pride is getting the best of her. Irina slams fist on the table. Damn it. Why doesn't this backwoods school have Wi-Fi? I then look at Karma, who was smirking and leant back. Izuku thought, oh no. Karma, no. Don't add more fuel to her fire. Karma, you're trying awful hard, Ms. Bitch. Your pride must be in tatters after that. She just glares at him and grits her teeth while I just sigh, knowing this won't end well. Isogai. Excuse me, sensei. Irina. What? Isogai. If you won't teach us anything, could you swap with Koro-sensei? We've got entrance exams this year. Izuku sighs, and here it comes. The bomb has been planted in both her and the class. Irina. Ha, you want that vicious creature to teach you. You think your exams compare at all to a planetary crisis? Stands up and smirks coldly. Must be nice being a clueless kid. Besides, I understand you E-class students are the school's loser misfits. I felt the room darkened as the others all tensed at her words with shadows covering their eyes. I just narrow my eyes, then sigh and just lowered my head and covered myself with my arms, knowing on what will happen next. Irina. There can't be any point to studying now. I know. How about this? If my attempt succeeds, I'll give you 5 million yen to share. That's far more than you'd gain from any pointless schoolwork. So shut up and do as I. She was cut off all of a sudden, as Meihara throws a rubber eraser just inches from her head. She stops talking and widened her eyes. Izuku sighs, and the fuse is broken. Yummy. I brought some popcorn. Izuku. Shut up, will you? Yummy. What? It's been a while since I've watched drama like this up close. Meihara. Coldly, get out. Irina. Alarmed, huh? The class looks at her with cold eyes, looking ready to kill her any second. She's lucky none of them have real weapons. Class 3E. Get out, you damn bitch. Bring in Koro-sensei. They started throwing papers, their stationery sets, books and more at her while shouting. Nagisa just had his head lowered and covered his ears like me. Yummy. Ha 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 ha. This is the best drama I've seen in a while. Eats popcorn. Izuku sighs, and here I thought you and I are getting better. Yummy. Hey, I thought you liked my company. Izuku. I liked it when you're not enjoying mayhem like this. Yummy. Sigh, you're no fun. Irina. Ah, shields herself with her arms. Where'd all this come from? I'll kill you all. Sugaya. I'd like to see you try. Kayano. Holding a sign saying, no big boobs, asterisk, yeah, that's right. Down with big boobs. Nagisa and Izuku. That's your complaint. Yummy. Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. I'm loving this so much. Izuku sighs, I really need to talk to her after this. After a few minutes of them throwing objects at her, she ran outside, shielding herself as the class continues to shout at her and throw objects. I sighed, decided enough is enough, and stood up. Izuku. Black whip. I formed my hands into an X as 10 tendrils come out of my fingers. Each tendril grabs the thrown objects and gives them back to their rightful owner. I also used it to place them back to the seats as they look at me and see the shadow I had in my eyes. Nagisa. Izuku. I just walked silently as they kept looking at me with curious looks. I walked to the door, opened it. Isogai. Izuku, what are you doing? Izuku. Going to do what I do best. Help her before she goes down the wrong path. Meihara. But why would you help her, after all she said to us? Kayano. Yeah, he's right. She was pretty mean to us. Yada. Why would you go through all this trouble just to save someone like her? Aren't you hurt on what she's done and said to us? Izuku. I am. I didn't like what she said to you guys. I know most people won't help someone like her, especially after what she's done, but. I sigh and look back at them and gave them a warm-hearted smile. Izuku. Sticking your nose into other people's business, and giving help that's not asked for, is what makes someone a true hero. I know it may not be my business to help her, but I want to help her see this class in a different way than what she thought. She's someone lost in the darkness of her own pride, and I want to help her see the light. I walked outside and closed the door behind me and walked on the way to the staff room. Yummy. Well, here comes Mr. Hero saving the day again. Izuku. Shut up, you're just mad that I ruined your show. Yami. Why do you even want to help her? She's been nothing but a bitch. Izuku. I know that, but she reminds me a lot of. Yami. Sighs the angry Pomeranian. I knew that I've seen that huge amount of pride before. Izuku. I know, I just don't want her to walk down the wrong path that Kachan nearly or was walking down before. Yami. And a way for you to calm your flare a bit. I sensed that your flare slightly grew after that. Izuku. I felt it too, I want her to apologize to the rest of us so my flare will weaken a bit. Just like how it almost came back when Kachan was bullying me. When he apologized to me, the embers of that flare disappeared or weakened. Yami. I guess you have a point. At least she wasn't as bitchy as those back in the day. Because if she was, I would rather kill her than help her. Izuku. Me too, but at least she hasn't gone far to the point like them. She nearly reminds me of them. Breathes heavily. Yami. Dude. Control yourself. Your flare is getting stronger again. Izuku. Calms down thanks. Yami. There we go, the flare is stable again. We have to be careful, we don't want you to burn something up again. Izuku. Yeah, I hope the same thing doesn't happen again. Yami. Sighs, let's just help this bitch and get over with it. As I get closer to the staff room, I could see the sign saying, staff room, fall off. And I could also hear her screaming. Luckily I put earmuffs on Aries' ears. I was at the door and luckily they didn't notice me or my presence when I entered. Irina. They're sharing space with a fine woman like me, slams hands on table multiple times and they're not grateful. Yami. I wonder why though. Izuku. I have to admit she could have been a bit more nicer. Karasuma. Types on his laptop, they're not, hence the classroom chaos. Go apologize to them. If you want to stick around for another attempt, that is. Irina. Why should I? I have no teaching experience. Slams her hands on the table, let me focus on assassination. Izuku. Sighs, I guess it's my go. How about you come with us then, sensei? I see them look at me shocked and surprised to see me here without any of them noticing. I was leaning against the door with my arms crossed. Karasuma. Izuku-kun. How long were you standing there? Izuku. Long enough, Karasuma-sensei. How about we go ahead and give her a talk? Maybe with that she'll have a reason to apologize. Karasuma. I guess stands up alright then, follow both of us. Irina. Huh, stands up and follows. Time skip. After walking for a few minutes we arrived at our first location. I only knew Koro-sensei does this, when I was trying to find a training spot one time and saw him. The three of us hid behind a tree trying not to get noticed. Koro-sensei. Eromango, one of the islands of Vanuatu, or the New Hebrides. Koro-sensei was sitting under a tree on a recliner. He was writing on his clipboard at Mach speed, holding ruler and drinking grape juice at the same time. He also had a stack of books and paper on the table beside him. Irina. What's he doing? Karasuma. Writing test questions. It's what he does every Wednesday during 6th period. Izuku. I saw Koro-sensei here one time when I was finding a training spot here. Irina. It sure seems to be taking a long time. At Mach 20, shouldn't those tests be written already? Izuku. That's the thing, sensei. Look closer. Karasuma. He's right. They're different for each student. Irina. Surprised what? Izuku. Based on what I saw one time, Koro-sensei writes individualized questions, taking into account our best and worst subjects. We look back at him as he continues to write more questions. Koro-sensei. Twirling the pen, Chiba has spatial figures down pat. Grins, why don't I give him a slightly tougher trick question? Irina. Shocked. Karasuma. He has advanced intelligence and speed, this dangerous creature who'll destroy the earth. And his teaching work is close to perfect. Izuku. It's unlike any teaching back in my world. Sometimes other teachers wouldn't take the risk to do what he does for us. But he even went to New York just to help Sugino's pitching. He's definitely a one-of-a-kind teacher. Time skip. This time we went back to the outside classroom at the field. We could see some of the others playing the special tennis game made by Karasuma-sensei. Yada. Take that. Yada strikes the ball back to the others using a wooden curved knife. But it was hit back by Chiba as the game continues. Karasuma points to the others. Now look at the students. Irina. They're just fooling around. Izuku. Maybe to the untrained eye, sensei. But in reality, it's training, combining tennis and assassination at the same time. They're getting trained on how to accurately strike moving targets with a knife while also having fun. It's a game made by Karasuma-sensei, perfect for assassins in training and students. Back to the others. Kimura slashed the ball upwards, but Sugino. Attack. Sugino yelled and jumped and thrusted the ball to the opponent's side before Chiba even reacted. It resulted in his team getting the points. Sugino and Yada high-fives each other. Yay. Kimura. That's a thrust. 3 points. Irina. What? Karasuma. Target and teacher, assassins and students. Here in this bizarre classroom that creatures made for us, everyone has 2 roles to play. You make a big deal out of being a pro, starts to walk away, but if you can't be both an assassin and a teacher, stops walking, then this is the worst place for a pro like you. Back to the others again. Chiba hits the ball too hard towards Yada. She flinches and blocks as the ball rolls towards the back. Meihara. You okay? Yada slumps in defeat. Sheesh. Izuku chuckles. I guess she needs more practice. Notices Ms. Irina's look. If you want to stay here, sensei, and have more chances on assassinating Koro-sensei, don't look down on all of us. Maybe instead you can become our teacher like you were supposed to. Irina. But, what could I teach kids like you? I don't have that much teaching experience. Izuku. A wise man once said, a teacher's job is not to prepare students for something. Their job is to help students prepare themselves for anything. We lack the linguistic and infiltration skill you apparently have, sensei. A teacher can teach their own experiences and knowledge to those younger to them. Maybe your teaching can help us in the assassination or help in talking to foreigners. Koro-sensei teaches for the exams. Karasuma-sensei can teach us combat and PE, while you can teach practical conversation skills and the ability to sweet talk others. Karasuma. He's right, it's your decision to stay here and become a part of this assassination as a teacher. I have to go, I need to do some stuff. Walks away. As Karasuma-sensei walks away, I look back at Ms. Irina and see her looking down with irritation. Izuku. I know it's hard, sensei. Your pride as a professional was damaged. But it'll be your choice to either open up and say sorry to the others or remain cold towards them. Before I walk back in, she called me. Irina. Wait, how come you aren't mad at me like them? And why do you want to help me despite everything I've said? And why don't you call me names like they did? Izuku. I was mad, sensei. You completely overestimated your own abilities while underestimated ours. But even still, you reminded me of someone back in my world. He was the incarnation of victory. Has an ego that reminded me of you. Katsuki. Teach. Don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Katsuki. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who could possibly get into UA. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. My name'll be inscribed in the list of top earners. Izuku. Like you, sensei, he was too proud of his own abilities, too proud of winning over and over. Because of that, he made a lot of enemies. And made a lot of people hate his ego. But he always wanted to show me that he was more superior than me. Katsuki. You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your ass. Or were you born with it? Katsuki. Sumeha. So you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one. Katsuki. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it. Extras. Katsuki. These people don't matter. The only thing that's important is if I beat them. Katsuki. I pledge that I'll be number 1. At least become a nice bouncy step for me to jump off of. Katsuki. You'll regret making a fool of me. I'll freaking kill you. I'm taking the first to end all firsts. There's no point in winning against some half-assed punk. No point if I can't do better than Deku. So if you're not trying to win, get the hell out of my face. Why are you even here, you bastard? Izuku. But just like you, he had his pride broken down. I still remember the very first one. Katsuki. From here on, From here on. Why harm me? I'm gonna beat you all. Enjoy your win. It'll never happen again. Damn it. Izuku. The face you had after your failed assassination attempt reminded me of his wounded pride. We both used to be frenemies, but after a certain event. Katsuki. I always looked down on you. Just because you were quirkless. You were always far behind me, yet. I felt that you were somehow miles ahead of me. I hated that. I didn't want to feel like that. And I didn't want to recognize that. It's why I grew so distant from you and always tried to beat you down. I opposed you and tried to show my superiority over you. But I always lost. After entering UA, absolutely nothing went as I thought it would. I spent all my days trying to figure out your strengths and weaknesses. It probably doesn't mean anything telling you all this, but that's what I really think. Izuku. I'm sorry for everything I've done up until now. If you ever encounter a road bump, you can always count on me for help. To surpass All Might, our ideal hero, we would have to be allies and friends. I know I've done so much crap to you up until now and won't forgive me, but I don't want your forgiveness, I want to atone for my actions. Izuku. He became my friend and rival. He's changing and slowly atoning for all his sins in his own way. I want you to apologize to the others, because I don't want you walking down a path you'll soon regret. And another reason is because I have 3 roles in this classroom: student, assassin, and hero. I'll be willing to save anyone mentally or physically when the time comes. Have you heard on what happened when I arrived here, sensei? Irina. The only thing I heard is that multiple powered beasts attacked this place. Izuku. Those things would have killed everyone if I wasn't here. Koro-sensei was not match for those things. Irina. Really? Izuku. Yeah, him or the entire military forces aren't strong enough to deal with those beasts. That gives me more reason to stay here. I know you're a nice person, but you need to at least show the others you're not what they say you are, and atone for what you said. And besides, I prefer calling you Ms. Irina or Irina-sensei. Starts to walk away. By the way, Ms. Irina, if you keep looking down on everyone, you're never gonna notice your own weaknesses. Maybe these words can help you. See you later at class, Ms. Irina. I look back at her and see her still deep in thought while walking back to class. Yami. Claps. Way to go with wordplay, bravo. Izuku. Chuckles. Thanks, I guess. Yami. But you forgot to tell her the final reason, huh? Izuku. No, I didn't want her to get more suspicious about my past like the others. Yami. What was your other reason? Izuku. Sadly smiles. To be a kind and great teacher, like Karasuma-sensei and Koro-sensei. To be the teachers I never had when I needed them. To ignite the imagination and instill a love of learning in their minds. Because the influence of a good teacher can never be erased. Yami. Just like a painful memory, you can cry 1,000 times, but it won't erase them. It is our most painful blessing. The result of those memories is me. Izuku. And our flair. I want the others to enjoy class more than I did, and learn more than what I could learn from myself. All those years I only learned things by myself with the help of my mom. Yami. Let's just say they're very lucky indeed to have them as teachers. Izuku. Yeah, they are. I'll just make the most of these moments and try enjoying it with them. I'll make sure they're safe and nothing happens to him. Yami. You really think of other before yourself, huh? Izuku. Chuckles. It's always been like that ever since. Yami. But you do know that it costs you to get hurt often. Izuku. So, I'm full of pain, but I wake up every morning and I'm smiling. Back then I just smiled to hide and stops my tears, they were a sign of weakness, others disliked weak. So I had to smile, hide the pain, and make sure to protect those who couldn't hide the pain. You know, for my counterpart, you're a bit more calmer than before. Yami. I'm not just made of your anger, but also your emotional pain. If you used to see me as the angry madman before, I'm now a combination of your rage and pain. But your pain exceeds your rage, so most of the time, I'm not a chaotic rage freak. Izuku. I guess, that's fine. But now we need to control our flair again. Yami. Yeah, even I don't want the same thing to happen. Izuku. But you were the one who did it. Yami. In your body. And besides, did I forgot to tell you that once you are overrun with negativity I lose control and go berserk. And besides I hate going berserk. Izuku. Oh yeah, let's just hope those events don't happen again. I don't want to hurt the class or area or anyone. I want to hide the truth and I want to shelter the others from my own demons. Yami. Maybe we could use that line for a song. It sounded pretty good. Izuku. I guess. I might already have an idea for a lyrics. Yami. Nice. We could use it to vent out your flair, by expressing your thoughts through lyrics. Izuku. At least it'll be better than beating people up. Time skip. It was a little while after I had my talk with Ms. Irina. She agreed to continue teaching us and apologized to the others. I told her to come with me back to the classroom so she could do so. When I arrived I could see the others lounging around and talking with each other. When I entered the room I could see everyone look at me. They were about to ask me some questions but I just raised my hand as stop. I then look at Isogai. Izuku. Isogai, can you please tell them to go back to their seats? Isogai. Sure. Isogai does so and orders the class to sit back down properly on their own seats. I then signal Ms. Irina to come inside as I walk back to my seat. She walks to the board silently as the class just look at her in surprise. She hesitantly picks up the chalk then looks at me. I guess she could see the looks they were giving her, especially Terasaka and his group. So I just gave her a simple nod of confirmation. She picks up the chalk and starts to write on board. Izuku. Thought, I just hope it goes well. She then stops writing and the words on the board read, "You're incredible in bed." She then turns to us and started speaking in English. Irina. You're incredible in bed. Repeat. The class looks confused at first so she orders them. Irina. Come on. Class 3E. Mixed English. Why you're incredible in bed. Irina. When I assassinated a certain VIP in America, I first turned on the charm to get close to his bodyguard. Those are the words he said to me. They mean, you're great in the sack. Nagisa. Blushing and whispers, just what are you making us junior high kids say? Izuku. Thought, so far, so good. Just don't screw this up. Irina. It's often said that the fastest way to learn another language is to get yourself a lover who speaks it. You want to know what they're feeling, so you try your hardest to understand what they say. Izuku. And I had to read an entire English book just for the one who I thought was my girlfriend. Yami. Dude, Flair, remember. It's just a random flashback that'll just break your heart. Izuku. Sighs, thanks, I guess you really don't want to go berserk again, huh? Yami. It really hurts when that happens, I act like a freaking wild animal. But when the moment counts, I'll have no choice but to use it. Izuku. Let's just hope it never happens, I don't want to be responsible for when that happens. Irina. When necessary in the course of my work. I have used that method to learn more than a few new languages. Therefore, my lessons will teach you how to sweet talk foreigners. The basics of chummy chats, straight from a pro assassin. Master them and they'll come in handy with a real life foreigner. Ryo and Okajima. Blushing a foreigner. Izuku. Okay. I don't want to even know what are they thinking. Yami. I can live without knowing. Izuku. But at least this lesson will be better than present mics. I almost went deaf one time. Yami. I could hear his screams loud and clear from the back of your head. Irina. Let that octopus teach you what you need for your exams. The only thing I could teach you practical conversation skills. And if you still don't think of me as a teacher, I'll give up on my assassination and leave. That ought to fly with you all. And, blushing, I'm sorry about all that stuff. I could see the others looking at her in disbelief. I could only silently chuckle at their reaction at her sudden 180 personality change. But then suddenly they all burst out with laughter, making her jump and look nervous. Karma. Why so nervous? You were just threatening to kill us. Irina. Meihara. She's totally a teacher now. Okano. We can't call you Ms. Bitch anymore. Irina. Tears in her eyes. You understand. Covers her mouth. Ryo. It was pretty rude thing to call a teacher. She just blushed and almost looked like tears of joy coming out of her eyes. Izuku. Smiles. I knew that her pride was just a mask to her. But why do I feel a sudden 180 coming soon? Katauka. Yeah, we need something else. Meihara. How about, bitch sensei? And there was that 180 I sensed. I look at Ms. Irina and she looks like someone who just suddenly lost all hope. Irina smiles weakly asterisk how about we move away from the whole bitch thing? Just call me by my first name. I don't am Mayhara. But that bitch thing really isn't going away. Irina stiffens Okano. Yeah, bitch sensei fits her way better than Irina sensei. Kurahashi. Well, there you have it. Welcome, bitch sensei. Isogai. Let's get started, bitch sensei. The more she heard them say bitch sensei, the more she gets angrier. When Isogai finished talking, she finally lost her temper. Irina. I hate you all so much. No one's pav. Unknown to the others, Koro sensei and Karasuma were watching from the window without the others knowing. Korsensei. She's fitting right in. Karasuma. More or less. It was thanks to Izuku-kun's talking with my help that made her change her decision. Back inside the classroom, the others still tried to insult her while Izuku just looked at her with a smile. Irina. Don't screw with me. Bunch of rotten brats. Karasuma narrowed his eyes and reached into his blazer to pull out a gun, but. Koro-sensei. Thank you, Karasuma-sensei. I want my students to be able to converse with an actual foreigner. Looks at Karasuma over his shoulder and really, who better than globetrotting assassin? Karasuma. Eyes darken. You mean he saw all this coming? Koro-sensei. Walks away waving his tentacles. Time to top off my sugar reserves after all that hard mental work. Back to Izuku's pav. Well, I did expect this to happen. Nobody changes easily overnight. But this is a start for her, I guess, just like Kachan's start. It may take a while, but I know she'll fit in well with this class and grow to teach them. This class surely is lucky to have great teachers that I could never have back in my old days. Irina. I'll give you Ms. Bitch. Do it right. Kurahashi. Aren't you cute? Irina. I am not. Izuku. Stands up. But all things considered, everyone looks at me. I'll be looking forward to learning with you. Smiles. I could see most of the girl students blushing for unknown reasons apparently. But I'll just ask them about it later. I look at Irina sensei and then bow. Izuku. I formally welcome you as our teacher to the Assassination classroom, Irina sensei. Izuku's pav. It was a nice new day for all of us. And it was time for science period. Koro sensei asked me, Isogai and Katauka to follow him to a room. When we arrived, I saw some science equipment inside 4 yellow trays, on top of a worn-out wooden table. Koro-sensei. I really appreciate the help. So I decided to pick up 2 trays at the same time while Isogai and Katauka take one each. Katauka. Even with all your tentacles you still can't carry everyone's lab equipment all at once. Izuku. He could if he wanted to. And besides, most of these things are very fragile and will take him at least 2 or 3 trips to get them all in one piece. Koro-sensei. Picks up some science equipment using his tentacles. He's right, but now it'll be a one-trip job. Looks at us. You truly are dependable. It's only natural that you're class officers. I actually forgot that I was voted as a class officer. I was supposed to be class president, but I turned down the offer, since I haven't been in this school longer than the others have. So I gave the president spot to Isogai, while they gave me vice president instead. Katauka was voted as the female class representative. Isogai. You could have done it in multiple Mach speed trips easily, though. Izuku. Not getting assassinated, he's not. Koro-sensei. No. Having some helping hands makes this all the merrier. Izuku. Chuckles. I'm guessing you're feeling at home in our class now, huh, Koro-sensei? Katauka. Is he though? Are seriously asking him that? Koro-sensei. Yes. I very much enjoy being your teacher. Turns around and starts walking away. Katauka. That's weird. Koro-sensei. Turns back asterisk. Is it? The 4OSs continue to walk to the science lab while also chatting. Isogai. Of course it is. A bizarre creature like you, in charge of us. It's a matter of getting used to it, I guess. Izuku. You guys will get used to it. I mean, our principal is literally a small rat. Or a chimera for others. And the same freaking rat who sentenced me to life in prison, for something I didn't do. Or was dumb enough not to double check the cameras or use a lie detector on me. Katauka. Really? Isogai. I mean, he does live in a society where people have superpowers. There's bound to be someone who has mutant or animal abilities. Izuku. I mean, Koro-sensei teaches us despite being the one who blew up the moon and is the one planning to blow up. So that makes him somewhat okay at least. And besides, the class may consider themselves very lucky to have him as a teacher as well as Karasuma-sensei and Irina-sensei. Kataoka. He does have a point. Isogai. I guess so. The four of us stop in front of the door to the science lab. When Koro-sensei opens the door, Okajima tried to stab who was hiding by the side of the door. Meihara and Mimura came from desk and charged at him. But unfortunately for the three of them, he disappeared in flash, dropping all of the science equipment, but grabbed them all using his tentacles as fast as he could. The three of us just stared at him as he continues to dodge and place the equipment on the tables. Isogai. Even if you are an assassination target. Izuku. Target or not, he's still our teacher. And assassins or not, we're his students. All of a sudden he takes the trays from our hands as Isogai and Kataoka looked wide-eyed. The rest of the class was just sitting down on the long wooden tables the science lab had. Koro-sensei started to distribute the equipment to the tables at Mach 20 speed. Meihara tried to slash him but he dodged him. The same thing happened to Mimura as he dodges while placing the equipment on the tables. Koro-sensei. Nurufufufufu, that's a vital detail. Okajima then charges out of nowhere and attempted to stab Koro-sensei, but he still dodged it and places the equipment on the next table. Koro-sensei. Be sure not to forget it. He places more of the equipment on the tables as Okajima attempted to charge again, but failed. Same goes for Meihara as Koro-sensei just dodges again. Yami. This isn't going to work, isn't it? Izuku. Yup. A straightforward sneak attack against an unpredictable creature like Koro-sensei just won't work. Yami. Yeah, well, at least they tried. Izuku. I still need to come up with more plans to assassinate him and find Shigaraki. He's been silent ever since, and I still haven't found a lead to him. Yami. The bastard's taking his time. But I know we'll find him. Izuku. If we don't, everyone will have more problems than just Koro-sensei. Instead of Koro-sensei destroying Earth, someone else will, and that's Shigaraki. I have to find him as soon as possible. Yami. And we could finally claim vengeance. Vengeance will be mine. Izuku. You just had to ruin the moment. Yami. Hey, at least give me my moment. I've been wanting to say those words for a long time now. And besides, that bastard's number one in my revenge list. Izuku. Fine, I'll let you have your moment. Just stop being an insane war and vengeance freak. Yami. I can't help it. It's in my system. I'm made out of your negativity and rage, remember? Izuku. Oh yeah, Yami. And, I think he's done now along with those three. Izuku. Yup, indeed he is. I look and see Koro-sensei finishing up the placing the equipment by placing the tripod over the Bunsen burner. Okajima, Mimura and Meihara were all slumped in front of everybody while panting. Meihara. Panting, he actually finished prepping while dodging 3 knives at once. The school bell then rings as me and Isogai walk towards them. Isogai. You okay, Meihara? Meihara. Why yeah, Izuku. How about you too? You good? Okajima. Why yeah, just drained up, that's all. Mimura. We stood no chance. Koro-sensei. Nurufufufufu. Karma. You know, a sneak attack that simple isn't gonna cut it. Izuku. Size, he's got ya there, guys. Koro-sensei may have already foreseen that before we came in. Koro-sensei. Alright. Walks towards his desk. Let's begin our lesson. As I was helping the three up, I noticed Okuda stiffly staring at her desk as Koro-sensei passes her. It's like she was in deep thought about something. Is she planning her assassination or something? If she is, Izuku thought, I wonder how she's planning to execute it though. Koro-sensei was teaching us chemistry. He was teaching us the experiment to extract food coloring from snacks, even though I read this already in a book. But why do I have a feeling he just used this as an excuse? I was seated to where Nagisa, Kayano, Meihara and Kataoka are, and I was next to Nagisa. I look over to Okuda and saw her watching Koro-sensei with a nervous look. Yami. Is she nervous or something? Izuku. I guess so. Yami. You know, She kinda reminds me of you somehow. Izuku. You noticed it too, huh? Yami. Yup, from that look, I could see it. But I need to look it in more. Izuku. What I know from Okuda is that she's somewhat, what do they call them? Yami. An introvert. Izuku. Bingo. Yami. I mean you were one back then. Izuku. I hate to admit it, but yeah. I only gained confidence when I was at UA. Yami. Yup. Back then, you were insecure and non-expressive. You would just sit and just look out the window or just listen to music you search or made. You couldn't even finish a single sentence back then. No wonder you have so many exes. Izuku. Okay. That's crossing the line. Yami. Chill. I was kidding. Those girls were fucking whores anyway. Izuku. But you are partially right. Who would date someone like me? Yami. Okay, enough with the negativity. We don't want our flair to grow more than it already is. Izuku. You're right. Back at Koro-sensei, he added water inside a beaker with a strawberry lace. And then the water became red as Koro-sensei removed the lace. The class looked surprised by this. Meihara. It's bright red. Koro-sensei. All right. And that concludes our experiment to extract artificial coloring. And within a flash of a second, our snacks were gone in an instant. And we see Koro-sensei holding them all while sweating. Koro-sensei. From snack food. I'll be taking the leftover snacks now. He then zooms off to hide the snacks to who knows where and come back in a second empty-handed. Class 3E. What? Mimura. We bought those ourselves. Nagisa just had a look of disbelief. Kayano was just smiling with a sweat drop. Meihara looked pissed. Katauka looked slightly upset, while me and Yami. Izuku and Yami. Izuku. I knew he had a reason to choose snacks specifically for an experiment. Yami. I actually did not see that coming. Izuku. I'm gonna add to my notes, apparently has a sweet tooth, and would do anything to get them, especially when it's still not his payday. Meihara. He used this as an excuse to swipe snacks cause payday isn't until tomorrow. Katauka. Why is a super organism that can destroy Earth living paycheck to paycheck? Izuku. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. I was supposed to be saving those snacks for later. Remembers something then smirks and less. Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. What is it, Izuku-kun? Izuku. Would you return the snacks? Or take a mysterious offer without knowing what it is? Koro-sensei. What would happen if I don't take the mysterious offer? Izuku. You get to keep the leftover snacks and not be a part of the mysterious offer. But if you choose the mysterious offer, you get to keep it and give back the leftover snacks. What do you say, Koro-sensei? No take-backs. Koro-sensei. I think I would rather keep the leftovers. Izuku. Are you sure, Koro-sensei? Koro-sensei. Of course, I think your other offer might just be an assassination attempt. And I'd like to keep the snacks, of course. Izuku. Well, your loss, Koro-sensei. Let me just get something using Blackwhip. I used Blackwhip to grab something I brought that was in the classroom. The Blackwhip returns and it shows a giant sack. Izuku. If you thought this was an assassination attempt, Koro-sensei, then you're horribly mistaken. I open the sack to reveal a bunch of fresh unopened new snacks. The others look wide-eyed while Koro-sensei screamed in shock. Koro-sensei. Where did you get so much snacks? Izuku. Well, flashback. Koro-sensei told us to bring snacks tomorrow for an experiment and also maybe a new stock of food. So I went shopping while Eri was back home watching TV. I decided to go for the new store that opened a few blocks from our house. I walked towards it so for exercise as well. And when I opened the door to the store, employee. Congratulations for being our 1000th customer. Party streamers and confetti went raining down from the roof of the store as employees came closer to me congratulating me while holding balloons. I didn't know exactly what was happening so. Izuku. Sir. What happened? Employee. What happened was, you're our 1000th customer. What happens is that the customer, aka you, has to go around the store to buy anything you want for a limited amount of time. And if you make it before the time stops, you get everything for free. Absolutely free. Flashback end. Izuku. So I basically used my power to grab and dash everything at the store. And I literally bought everything in that store for free. So I decided to bring over 150 snacks today. When I explained to them, jaws drop as Koro-sensei was crying, having a face of regret. Izuku. I was supposed to use this for an assassination attempt, but since you guys might be hungry and Koro-sensei stole your food. And besides, even if you try to break out of our deal, Koro-sensei. I pick up one and showed it being surrounded by anti-sensei BBs. Izuku. Even before you could touch them, you'll get hurt trying to. It's an absolute win. The others get new fresh snacks while you take all of theirs. Well guys. Smiles. Izuku. Have some snacks. I toss the snacks towards the others as they caught at least 7 snacks for each of them. I noticed that some of the girls were slightly red and blushing, but I don't know why though. Why when I smile they suddenly turn red? I see Koro-sensei crying in tears of regret. Yami. Are you a sadist or something? Izuku. I'm not. A hero gives to those who are poor or lost something. So it's natural for me to help them. But I still don't know why girls keep blushing when I smile. Yami. Are you seriously that dense? Izuku. What does that mean? But while the others were just talking while eating some of their snacks, Okuda stood up and walked past us, making the others look surprised. She went towards Koro-sensei as he stops crying. Koro-sensei. Huh. She still had her head down and had her hands behind her back. I raise a brow in interest on how she'll pull this off while the others just look at her. Okuda. Sensei. Koro-sensei. Can I help you, Okuda-san? Okuda. She then takes out 2 vials of light green liquid and looks up fearfully as she closes her eyes. Okuda. This is poison. Please drink it. Yami. I did not expect another straightforward assassination. This'll be interesting. Izuku. Yeah, but the question is, will Koro-sensei drink it? Or will it have any effect on him? Yami. But still. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe on how straightforward can she be about this. Izuku. If I can hit you right now, I'll do it. We can't underestimate her. She may look innocent, but even fairies have fangs. Yami. I guess you're right. This does amuse me, so I'll stay by and watch. Meihara. Now that's straightforward. Okuda. I guess that's too much to ask. Koro-sensei. Sweat dropped my. This is certainly an honest assassination attempt, Okuda-san. Okuda. Hesitantly opens her eyes and looks up. I'm not good at surprise attacks and stuff like everyone else. But I am good at chemistry, so I made this with all my heart and soul. Yami. You know, those frequently overreacting reactions to abnormal situations with exaggerated expressions, along with the lack of confidence, reminds me of someone. Izuku. It was like me back then. But now the question is, how would Koro-sensei respond to this straightforwardness? Class 3E. Surprised. Mimura. Heart and soul. Sagino. Oh Okuda. No one would be dumb enough to drink it just like that. Izuku. Thought. Let's see his response. Koro-sensei. Grins. Well then. Uncorks the vials. I would be delighted to. Drinks it. Izuku. Wide eyes. No way. Class 3E. No way. He drank it. Then suddenly Koro-sensei choked and jerked over, as his heart raced dramatically. Koro-sensei. Heart was racing. This is. Isogai. Is it working? Meihara. Is this for real? Then suddenly, to most of our surprise, his heart went back to normal and his face became blue, with a spiky fin at the back and horns on his head. Yami. What in the world is going on today, huh? What's with all this unexpected shit that keeps coming? Izuku. Is he immune to poison or something? Or maybe only to poisons that kills humans? Isogai. He, grew horns. All of us were silent while sweat dropping from either being surprised, shocked or what in the world happened. Koro-sensei. Yes. This tastes like sodium hydroxide. It's poisonous to humans, but not me, I'm afraid. Okuda. Surprised. Koro-sensei. Looks at the 2 vials he's holding. There are 2 others, correct? Okuda. Why yes. Koro-sensei. All right, then. Drinks the next one. Yami. Is he serious? Izuku. He sure is. Yami. Why would someone like him drink poison like that without knowing what might happen? Izuku. Unless. He choked then jerked backwards this time and his heart raced up once again. And then his face became lime green, wings grew out from the sides of his head and his horns grew and sprouted into two. The wings on his head started flapping. Okajima. This time he grew wings. Sugaya. His face is starting to get pretty fancy. Yami. I still don't get why would he drink poisons like that. Izuku. I may already have an idea, but I won't jump to conclusions just yet. Koro-sensei. Ah, thallium acetate. Now for the last one. Drinks the last vial. I heard his heart nearly thumped out of his chest as his entire body glowed purple. He was also groaning in pain as his heart kept thumping and he was still glowing purple with two tentacles crossing his chest. Okano. What's going to happen? Isogai. What's the last one gonna do? Everything stopped and Koro-sensei's face was just plain gray without any of the horns or wings. All of us just stared at him while sweat dropping with some of us standing from our seats. Kayano. He's gone straight-faced. Isogai. His changes are just too unpredictable. Koro-sensei. Aqua Regia. I see. Mimura. No expression at all. Koro-sensei. The only effect they have is on my face. Sagino. He's like an emoji. Koro-sensei. Even if you hate me, please don't hate Assassination. Meihara. What brought that on? Izuku. Thought, is he trying to appreciate the hard work Okuda did to make those concoctions? Maybe he's like, giving her a chance to shine. Okuda is smart but is also a bit shy like me in the past. It's like what they say that, quiet people have the loudest minds. Back in the past my teachers wouldn't even appreciate my hard work, but instead drag me down more to the ground and let those stronger get the spotlight. But why do I have a feeling that there's a reason behind him doing this? I'll just have to keep watching the events unfold. I look at Okuda and she looks down in disappointment. Koro-sensei's face changes back to normal and looks at Okuda. Koro-sensei. Also, Okuda-san. Okuda. Looks at Koro-sensei. Oh. Koro-sensei. I can't overlook a student making poison unsupervised. It's not safe. Okuda. Yes, sir. I apologize. Yami. I wonder where this is going. Izuku. Same here. Yami. Is he going to do something sweet yet stupid? Izuku. Probably. I'm not sure. His mind is a complete mystery. But I have a feeling it might be. Koro-sensei. Raises a tentacle if you have time later. Why don't we work together on a poison that will kill me? Okuda. Surprised and jaw dropped. Oh okay. Nagisa and Kayano. Izuku and Yami. Izuku. And we're right. Yami. He really will do something stupid yet sweet for his students. Kayano. Making poison with the target. Nagisa. I'll ask her about the details later. Izuku. But maybe there's a hidden reason behind it. Nagisa. What do you mean Izuku-kun? Izuku. Nobody would be confident or willing enough to make and drink a poison that could kill them. Especially when you're the world's most wanted. Kayano. Now that you think about it, you're right. Nagisa. But what would be his reason to do this? Izuku. We'll just have to wait and see the results. Time skip. It's been a while since the event during science period with Koro-sensei and Okuda. The class was playing Assassination badminton again. While I was just laying on the grass by the stairs thinking with my eyes closed while listening to soothing music I have in my phone. It was some music I made using the piano I bought. Yami told me this was one of the ways to vent out my flair, so I took the offer. But I still plan to go hunting later tonight for Shigaraki and beat up some criminals. But this was just to take precautions and ease my nerves and reduce negative emotions. Yami. This is nice. Izuku. I know, it's been a while since I've fully relaxed. Yami. Are we still going villain hunting later? Izuku. Yeah, and maybe I could find more leads on Shigaraki. Maybe we'll try to hunt in Kyoto. Yami. But even still, through all our trials to calm our flare down, it's still stronger. Those bastards at UA did a number on you and just doubled its strength and made the flare harder to control than before. Izuku. Size don't remind me. Shigaraki is still on the run though. Yami. That bastard's still number one on my people to beat up list. And I'll never forgive those who didn't believe you. They were supposed to be your friends and allies and yet they nearly beat you to death. You would be dead before you could even get here, if it wasn't for Recovery Girl healing your wounds. Those damn so-called friends are number 2 on my list. Izuku. I'll never forgive them, even if they'll be the last people I see. Yami. Okay, enough with the negativity. We don't want our flare to get stronger than it is now. And besides, we don't want to ruin the mood of the music. Izuku. I guess you're right. Yami. But still, why do you think that octopus wants to help female Four Eyes make a poison that could kill him? Izuku. I know, I may have an idea though. Yami. Really? Because nobody would be so willing to make and drink a poison that could kill themselves. So what's your idea about his reason? Izuku. It may just be a theory, but I think Koro-sensei is immune to poison that's supposed to be deadly to man. But I think some can affect his head specifically and have no bodily reaction. Yami. But what does that have to do about him talking to her later? Izuku. This is only a hunch, but maybe it has something to do with Okuda's shyness and poor language skills. Maybe he wants her to learn how to open up more and speak properly to others. Yami. That is a good theory. She was a shy and silent being like you before. By the way, aren't you gonna write the info that Koro-sensei is immune to poison? Izuku. I am tries to grab notebook from his pocket. Wait. Tries to search it in his pocket. It's not in my pocket. Yami. Where the fuck did you left it? Or when was the last time you had it? Izuku. I had it the entire time during science, period. I left it back at the science lab. Yami. Then get your butt off of the grass and get your notebook in there, before someone decides to read your notes. You're lucky it isn't your freaking diary. So I did, I stood up and placed my phone and headphones in my pocket. I went running back to the building and searched for the science lab again. After a few seconds I found it and opened the door and saw Okuda and Koro-sensei making the poison he was talking about. Koro-sensei. Oh, Izuku-kun, what are you doing here? Izuku. Sorry to barge in Koro-sensei, but I think I left my notebook here. Koro-sensei. Show's notebook, you mean this? You were lucky it was here on the table we were working at. Throws the notebook to me here. Izuku. Thank you, Koro-sensei. By the way, how's the poison going along? Koro-sensei. We're doing just fine. Now, Okuda-san, let's add it into the ethanol. Oh, be careful not to inhale the fumes. Okuda. Carefully handles the chemicals. Yes, sir. Koro-sensei. Your grades in science class are superb, but. Izuku. Raises an eyebrow. But what? Okuda. Smiles sadly, but everything else goes right over my head. It's only natural that I ended up in the E class. Language arts, especially. I never know the right way to phrase things or how to express my feelings as a person. Koro-sensei. Okuda. But I'm okay with that. Because equations and formulas always have a right answer. They're free of fussy word games and complicated emotions. Yami. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Izuku. So she is poor in language skills like me in the past. But equations and formulas can only take you so far. Yami. She is. You were a stuttering mess back then and couldn't even finish a single sentence. You would mostly express yourself through writing notes or music and nothing more. Izuku. Well, if you were looked down your whole life and never had people to talk to but their counterpart, you tend to lose the confidence to talk and become over-exaggerated in most situations. Yami. I can't blame you for that. But do you think that yellow calamari is trying to help her with her language skills? Izuku. By now, I've caught on to his scheme. He wanted to help her create a poison to kill him as just a ruse. So he can talk to Okuda privately and help her gain the confidence in language arts. But let's just stay and see how he'll do this. Koro-sensei. In that case, reaches for something in his robe. I have a homework assignment for you. Reveals a piece of folded paper. Okuda. Koro-sensei. It's a recipe for a poison that could kill me. Handle it with utmost care. Okuda. Yes, sir. Koro-sensei. You may go home now. Okuda. See you tomorrow, Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. I look forward tomorrow as well, Okuda-san. Okuda walks past me and out the door. As I look at Koro-sensei with a smile on my face. Izuku. You really are too good for us, Koro-sensei. I then use Black Whip to grab something again I hidden in the building. It comes back pulling a giant sack and throw it to Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. What's this, Izuku-kun? Izuku. Open it, Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei opens up the sack and it reveals to be more snacks. Izuku. More snacks I got from the store. It's approximately 150 packs of it. Nearly equal to what I gave to the class, and it's all yours, Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. Is this another assassination attempt or something? Izuku. Consider it a thank you gift for helping someone. Koro-sensei. What are you talking about? Izuku. You can quit playing dumb, Koro-sensei. I know the reason you're trying to help make Okuda a poison is just to help her language skills. And also this is just until you get your paycheck because of your sweet tooth appetite. Koro-sensei. Nurufufufufu, I guess you caught me. What gave it away? Izuku. Nobody would be confident or willing enough to make a poison that could kill themselves. And the poison recipe you gave Okuda was just a fake or something for your own good. While you'll help Okuda about her language tomorrow when it fails. Koro-sensei. So you noticed just through those details. Izuku. Yup, and certain other factors. I noticed it by the way she acted that she has language issues. I was like her once before too. I would be insecure about myself and not finish a single sentence without stuttering. I couldn't express myself through words alone and I developed a habit of muttering while writing notes, writing songs to express myself and sometimes talking to myself. It took me a while to finally get the confidence to talk properly and express my thoughts. Koro-sensei. I'm glad though that you gained the confidence though. Izuku. I'm glad too, but I still have the demons burning up inside me though. I know Okuda just needs the little motivation just to help her become a bit more confident and open to others. And I think what you're doing might help her along with words of encouragement. I just hope it works though. Koro-sensei. That's the plan though. But I hope you won't tell her so it won't ruin the opportunity. Izuku. You have my word, Koro-sensei. And besides I want to help her in any way I can too. As a hero, I have to help others whether they're physical or emotionally hurt. I'm willing to put others before myself. Koro-sensei. You really are a hero, Izuku-kun. Those words of encouragement you give to others when they need them and when they're in mortal danger, you don't hesitate to help. Izuku. I could say the same for you, Koro-sensei. The way you care for us and would even go to far places just to help us like Sagino. The way you saved Karma before he could have killed himself. Even though you're our target and the one who'll destroy the earth, you care for us like a real teacher or parent. Koro-sensei. I'm just keeping a promise I made that I'll become your teacher and teach you all first. But I still intend to destroy Earth if you all don't kill me by the end of March. Izuku. Then I'll be there to protect those that you might harm. And even if heroes don't kill, I have no choice but to kill you before you destroy the Earth. Koro-sensei. Nurufufufufu, I look forward to you and the class assassinating me before the end of the year. Izuku. Same here, Koro-sensei. I guess I better go, it's getting late. Take care, Koro-sensei. Koro-sensei. Of course, take care as well, Izuku-kun and also Eri-chan. I decided to walk towards the staff room while Koro-sensei was fixing up the science lab and was handling his sack of snacks. Yummy. He really is a one-of-a-kind teacher. Izuku. You can say that again over 1,000,000 times. He really is a great teacher in his own unique way like Aizawa-sensei. I mean teachers have unique ways to teach but they always have a purpose. Their duties are neither few nor small, but they elevate the mind and give energy to those they teach. Yami. Your teachers back in the days were crap. They wouldn't even give a crap about you and would just lower you back to the ground instead of lifting you up. They didn't give you energy but just fueled your flare. I really would have wished he was your teacher back in the days. Izuku. I really would accept without the fact you have to kill him. And I hope the thing with Okuda works tomorrow. And maybe find leads about Shigaraki later. Time skip to tomorrow. We were all in the classroom waiting for Koro-sensei. I was apparently drinking coffee again but this time instead of 6 regular cup, I went for 1 strong cup. Apparently I couldn't find another lead to Shigaraki last night, it was just another fighting spree. I was talking with Nagisa, Kayano, Sagino and Okuda who was apparently holding the poison inside round-bottomed flask Koro-sensei assigned her to maid. Kayano. So he told you to bring that poison to class. Okuda. Yeah, he said it should theoretically work the best. Nagisa. Holding a sheet of paper he even made a manga out of how to store poison correctly. Izuku. Asterisk sweat drops asterisk he's always ready to lend a hand. Did he really have to write a manga though? Sagino. A poison that'll kill him. What is he thinking? Okuda. I'm guessing it's his way of encouraging me. I think he wants me to hone my strengths, even if I'm not good with words. Izuku. Sighs, it's more than that, you'll see it soon enough. Koro-sensei the opens the door then comes in. Koro-sensei. Okay, everyone. Walks towards his desk please be seated. Kayano. He's here. Go give it to him. I walk back to my seat and just waited for the events to unfold. Okuda walks up to Koro-sensei holding the poison in her hands while smiling nervously. Yami. What do ya think that substance will do? Izuku. It'll probably make him more harder to kill. Yami. I just hope it's temporary. Okuda. Shows it to Koro-sensei I brought it, sir. Koro-sensei. Reaches out to grab the poison oh, well done. Uncorks the round-bottomed flask then I'll drink it at once. Drinks the poison. The rest of the class anticipated the effects of the poison while I just raised an eyebrow. Izuku. Thought, I wonder what type of substance did he assign her to make. Koro-sensei. All of a sudden his heartbeat echoed throughout the room and his eyes grew red. His tentacles curled inwards as his eyes also grew red and began laughing. Koro-sensei. Nurufufufufu. Thank you, Okuda-san. Okuda. Steps back Koro-sensei. Thanks to your concoction, I can advance to a new level. He started to float with black particles radiating from him. Okuda. What do you mean? Koro-sensei. Aghhh. He waves his tentacles to his side and screamed as he expels a powerful gust wind. After a few seconds Koro-sensei. Phew. He's a silver blob on top of his desk. Yami. He's a blob. Izuku. Indeed he is apparently. Yami. I was looking forward to something else. But I did not expect him to turn to a giant silver booger with a face. Izuku. We should always expect the unexpected here, especially with Koro-sensei. Class 3E. He melted. Koro-sensei. I actually had you make a tonic that would stimulate my cells and enhance my fluidity. Yami. So that's his excuse. He wanted his body to become a silver booger. Izuku. Yup, and I could already think of a reason on why he wanted it. Yami. If he wanted to become a booger, why couldn't he just let me place him in giant blender with blades made out of the anti-sensei crap and just juiced him? Izuku. I think that won't work. His body is too complex to be just placed in a blender. And besides it could kill him too. He suddenly expanded and flashed out of the desk and appeared inside my desk apparently. Koro-sensei. As a liquid, I can now fit into the tightest of spaces. Izuku. Sighs why out of all the desks in this classroom, why choose mine? Koro-sensei. What's more is. He suddenly got out of my desk and zoomed off, jumping around the classroom. Koro-sensei. I'm still, as speedy as ever. He was jumping around the classroom like Gran Torino during my internship or Monetta's bounce attack. Because of that Yada screamed and some of us stood up, some of us took cover, while me. Izuku. Thought, this is basically the same chaos every day in UA but with Gran Torino and Monetta bouncing around. Koro-sensei. Go ahead. Try and off me. The others just raised up their weapons and attempted to attack but it was futile. And just used the weapons to defend themselves. Okajima. This is one messed up teacher. Kayano. What was that poison, Okuda-san? Koro-sensei finally stops and sticks himself to the corner of the ceiling near the door. Okuda. Why you tricked me, Koro-sensei? Koro-sensei. Grins having the verbal aptitude to deceive others is a vital part of assassination, Okuda-san. Okuda. Nagasa. Verbal aptitude. Koro-sensei. Even the most potent of poisons is wasted if you offer it in such a naive way that your target can take advantage of you. Slides down the wall Izuku-kun. How would you try to poison me? Izuku. I'd probably mix it in a delicious sweet food you want. Then offer it to you in a way you won't notice it's poisoned. Like a special food I made just for an occasion. Koro-sensei. Yes. Slides back in his robe to deceive someone, you must understand their feelings and communicate with them creatively. Reverts back to his normal self language is the key to an effective poisoning. Nagasa and Okuda. Realization. Izuku. So you guys caught on. Nagisa. Izuku-kun. Do you know something about this? Izuku. I've caught on to his schemes since yesterday. I knew this was going to happen. Class 3E. Then why didn't you tell us? Izuku. Sighs sorry, I didn't want to spoil his plan. But, he's right Okuda. You know, you kinda remind me of myself back then. Okuda. Huh, Izuku. Smiles yeah, I used to be insecure back then. I couldn't finish a single sentence without stuttering chuckles. I even developed a habit of mumbling and talking to myself. I was non-expressive and always thought my actions could speak louder. But I was wrong. Okuda. But how were you able to conquer it? Izuku. Confidence. I lacked that back then when I was a kid. But over the time with the people you can count on and people who appreciate and acknowledge you, you can grow out of that shell and be able to become more confident to speak to others. They say, actions speak louder than words. But without the words to back up those actions, it's all useless. Koro-sensei. He's right, Okuda-san. Your scientific talent will someday be useful to everyone. So, to explain things clearly to as many people as possible. Izuku. Actions alone can only get you so far, but with the use of language, they can help you reach further. Let your actions speak, while let your words teach, because sometimes words have more weight than actions. Smiles. Izuku. We hope you'll continue to develop the confidence to develop your language skills to poison someone or use them along with your talents. If I walked past it before, I know you can too. She looks up at the both of us in amazement and then smiles. Okuda. I will. I look at the others and see some of them have a look that they're not sure what to say. Some of the girls were blushing again for unknown reasons. Why does this happen every time? The silence was broken by Karma chuckling, making everyone look at him. Karma. Chuckles yep. Assassination is the least of everyone's worries right now. Izuku. Sighs, he's right, killing Koro-sensei's still a distant dream. Stopping Shigaraki and protecting this class is one of my highest priorities. The second thing is to control my flare and don't let anyone get hurt just in case it happens again. Time skip. No one's POV. Isogai was with Meihara and Okano walking through the woods of the mountain. Isogai. Hurry. If we're late, who knows what they'll do to us this time. Okano. Oh, yeah. Last time we had to clean out the main campus flowerbeds. Meihara. Man, that was rough. Their flowerbed are way too huge. Isogai. You slacked off the entire time. Meihara. Chuckles did I. The three of them stop as Isogai gave Meihara an irritated look while Okano. Why are we the ones who gotta put up with this? Izuku's POV. I heard Okano scream from a far distance while I was walking down the mountain. Eri was back at the building, playing or watching videos on my phone. They said that the school had an assembly and apparently it was exactly during Class 3E's lunch break. Yummy. So Class 3E's only allowed on the main campus when they have school assemblies or something. Izuku. That's what I watched from the video. I hated the video, especially Kunoden. Yami. What do you mean? He's adorable. Izuku. For all the times, he's a sadist. I'm not Eri even watch even a single video from that sadistic acorn. Yami. I guess you're right and it gives me more reason to hate this school. Izuku. It reminds me a lot of back then. Yami. Let's just get down this thing. And don't pry into some old memories. I continued walking down the mountain towards the first place. Apparently it was supposed to be a river and it had a bridge. As I was about to reach there I heard screaming and see Chiba, Mimura and Okajima panicking. Okajima. The bridge. Mimura. All right, who told us this was a shortcut? Izuku. Remember something then, sighs Karma. Mimura was holding a drowned Chiba while Okajima was being swept away by the current. Mimura. Tries to reach out Okajima. Izuku. One for all full cowling 25%. I rushed towards Okajima who was being pulled away by the current. And jumped over the river. Izuku. Float and Blackwhip. I used float to hover over the river and used Blackwhip to grab Okajima to stop him from getting pulled away. I also used it to grab Mimura and Chiba and floated to the other side of the river and dropped them. Izuku. You guys alright? Okajima. I almost drowned. Mimura. We're alright, thanks to you. Izuku. Let's continue. I'll carry Chiba. The three of us continued to walk down the trail while I was carrying a drowned Chiba. It wasn't until, snakes. We heard more screaming and we hurried up to see what it was. We see Yada, Fua and Hara getting attacked by snakes. I gave Chiba to Mimura and rushed towards them. Izuku. Hold on tight. One for all 15%. Street. Lewis smash. Air Force. The girls hold on tight to some trees, as I arch my legs back and perform a strong vertical roundhouse kick, firing a large blast of compressed air. The wind pressure blows away the snakes from the area. Yada accidentally falls to the ground because of the pressure. When the wind stops, we check on the others to see if they're alright. Izuku. Are you girls alright? Fua. Yeah, we're fine thanks. Hara. You saved us. Izuku. Phew. Notices Yada on the floor. Yada smiles and reaches out a hand. Are you alright? I'm sorry if I hurt you. All of a sudden her face became red as she grabs my hand and stands up. Yada. Blushing. Why yeah. Thanks FF for saving us. Izuku. Scratches the back of his neck. It's no problem. I was just doing what a hero. Okajima. Ah, snakes. All of us see Okajima run past us with snakes all over his body. Izuku. Let's go. One for all full cowling 25%. I used OFA to boost up to try and catch up to Okajima while the others ran to catch up with me. Boulders. Oh Okajima. I heard screaming and see Terasaka and his friends nearly getting hit by a bunch of boulders while Okajima was being chased down by one. Izuku. Gran Torino style. I propelled myself and hopped from tree to tree and smashed the boulders that were continuing to fall. Terasaka and his friends. Izuku. I then stopped midair and aimed my fist towards the boulder that was following Okajima. Izuku. Black whip. Pinpoint focus. I shot a tendril directly at the boulder as it stops chasing Okajima. I pull it back and smash it into pieces. The others finally caught up. Izuku. You guys good. Terasaka. TCH. We didn't need your help, you know. Izuku. Sighs. I'm happy to help. Now let's keep going. Stay behind me. I'll protect you guys. We all continued to run forward with the others behind me and Terasaka screaming he doesn't need help. We continued to run while I punched more boulders and sent more snakes flying. Who prodded the beehive? Okajima. I ran faster towards the scream and see Sugino with Nagisa, Kayano, Kanzaki, Okuda, Sugaya getting attacked by bees. Okajima was running past them while getting stung by a bunch of bees. We finally caught up to them with the others behind panting tiredly. Sugino. He's sure gone through a lot. Izuku. He nearly drowned, got attacked by snakes, got chased by a boulder and now getting chased and attacked by a swarm of bees. I hope he'll be okay. Nagisa. Yeah. Izuku. Let's keep going, I'll lead the way. Time skip. After a little while of walking we finally got past the bee area and most of the others were panting in exhaustion. While I was just standing with only a little bit of sweat. Okuda. Oh, man. Please no more bees or anything else. Sugino. Luckily, Okajima took the brunt of it for us. Hara. And Izuku took out those snakes and boulders out of their way. It would have costed more problems. Mimura. Yeah, and got us over that river. Then I noticed Karasuma-sensei found us and was walking over towards us. Izuku. Karasuma-sensei. Karasuma. Are you all alright? Izuku. Most of us sensei, but overall we're fine. Karasuma. There's no rush. We'll arrive with plenty of time at this pace. Hold on. You brats. Kayano. Oh, bitch sensei. We see Irina sensei come out of the woods and collapsed on her knees panting. Irina. And no one told me about a class trip during lunch break. Sugino. Smirks. Wow, you're a real mess, bitch sensei. Irina. Glares at him. It's extra exhausting running in heels. Nagisa. Karasuma-sensei. Karasuma. Nagisa. Where's Koro-sensei? Karasuma. We can't afford to have other students see him, so he's been told to wait at the old campus. Izuku. I left Eri there too. I didn't want the others to think of her as something because of her horn. Or do I want them to think I have a daughter at this age? So she's playing games at my phone right now. The main campus isn't far now. Let's go, I'll lead the way. Karasuma. He's right. Let's go. Everyone. Okay. Time skip. After a few more minutes we finally arrived at the main campus building in one piece. The others were all collapsed and panting on the ground while I just wiped the sweat off my forehead while helping the others up. Okajima. Still covered in snakes, that sucked. Isogai. We made it in time. Meihara. Well, it was mostly thanks to Izuku leading the way and protecting us. Look at him. He floated across the river, sent a bunch of snakes flying, broke tons of boulders, protected us from bees, helped us all jumped over a cliff and even wrestled a freaking wild bear. And hasn't broken a sweat yet. Isogai. He is technically superhuman and fought those beasts that Koro-sensei couldn't beat. So those things were basically just a walk in a park for him. Izuku. Technically this isn't even the first time I've ran through a forest like that. The last time was during a training camp. We had to go through an entire forest filled with monsters until we reached the main camp. Isogai. Let's not talk about it. Come on, guys. Let's hurry and line up. Class 3E. Okay. Yeah. Izuku. You guys go on ahead. I need to find a restroom or something. Isogai. Sure. Meet us at the hall, alright. Izuku. Yeah, see ya. I walked separately away from them to try and find a restroom for a sec. Time skip. No one's POV. Class 3E was now at the assembly hall in line along with the other students. Hey, Nagisa. Nagisa tenses up and sees it was none other than Takada and Tanaka sniggering at him. Takada. So glad you could make it. Tough trip coming down the mountain, I bet. Nagisa sighs and ignores while they laugh at him. The others just look down, ignoring all the other classes making fun of them. Unknown to them, someone was watching them without being noticed. Izuku's POV. Izuku. So, even here they get the special treatment like me in the past. Yami. It's literally like back then during the assemblies. They would always leave you in a corner wearing a hat that says, "Quirkless loser." So you used a bathroom excuse just to check it properly. Izuku. Yeah, and maybe gain more information in this school. And actually I need to go the restroom to patch myself up a bit and of course pee. The dean then walks up to the podium to talk when all the students were finally in line. Dean. Essentially, you are the cream of the crop, this nation's chosen elite. Your school dean, can vouch for that. But if you're not careful, looks at E-class, you could end up like certain good for nothings. E-class just looked away while the others laugh and make fun of them. Dean. Chuckles now. We mustn't laugh at their expense. Yami. This school, grits teeth asterisk, is making me more sick. Izuku. Yami. R flare. Yami. Sighs and calms down. Sorry. This fucking school just make me more sick than I already was. Even in this world they discriminate the weak. Izuku. I know, I only thought they would be isolated in a mountain, but this is too far. Blatant discrimination and stigmatization from the main body of the school, new and inexperienced teachers, and a poor and shoddy study environment. Yami. The teachers are fucking hypocrites. Who cares about the fucking system of this school? They should stand up and defend innocent students like them. But no, they're just hypocrites who proclaim stuff and don't even do it. Izuku. The more I look at E-class, the more they remind me of myself. The discrimination, the way they treat the students, some of their pasts. It's like I'm looking at a mirror. Yami. The system's fucked up. They're practically treating them like outcasts and like the worst people in the world, and this is an elite school. Dean. I suppose my comment was out of the line. Yami. Ya went too far, you asshole. Izuku. I need to use the restroom now, this is making me vomit. And think more negatively. Yami. Yeah, and we need to calm down before we do something bad. No one's POV. While the E-class was getting laughed at, Sugaya looks over to Nagisa. Sugaya. Hey, Nagisa. Where's Karma? Nagisa. Ditching. Sugaya. What? Just him. Nagisa. He knows he'll get punished for blowing off the assembly, but says he doesn't care. Looks down. It's times like this I wish I was an honor student, bad boy. Sugaya. Sighs. I hear ya. How about Izuku? Why isn't he here? Nagisa. He said he needed to use the bathroom to patch himself up a bit. Sugaya. I mean, he did technically wrestle a bear and got us down the mountain faster than I expected it to be. Nagisa. Yeah. Female announcer. Next is an address by the student council. Please start your preparations, student council. Karasuma was walking towards a female teacher and bows. Karasuma. Hello. I'm Karasuma, the E-class teacher. As I work on a separate campus, I thought I'd use this chance to say hello. Female teacher. Blushing okay. The other students noticed Karasuma and talked to each other. Male student 1. Who's that teacher? Female student 1. He's so stylish and cool. Kurahashi. Whispers hey. Karasuma hear her and checked what was going on. Karasuma. Kurahashi. Shows her decorated knife holder, check it out. Rio. Shows her decorated knife holder oh. Karasuma. Wide eyes Rio. Looks at Karasuma, smiles and shows her knife holder oh, Karasuma sensei. Kurahashi. Smiles and shows her knife holder, we decorated our knife sheaths. Rio. Cute, But to their surprise, Karasuma rushes over and covers their hands holding the sheaths with his hands. Karasuma. I don't mind if they're cute, just don't wave them around here. We can't let the other classes find out about the assassination. Rio and Kurahashi. Why yes, sensei. The rest of the classes just look at them while talking to one another. Male student 1. Who's he? An E-class teacher. Female student 1. They all seem to get along. Female student 2. I'm jealous. All of them stopped talking when they noticed another person enter the hall. Male student 1. They see Irina walking into the assembly with a confident look. The teachers and students look in awe while the boys were blushing. Male student 2. Whoa. Who's that super hot foreign lady? Nagisa. Sugaya and Sagino look at her with amused looks. Sagino. Bitch sensei was ready to drop just a minute ago, too. Nagisa. Vanities in her veins, all right. Male student 1. Is she an E-class teacher too? Female student 1. So cool. She walks over and stands next to Karasuma, and where the other teachers were at as well. Karasuma. Why are you here? Irina. Don't give me that. I'm their teacher, too. Karasuma. So do you consider yourself one? Irina. Besides, I wanted to check out other students, too. She notices Takata and Tanaka looking at her, she just raised an eyebrow. Irina. All duds. Oh. Yeah, walks towards E-class Nagisa. Nagisa. Looks at her Irina. This is my chance, now that octopus isn't around. Places a hand on his shoulder. You've been keeping track of all his weaknesses along with Izuku, right? Let me borrow your notebook. Nagisa. Surprised what? But I already told you all of his useful weaknesses. Irina. Oh, you're just trying to hide the really big stuff. Nagisa. No, I'm serious. He was cut off as Irina grabs his face and smashed it into her cleavage. Nagisa was blushing while the rest of the class just stared at them. Irina. Come on. Give it to me, kid. Nagisa. I can't breathe. Your boobs are too much, bitch sensei. Takata and Tanaka just watched while having nosebleeds and blushes. Tanaka. I am so jealous. Takata. She's such a bitch. Karasuma comes towards her and grabs her by the neck. Irina. OWW. That hurts. Karasuma. By the way, where's Izuku-kun? Nagisa. He said he needed to use the restroom, but I'm here, Karasuma sensei. The others looked to where the voice was and saw another student approaching. He was a 6 feet tall male, with dark green bushy hair, green eyes, had freckles. He was wearing a uniform like Nagisa's and also a black compression sleeve on the upper portion of his right arm. It was none other than Class 3E's Izuku Midoriya. The rest of the classes just look at him, while Takata and Tanaka nearly pissed their pants after remembering their encounter with Izuku. Male student 1. Who's this guy? Male student 2. Is he a Class 3E student? Male student 3. Probably a transferee. Male student 2. Is he a teacher or a student? Cause damn he's tall. Female student 1. He looks so cute yet handsome. Female student 2. I know right. I'm kinda jealous. Takata. Shit, it's him. Tanaka. The transferee who nearly killed us. Izuku arrives next to Karasuma as he just looks at him along with the class. Karasuma. Where were you? Izuku. Scratches the back of his neck as sorry, Karasuma sensei. I went to find a restroom to patch myself up. But I kinda got lost. Karasuma. Sighs, since you are new here, I'll let it pass. Fall in line in the back of the others. And make sure to be late again. Izuku. Laughs and smiles. I will. Thank you, Karasuma sensei. Most of the girls from class 3E blushed, but all of the girls at the hall blushed because of his laugh and smile combined with his look. Female student 1. I'm so jealous. Female student 2. I know. All the guys and teachers in our class are but ugly. Female student 1. He looks so handsome and cute. Takata. Fuck it. He's a demon in disguise. Tanaka. Him and Akabane nearly killed us. Izuku's pav. I did as Karasuma sensei told me and lined up behind all the others. I was behind Yada and Yoshida. I greeted them and Yoshida answered normally, but Yada was blushing and stuttering when she answered. I looked at the rest of the girls and they were blushing but suddenly looked away when they saw me looking at them. Yami. Luckily you made it in time. How can you get lost? Izuku. It's a new building, okay. I haven't been here. Yami. Fine, I guess I would have gotten lost here as well. By the way, did you notice the girls looking at you? Izuku. Yeah, but I still don't get why they blush every time I smile. Am I like Todoroki? If I smile, they get sick and die. Yami. For fucking sake. How dense are you? Izuku. He's got a point there, Izuku. Izuku. Nana, what are you doing here in this part of my mind? Yami. Oh yeah, I invited them over here so we can finally get to know each other along with the other users. Yoichi. So you're 9th's counterpart. Yami. Yup, that's me. The name's Yamikumo Akitani, 2nd user. How can we be sure he can be trusted? Yami. Relax, the old me's changed. I'm not like before. If you saw Izuku's memory. I'm a bit more calmer than before. And plus I hate going berserk. Izuku. It's okay, you can trust him. He's changed, except when he sees chaos unfold or something triggers flashbacks to my past. And besides, he really doesn't want me or him to go berserk. He helps me calm down when necessary. For now, how about you guys get to know each other better? Araki. Alright. The student council events are explained on the handouts you've just been given. Okajima. Huh, what? Whispers to Isogai *, where are ours? Isogai. Raises hand. Excuse me, sir. E-class didn't get any handouts. Araki. You didn't get any. Now that's strange. Smiles evilly. I'm sorry. It seems we forgot to make some for 3E. I guess you'll just have to memorize it all before you leave. The rest of the students all laughed while class 3E was looking down, trying to ignoring them. I was clenching my fist in anger because of what they were doing. Yoichi. So even here, there is discrimination in the air. Yami. Yup, the whole school system of isolating the best and ditching the rest is going too fucking far. This isn't just normal discrimination. This is fucking bullying. And I fucking hate it. Grits teeth. Nana. I feel sorry for these innocent kids. 2nd user. They think that this is all jokes, fun and games. What they don't know is that they're just hurting people. What's even more disappointing is that the teachers don't stand up for them, but instead join in and encourage them to bully the weak. Hikage. The student council members are hypocrites along with their teachers. They're supposed to promote equality and protect their students. But they harm the weak like what others did to the 9th and other quirkless or weak people back in our world. Daigoro. And here I thought this would just be a normal school life while finding Shigaraki. But it turns out this school is another one like back in our world, except without powers. Araki. Smirks. In fact, you and your classmates could stand to sharpen your memory anyway. Unknown to anyone else, Izuku's rage was increasing along with Yami's. Izuku, Yami. TCH. They were both clenching their fist really hard and looking at the other classes with a look of burning rage. Daigoro. Woo. Is it me or is it getting hotter here? Yoichi. Strangely, it is. Wait. Looks at Yami. The users see Yami's and notice my look of pure anger and pain. Maybe because on how the situation reminds both of us a lot of the past and how they're bullying innocent people like me back then. I felt the right side of my face grow a fang on my teeth. I also felt my right side radiate dark particles and getting hotter at the same time. I also felt my right eye slowly starting to change to red. Daigoro. Crap. We gotta calm them down before they do something they'll regret. Nana. What can we do? Izuku. Thought. Crap. I can't control myself. Our flare's getting stronger by the second. Yami, calm down. Calm down, me damn it. All of a sudden a gust of wind flew by our area and Izuku. Huh. I grabbed the paper falling and it was a written form of the handouts. Each of us got one. I finally calmed down and felt my body return to normal. Izuku. Wah. Isogai-kun. We look to our side and see Koro-sensei twirling a pen wearing his human disguise next to Karasuma-sensei and Irina-sensei. The two stiffened when they saw him. Karasuma. What are you? Koro-sensei. Oh, there we go. Everyone has a handwritten copy now, it would seem. Isogai. Yes, sensei. Raises hand. Oh, we got our handouts. Please continue, sir. Oriki. Shocked. What? No way. How? Hey. Now. Who killed our fun? Ahem. Let us continue. Most of us tried not to smile while I sigh in relief. Izuku. That was a close one. Yami. I know. Freaking chubby and all those bastards nearly tipped us over the edge. Thank goodness. Yellow calamari came in time. Nana. At least you two didn't do anything bad. Yami. Sorry, the more I just look at this school, the more I get pissed. Those fucking students and teachers are now on my things to hurt list. Yoichi. Is he always like this? Izuku. Sighs. It's his way of calming himself down. And besides, he's always like that. It's better than him going on a rampage. Yami. I fucking lose my mind when I go berserk, remember? Izuku. Sighs. You and your excuses. But he has a point. Yoichi. We better head back. We'll see you soon. Ninth and Yami. The other users went back to OFA's mindscape. While I just looked at Koro-sensei, who was talking to Karasuma-sensei and Irina-sensei. He must have gotten lonely and went here. Karasuma. You were told not to show yourself to the rest of the school. Your very existence is a state secret, you know. Koro-sensei. Wriggles his hands. Oh, come on now. My disguise is flawless. No one will ever know. Yami. Either your disguise is flawless or the others are just plain dumb. Izuku. I'm not sure which between the two. Nagisa. He must have gotten lonely. Sagino. Can't blame him, I guess. Izuku. Wait, who's watching Eri? Yami. Don't worry dude, she'll be fine. What did you even left her to do? Izuku. I was letting her watch an anime called Himoto. Umaru-chan. She said it was a very funny anime, so I let her watch it. Yami. Why not let her watch Kunuden? Izuku. Never in my life would I let her watch a sadistic acorn talking about hypocrisy. Besides, the more I stay at this part of this school, the more it reminds of you know what. Yami. Now that you say it. I fucking hate that acorn now. Especially this fucking school system. Izuku. This system reminds of back then, except it wasn't a system. It was how they really treated the weak. Yami. Let's just get this over with and we could vent our flare. Those assholes just made it stronger and a bit harder to control. Irina-sensei walks over to Koro-sensei and attempts to stab him. But he just continues to dodge her attempts to strike. The students just stared at the interaction. Karasuma-sensei then marches over to restrain her and pull her away. Irina. Ow. That hurts. Karasuma. Let's go. The rest of the class just laugh at what happened. Meihara. Laughing. That's bitch sensei for you. Yami. Ha 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 ha. This never gets old. Izuku. Chuckles. I guess. I chuckled but noticed the irritated look of the other students and I just narrowed my eyes. Izuku. Thought, this might not end well. Time skip. The assembly was finally over and all of us were scattered on the courtyard. I went to the restroom to wash my face to slightly refresh myself and calm myself down more. And when I went outside, I see Nagisa over a vending machine getting his drink, I think. Until I noticed two students walking over to him. It was the two before in the subway. I heard their names were Takata was the one with glasses and a horrible looking nose, and Tanaka was the chubby one with freckles. They were both glaring at him. I decided to hide somewhere no one would notice and just watched what'll happen. Takata. Hey, Nagisa. Nagisa. Huh. Izuku. Narrows his eyes. What are they up to? Takata. Don't you think you guys are getting a bit carried away? Nagisa frowns. Yami. What do you mean getting carried away? They were the ones who went too far. We weren't the one bullying the weak or laughing at them. Izuku sighs. One word. Hypocrites. Tanaka. Laughing during the assembly and stuff. Yami. TCH. Damn hypocrites. You were the ones who laughed first. Izuku. It was always like the old saying goes. Everything is only funny when it happens to someone else. Yami. TCH. No wonder those fuckers back then liked to bully us back then. Izuku. Sighs. Don't remind me. Tanaka. You should learn some respect. Takada. E-class oughta just keep its head down and shut up. Tanaka. You got crappy lives weighing ya down, after all. Yami. Respect my ass. Izuku. It's how the hypocrites say respect. Respect is only for those who deserve it, not for those who demand it. The real way to get respect is to earn it. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Talk to people the way you want to be talked to. Respect is not given, but earned. Yami. But why did you respect those assholes back then? Izuku. Sad. It was because I idolized them. I looked up to them, because they were blessed. I wanted to be just like them. But because I idolized them too much, I let them treat me poorly. But even after I didn't respect them anymore, they still beat me up. Yami. I can't blame you. Society's crap for ignoring all the quirkless people. And whatever we do, they'll always find a way to lower you to the ground. They won't stop until you finally give up. Izuku. I could have given up at any time, but it takes courage to live and to never give up. I know the others in Class 3E can do it. If I was able to handle that much back then I know they can pull it off too. Because one thing's different. Yami. And that is. Izuku. Just watch Nagisa so you can find out. And maybe eat some popcorn while watching. I looked at Nagisa as Takada and Tanaka were much closer than before. I noticed Karasuma-sensei and Koro-sensei watching them. And judging by the way they looked, Karasuma-sensei was attempting to stop what was happening, but Koro-sensei stopped him. I guess Koro-sensei knows something that Karasuma-sensei doesn't. I also noticed the other students watching while sniggering, anticipating something bad will happen to Nagisa. Izuku smirks. They're dead wrong. Tanaka. Say something, E-class. Grabs Nagisa by the collar. You want me to kill you? Izuku. Smirking. He just had to say the magic word. But still. Kill? You're kidding me, right? What a literal hypocrite. Nagisa then looks up at their faces as his hair covered his eyes and chuckles coldly. Tanaka. Nagisa then looks up and smiles darkly at them with ominous blue eyes. Nagisa. As if you've ever tried to kill anyone before. Takada and Tanaka. Backs off terrified. Nagisa then walks past them without saying a single word. Yami. Bloodlust. Izuku. The other classes may think of themselves as high and mighty. But in terms of assassination and combat, we might have got them beat. Yami. Did you know about this? Izuku. Never assume that loud is strong and the quiet are weak. Appearances can often be deceiving. Just because Nagisa looks like that, don't assume he can't defend himself. Remember back then. Yami. I guess. But you know, some don't act unless they have a leader encouraging them. Meaning those students won't act unless. Izuku. There's someone more powerful encouraging them. Yami. My guess it has to be the principal here. Because even the teachers are part of it. But they're all stupid for not standing up for them. Izuku. But maybe that's why I am here. I left the place I was hiding and walked to the gate where the way back to the mountain is. I felt the wind blew as it blew through my uniform and hair. Izuku. I'll help this class as much as I can. I'll help them with whatever pain they're dealing with. I'll protect them from Shigaraki or whatever may hurt them. I'll make sure they won't experience the same pain I felt back then. Looks up with a smile. Izuku. I'll be your heroes, in this unfair school. No one's pav. Unknown to Nagisa, someone was watching him from a CCTV camera. The individual sees Nagisa walking away from the other students. It was a dark room and the one watching eyes were practically glowing. The E-class. The end class is shoving normal students aside undauntedly. That doesn't make sense. Not in my school. The person was brown-haired male with violet eyes. He also was wearing a formal business attire. He was also wearing a sawtooth leaf pin on his tie that was given to him as a present from his cram students. It was none other than Kunigagaoka Junior High School's principal, Gakaho Asano. He was looking at Nagisa with his hands grasped together and his eyes were narrowed and glowing in the dark. Principal. It seems I'll have to make a few changes. The assassination can wait. This is my top priority now. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.